present and to the elders who may be participating today. I'm Simon Smith. I'm the chair of this panel. I'm joined on this panel by Michael Chilcott to my right and Janet Milligan to my left. Our role is to decide whether this project should go ahead, and if so, under what conditions. We also have Dr. James Smith as counsel assisting the Commission here. Dr. Smith is a member of the New South Wales Bar who has been engaged to advise the Commission. We're considering the project application, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure Assessment Report, written and verbal submissions, and all relevant planning laws and policies. In making a decision, we must follow all the relevant laws and consider all the policies that apply. Public input is an important part of this process. That's why we're here today. Thank you to everyone who has made us a written submission. Each and every submission will be read by the Commission. At this hearing, we want to hear about your thoughts on the Department's assessment and their proposed conditions. If you oppose the project, please also tell us if your concerns could be addressed through conditions. We will consider all options. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. We understand and respect that this is a very important decision for many people for many reasons. I'll now hand over to counsel assisting to explain how this hearing will run. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Smith, and I have been engaged today for the purposes of being counsel assisting the Commission, conducting this public hearing pursuant to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. My role is to assist the Commission in the conduct of the proceedings, in particular, to ensure that each person who is registered to address the Commission is afforded a sufficient opportunity to provide their evidence. In terms of the logistics, we'll be sticking to a published speaking schedule which has been provided on the IPC website. I'll introduce each speaker in turn, and for the purposes of the recorded transcript, which will be also available of the hearing, if I could have each speaker announce their name and then provide their evidence. For the purposes of timekeeping, to ensure everyone has the requisite allocated time to be heard, we'll be using a bell system. We'll have a single bell on 1 minute, which will sound as such, and then at the conclusion of your allocated time, there will be 2 bells. Now, it is important, in fairness to the other speakers, that you stay within your allocated timekeeping. However, if there's a PowerPoint presentation or speaking notes or an additional statement of evidence that you wish to provide that goes beyond what you've been able to address in your oral submission, we invite you to upload that onto the IPC website up until the 2nd of August 2026. That evidence will be received. So the objective is to ensure everyone has a sufficient opportunity to provide that evidence. And there are questions which have been uploaded onto the IPC website which have been flagged by the Commission. Although they're addressed to the applicant, we invite anyone who wishes to address those questions can do so. Anyone who wishes to address any of the material that's been put forward by the department or the applicant or any other speaker which is on the IPC website or has been heard and recorded in the transcript, I invite you to take the opportunity to also critique, review or contradict or support any of that material with an explanation as to your reasons for doing so. That information, of course, can be made publicly available, so be mindful of that when you provide your evidence. Today's event is being filmed live on the Commission's YouTube channel right now, and without further ado, we'll now hear from our first speaker, and then at the concluding timetable you'll see we'll be hearing and addressing questions to the applicant. So in that regard, can I please have Robert Campbell. Mr. Campbell, if you could come online, state your full name and then provide your evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Council. Thanks, Commissioner. My name is Rod Campbell. I'm the Research Director at the Australia Institute. I realise I've been doing IPC and PAC hearings looking at mining projects for 15 years now. And as usual, I'll be looking at the economic assessment and how economics are dealt with in the department's assessment report and the EIS. So if we could go to the next slide. Here's the key bit from the department's assessment report, and if you skip to the highlights, you can see they're saying there'd be net benefits of 5.69 billion. That's very big. There'd be greenhouse gas costs of 3.8 million. So we've gone from huge benefits to very small costs. And in the last highlighted section, you can see that they're saying it doesn't matter what happens to coal prices or discount rates or other variables, but these high benefits and low costs are basically certain. There's low uncertainty around them. Now, where does all this come from? If we go to the next slide, this comes from the various economic assessment documents as part of the EIS process. They've all been authored by consultants EY, and in particular, they've been authored or led by a consultant called Steve Brown. And why I highlight Mr. Brown in particular will become clear shortly. But first, let's put these numbers in some context in the next slide. The $5.69 billion figure that the department has repeated from the EIS would make this project by far the most beneficial project in the history of New South Wales mining. It more than double the estimated net benefits to the New South Wales community of any other mining project. And not simply because it's bigger. Look at all those other mines there: Bulga, Mount Arthur, Mount Thorley, Warkworth, Bengala. These are all really big projects. The reason that these claimed benefits are so enormous is not because the mine's enormous, it's because the assessment has been dodgy. And parts of it have been heavily criticised, not just by myself and other submitters, but by the New South Wales Land and Environment Court. The key problem with this assessment and many of Mr. Brown's assessments is that it ignores the uncertainty of the project, and it ignores the uncertainty in coal markets in 2026. In 2026, there are industrial scale renewable energy projects. There is a huge trade in natural gas. There is a resurgence globally of interest in nuclear energy, and yet we're being asked to believe that a coal project starting in 2026 going to nearly 2050 is somehow free of uncertainty. This is nonsense. If you go to the next slide, you can see deep within EY's own numbers, they're expecting total revenue of nearly 40 billion and total costs of around 34 billion. So that means a 16% change in revenue or a 19% change in costs suddenly makes the project marginal. Would suddenly mean that the project spends time in care and maintenance or could close early. So if you go to the next slide, yet somehow we're told in other parts of the assessment that if you was even under a 25% lower coal price, then the net benefits are still estimated to be $4.7 billion. So they're really saying there's no uncertainty here, even though, as we just saw, relatively small changes mean that the project becomes marginal. And so what's happening here is the assumptions in this model. And the assumption is that the project will keep operating to 2040, 2045, 2050, regardless of if it's making money or not. This is a dangerous thing to assume because, of course, if once projects become marginal, they often do cease operations, and suddenly jobs benefits and other benefits cease to exist. Where have we seen this before? Let's go to the next slide. Have a look at this paragraph. It should sound familiar. Even assuming coal prices are 25% lower, the net benefits of this project are still 570 million, still big. This is a cut and pasted paragraph from the assessment of the Tahmoor South coal project, where similarly the uncertainties of the coal market were assumed away by EY and by Mr. Brown. And what happened to the Tahmoor project? Next slide. Of course, it was approved by the IPC based on these spurious claims, and it went into administration, costing 300 people their jobs. So we can't... the EIS and the department's assessment report have assumed away all the uncertainty in coal markets. And so approving a project on that basis, it would be very dangerous. There's other big problems. I'm probably running out of time. I'll put most of this into our written submission. But other reasons that net benefit figure are so big is the way that Mr. Brown has approached benefits to workers and benefits to suppliers.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is not.
We might stop you there if we could. We would be grateful if you could place your remaining remarks in your written paper, but otherwise we've certainly appreciated the key point that you've endeavoured to make. Thank you. Are there any? All right. If we could move then to our next speaker, who is Andrew Abbey.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the slides to load.
There we go. We can see you and hear you. So, Mr. Abbey, if you could state your full name and then commence your evidence.
Are the slides up?
They certainly are. Thank you.
Okay, I can't see them on my end, but that's okay. Sorry, no. Okay, thank you, Andrew Abbey from the New South Wales Minerals Council. I'm here to talk in support of the HVO project. If you could go down one slide, please. New South Wales Minerals Council represents almost all of the coal producer companies and metals mining companies in New South Wales. In terms of the New South Wales mining industry, at the moment there are roughly 55 operating mines, which are made up of around 38 coal mines and about 17 metals mines. Next slide, please. The next one, please, if you don't mind. This slide shows New South Wales' share of global coal production, which includes both domestic and export coal. New South Wales accounts for around 2% of global coal production, meaning we are a relatively small producer on the global coal production scale, but it has a big positive impact here in New South Wales, particularly in terms of jobs and economic benefit. Next slide, please. There is a lot of commentary here and elsewhere around the imminent decline of coal demand for electricity generation. It's agreed that change is occurring. However, the pace and timing of any decline in global demand is likely to be slower and take longer than some are suggesting. Since at least 2020, various analyst forecasts for the downward trajectory of demand have been revised upwards year on year, with the actual demand having reached record levels over the last 2 to 3 years, currently sitting at about 8.85 billion tonnes of coal. And at the moment, the analysts such as Wood Mackenzie and even the IEA are reporting coal demand is stickier than expected, particularly in the Asia region, where New South Wales coal is mostly exported to. And based on the current forecasts, it's likely to plateau at relatively high levels in the short to medium term before gradually declining. This sticky demand is being caused by surging power demand through urbanisation and the sheer pace of electrification, data centres, electric vehicle growth, maintaining energy security, and the rollout of renewables taking longer than forecast, notwithstanding the significant growth of renewables in both China and India. The point for New South Wales coal projects like HVO is there is currently strong global demand for our high quality coal, and this is likely to remain for some time. In terms of New South Wales policy settings, allowing extensions of existing coal mines such as HVO is directly consistent with the recently updated New South Wales policy statement 26 to 2050, which makes it clear that New South Wales will continue to be a reliable and trusted trading partner and will supply its high quality coal while there is demand for it, provided of course projects achieve the relevant environmental approvals and are consistent with energy reduction targets. Next slide, please. So why is the demand sticky? This slide provides some context around the likely continued global demand for the high quality coal, which contributes to energy security for our trading partners in the Asia region. There is still significant installed electricity generation capacity, and this installed capacity has remained relatively steady, and in fact in a few countries has grown recently over time. The installed capacity in the Asia region is unlikely to change rapidly given the level of investment that has been sunk into the energy infrastructure, as well as the average age of the coal fleets in many of the countries being relatively new or young and still allowing for many years of use, making the economics of retiring them very challenging, particularly in less wealthy or developed countries. And I would note this doesn't include China and India coal-fired power fleet. Next slide, please. In terms of this chart shows our coal export volumes, which represent about 85% of our coal production in New South Wales, with the remainder being domestic coal use. So if you consider most of our coal is being exported, you get a good idea of trends of production over time and that it's been relatively stable, currently sitting at around 150 million tonnes per annum. Over that same period, we've had a fall in the number of operating mines from about 60 in 2012, falling to about 40 or so coal mines over the last 7 to 8 years. This is due to mines reaching the end of their natural operational life mostly, and some operations being combined into single larger operations similar to the HVO complex. And I'll just note, mine closures are more likely to be caused by mine sites reaching the end of their operational life, as opposed to a lack of demand for New South Wales coal. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. New South Wales undertakes an annual economic survey to monitor industry trends, and this is a summary of our 24-25 results. The industry has had some good years recently in terms of the level of direct spending by mining member companies in New South Wales, and I'll note that spending increase are partly caused by the coal industry paying higher royalties to the government since the increase in royalties a few years ago, as well as increases in the amount of money that the industry is spending generally, both in the coal and metals sector. And we're currently sitting at about $22 billion of direct investment in the last survey. Next job, please. Next slide, please. This slide highlights a job trend that has occurred in New South Wales mining industry over the last 14 or so years, with the total coal and metals jobs sitting at around 35,000 jobs currently. The number of coal mining jobs is at about 25,000 in New South Wales, which is at record high levels. Next slide, please. From our survey data, we aggregated into the various regions. This is the Hunter economic data. As a slide notes, in 2024, coal mining in the Hunter has sustained over 15,000 direct jobs in the coal mining industry for a number of years and generated $2.2 billion in wages. We've directly spent $7.1 billion in purchases of goods and services from around 3,400 local businesses, including contractors. And we've had a direct spend in total of around $9.5 billion, and this does not include royalties, which are forecast at $3.4 billion in the 26-27 budget and go towards funding public infrastructure. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the economic benefits of the HVO project as outlined in the amended Project Economic Assessment and Analysis. In the interest of time, I won't dwell on these as you've seen HVO talk to them, but it's worth noting again the significant economic contribution of this project. And as one of the major mines in the region, the HVO operations have been one of the most significant contributors to the economic benefits in the Hunter and New South Wales for some time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I just wanted to provide some industry and economy-wide emissions data to put the HVO project into some broader context. This slide shows data from the most recent Australian National Greenhouse Accounts of Scope 1 emissions from various sectors of the New South Wales economy. The coal mining industry made up around 13% of the state's direct emissions domestically. You can see other sectors have higher emissions, and while we recognise that we are required to make a contribution to reduce emissions with everybody else, at 13% it's perhaps a little not as high as some may have thought. And it's important to point out the industry's net emissions due to the reformed safeguard mechanism were an additional 1 million tonnes lower. Next slide, please. And to date, emissions in the coal mining sector have fallen faster than any other sector. Coal mining Scope 1 emissions have fallen 30% since 2005, which is roughly aligned with the overall state reduction. Some of that is due to a shift in production from gassier underground mines to less gassy open cut mining, but the industry is also abating around 4 million tonnes of emissions each year through fugitive methane abatement activities at underground mines. We know there's more work to do, and the industry is progressing a range of measures to reduce our emissions further, and a lot of this is being driven by the safeguard mechanism and the declining baseline and additional costs of offsets. Next slide, please. HVO showed this chart in their presentation, so I won't dwell on this slide for too long. But just to reinforce that the New South Wales Government's own analysis shows that the industry's overall net emissions the dotted black line at the bottom, are projected to fall broadly in line with the net emission reduction targets. And some of that will be achieved through direct abatement measures, and some will be achieved through offsets, and that will vary between mines and over time, but the overall outcome on net emissions will be the same. I understand that the updated emissions forecasts have actually been released today, will be released today, and from what we can gather, our forecasts for coal mining sector have been revised down. I'd just like to make a couple of final wrap-up points. Two final observations I'd like to finish on are on the Net Zero Commission, which has been mentioned many times. I'll note they are a single issue advisory body who provides advice to the New South Wales Government. They do not set government policy, and any of its recommendations are for consideration by the government only. And the government is ultimately a responsible body for setting policy, and we certainly have industry concerns with the lack of balance and accuracy of some of their advice on coal mining issues, and which we'll provide in detail with our submission. And secondly, or lastly, whilst many and varied issues have been raised through the hearings and submission process, ultimately it's reasonable that any applicant should expect that a decision on a development project is made in accordance with the actual rules that are in place and not what some would like the rules to be. In this context, the HVO project has undergone 6 years of assessment process. During that time, there's been significant policy changes around emissions in particular, as well as an updated nationally determined contribution for the Paris Agreement. After all of that, the Department of Planning has stated clearly the impacts from the project can be managed consistent with government policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbey. If you could address this question. So we've just heard some pertinent evidence from Mr. Campbell from the Australian Institute in relation to the accuracy of the 5.7 billion NOP benefit. And obviously being from the Minerals Council, you're well versed with the other mining operations in terms of their calculated net benefit. Are you able to address us now on your observations as to the accuracy of that net benefit calculation, or is that something you wish to address in your written submission?
I think that's a question best put to HVO in terms of that, because that's obviously a detailed part of their assessment. We're happy to provide our details on our economic survey, which also calculate indirect benefits in the Hunter region, but I would respectfully suggest that's possibly better addressed by HVO.
Understood. All right, thank you. I'll now call our next speaker, who is Susan Morley. Miss Morley, if you could join us online. There we go. If you announce your name. All right, we've got an audio problem.
Susan Morley.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now, and we can see your slides. So please proceed. Thank you.
Apologies in advance. I've had a flu and I've lost my voice, so I may end up whispering loudly. Is that loud enough?
We can certainly hear you, and we've got a transcript, but if you want to reduce it to writing also so that it's clear that we've got...
I'll cut this short and send more in a presentation, in a submission, yeah. I'm Susan Morley. I'm a Newcastle resident. I wish to pay my respects to the Wabakal and Worimi people on whose land I live, and also to the Worimi Nation whose ancestral lands are impacted by the HVO project. And acknowledge sovereignty was never ceded. I'm a volunteer. I'm speaking voluntarily as an individual resident of Newcastle in a low-lying area vulnerable to sea level rise near Throsby Creek, which flows into Newcastle Harbour. This isn't my job. I'm not paid by a private corporation to be here. And there are literally 100 other things I'd rather be doing. It's not my idea of a good time, but I do have an interest in seeing an end to climate chaos and to the risk to low-lying communities such as mine. The slides I've got, if you just go to slide 1, just locates where we are. This is Lower Hunter. It shows the coal loaders both sides of the Hunter River, and I live in this area. If you just go straight to slide 2, there's only 2 slides. The blue area, this is mapping from the predicted coastal flooding resulting from climate change prepared by Coastal Risk Australia and modelled from IPCC report 2021 on data on ice sheet melting rates. This mapping shows high tide inundation of low-lying areas of Newcastle, including the loaders. So I live right in this area, and if current emission trends continue, the modelling indicates sea level will increase by 0.84 metres by 2100. Under worst case scenario of very high emissions, a 2 metre sea level rise could occur by 2100 and a 5 metre by 2150. I'll refer now to Dr. Carl Mallon, presented on day 2 of this hearing. He discussed risk and insurance. He said there's not a low emissions pathway that doesn't include an orderly and rapid phase out of coal. So extensions of coal are basically consistent with high emissions scenarios. There are streets a few blocks away from me which are already flooding on high tides. And coupled with intense rain events and flooding, this whole area is set to become unlivable by the end of the proposed life of this project. If it goes ahead, it's in a high emissions scenario. My house insurance this year is going to total $4,470. In 2021, it was $1,874. So that's a 239% increase in just 5 years. So insurance actuaries aren't mucking around. They're not going to lose money for their insurance company. They're looking at the climate data, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing increase in flooding, increase in the risk scenarios. And this isn't to mention low-lying islands. There's already 10 islands globally that have been abandoned, habited islands in the world that have been abandoned due to sea level rise. And in our Western Pacific neighbours, Solomons, Tuvalu, Kiribati, New Caledonia, our neighbours are being inundated right now. They're losing water aquifers, drinking water, farms, and eventually their homes, their ancestral homes. These people don't receive wages or compensation from fossil fuel projects or from anyone. They don't get reparations. They are contributing the least to global impacts of sea level rise. This is unjust, and this is the future for us too here in Newcastle. We think it's out there in the Pacific or away. This is right here, ironically, right where the coal is being exported from. Thousands of homes in low-lying Newcastle. And it's not just from sea level rise. Coupled with, you get rain bombs now, the intensity of rain days. So I'd just like to, the Planning Commission, report in 2021, $1.4 billion was spent by the New South Wales government in response to natural disasters. If we look at Lismore, we know that was a rain bomb. It wasn't natural, it was intense. And that's for roads, bridges, wastewater collection centres, other facilities. Local government has to pay that money. That's ratepayers. State government has to pay that money. $1.4 billion, we're talking all these royalty billions. In one financial year, $1.4 billion was paid by the New South Wales government. That's from New South Wales Audit Office disaster expenditure fund calculations. And in the first half, just the first half of 2023, there was more disasters. That was $1.1 billion. So when we're talking these billions of dollars of royalties, it can get wiped out in a couple of this is all climate disasters. So I would like the Planning Commission to really consider who's bearing the cost of these projects and weigh up the costs. I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'll put it on my question.
Thank you, Ms. Morley.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Corey Eyre.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can. If you could state your full name and then preside your evidence. Thank you, Mr. Eyre.
Yep. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Corey Eyre. I was born and raised in the Hunter Valley. This is my home. So for the past 9 years, I've worked at HVO, and I'm proud to stand before you today in strong support of the continuation project. I'm not a mining executive or an expert. I'm a local resident, employee, a husband, a father. My family lives here, kids go to school here, and we're deeply part of this community. So on my days off, you'll find me in the bush walking around the same tracks I explored as a kid, so showing the children the wildlife and the landscape that makes the Hunter Valley so special. So I care about the environment. It's my backyard. So mining families like mine just don't leave the region at the end of shift. We live here, we explore here, and we appreciate the natural beauty of the Hunter Valley. And we want to hand it on in good condition. That's why I've seen firsthand that responsible mining and caring for the land are not opposite. As a supervisor, I oversee rehab of land at HVO. We have rehabilitated between 50 hectares and 70 hectares of land in the past 3 years that I've been a part of, which includes laying of topsoil and reseeding of the native species. We employ a local business, Les Russell and Sons, to undertake this work, and they employ a team of about 20 people working 5 days a week to rehab the HVO land. Our rehabilitation work is just one example of responsible mining that nourishes the land and supports local businesses and the local families. At HVO, management isn't just paperwork. The environmental management isn't just paperwork, it's daily work like dust suppression, water management, environmental monitoring. The continuation project builds on this with reduced emissions and rehab using the natural landforms and local vegetation. I understand we're in a period of transition, and I know climate change is serious and other mines are in the valley here are closing. But a responsible transition doesn't mean sudden shock that hurts the real people. It means giving the workers, the families and the business time to adapt. The HVO continuation project gives us exactly that breathing space. This allows the region to transition while maintaining the jobs, supporting the families and improving environmental standards. Rehabilitated land from mining isn't the end of the story. It can be the beginning of the next one. I was listening to ABC radio and I heard Yasmin Catley talking about how future projects, including the new regional train fleet, can be used on rehabilitated mining land. The skills and infrastructure we build today can help power the industries of tomorrow. So I've listened to the concerns raised by others and I respect them. But I reject the suggestion that all of us workers could just transition into other roles if the mine was closed. People have stood before you and suggested that we will be okay and not living in our reality. The reality is that me, my family and more than 1,500 other families in the region would be devastated and are struggling to survive. I'm scared what the future would hold and what it would look like if HVO added thousands more to the unemployment list. So I ask you to consider the human reality behind the decision. For more, this is just a plan. For some, this is just a planning matter. But for me and my family and thousands like us, the decision is about whether we can keep paying the mortgage, whether our kids can grow up with opportunities close to home, and whether the communities can stay strong. It's about mum and dads, apprentices starting out, young families buying their first home, and local clubs and business that rely on us. So, Commissioners, this is an approvable project. When you balance the environment, social and economic factors, I ask you to remember the people. Remember the families that call the valley home. Remember the communities that built over generations around places like HVO. And for me, it's just not about continuing coal production. It's about protecting what we've built here. It's about giving my children and thousands like them the chance to grow up in a strong, thriving Hunter Valley. So on behalf of my family, my workmates and many people whose futures are tied to HVO, I respectfully urge you to approve the continuation project. So thanks for your time and considering my submission. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eyre. I call our next speaker, who is Craig Shaw. Craig, if you could join us online. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. If you could state your full name and provide your evidence. Thank you. All right. We can't hear you, Mr. Shaw.
That's okay. Here we go.
There we go. I can hear you now. Thank you.
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Craig Shaw. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In my presentation, I want to concentrate on cumulative impacts and their assessment. I'll leave much of the detail to my written submission and instead concentrate here on the core of my argument. The cumulative impact assessment for this project has a fundamental weakness in that it doesn't draw together the separate strands of cumulative impacts into a clear assessment of the project's combined burden over time on the people, places and environments affected by it. It lacks genuine synthesis. Section 4.15 of the EP&A Act requires the Commission to take into consideration many factors, including, very importantly in this case, the public interest. For a project of this very significant scale and duration, the public interest can't, in my view, be properly assessed unless the Commission understands the total burden that it's being asked to approve. Understanding that total burden is, I would argue, impossible in the absence of any proper synthesis of cumulative impact. Substantial technical work has been done on air, noise, water and other areas, and cumulative impacts have been examined within each, within being the operative word here. Such issue-by-issue assessment is, however, simply not sufficient. That's because different impacts may be described as manageable in isolation, but it does not follow that their combined burden is also manageable. The point is made clearly in DPHI's own Cumulative Impact Assessment, or CIA, guidelines. See, for example, at pages 10 and 20. The guidelines distinguish issue-specific CIA from combined CIA. Combined CIA requires separate findings to be integrated and the combined effect assessed. The guidelines recognise that this process may be qualitative, but it is very necessary. It's necessary because it is the step that turns technical material into an evaluative answer. What is the project's overall balance of burdens and benefits, and is that acceptable? My concern is that neither HVO nor DPHI provides that answer. HVO's EIS recognises the distinction between issue-specific cumulative assessment and combined cumulative assessment, but it doesn't carry it through. Chapter 26 largely summarises cumulative impacts by separate technical topic. Chapter 28, titled Justification and Conclusion, then contains only a single paragraph on cumulative justification, which says in substance that technical studies considered cumulative impacts, and that's all back in Chapter 26. In DPHI's assessment report, that's not fixed either. The problem remains. Chapter 6 is organised issue by issue, while Chapter 7 summarises benefits and impacts, but does not provide a distinct combined CIA or an explicit conclusion that the combined cumulative burden is acceptable. In other words, it doesn't even appear to follow its own guidelines, and it therefore leaves the Commission without the integrated cumulative assessment needed for the public interest decision. The problem is evident across the assessment, and I'll leave the detail to my written submission, but I do want to highlight 5 important areas in this regard: greenhouse gases and climate, amenity, housing and workforce accommodation, biodiversity and groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and closure and transition. In each case, there is technical material, including on cumulative impacts, but it's still largely siloed by topic. What is missing is a synthesis, how impacts overlap, interact and accumulate over time, and what they mean for the public interest decision. The hearings to date have only reinforced that concern. The first 2 days raised many cumulative issues and mentioned, in some cases, some overlapping effects. But that's not the same as drawing the cumulative picture together as a whole into the combined assessment needed to inform the Commission's evaluation. For a project of this scale, that matters. For today, the point is simple. Without a proper cumulative assessment, the Commission cannot safely move from a position of these impacts have each been studied to one of approval of this project is in the public interest. Given this, on the material that currently stands before the Commission, I would suggest that the project should not be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Can I now call our next speaker, who is Kate Ferryman?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Kate Fairman, the Greens spokesperson on mining, coal and gas in the New South Wales Parliament. I urge the Commission to refuse the Hunter Valley Operations Continuation Project. This project will, over its lifetime out to 2045, generate 809 million tonnes of coal and downstream greenhouse gas emissions, more than 7 times New South Wales's annual statewide emissions. 98% of these will be Scope 3 downstream emissions. The Court of Appeal has ruled that Scope 3 effects on the local community from greenhouse gas emissions must be taken into account by consent authorities. Many have spoken already about the worsening impacts of the climate crisis. Others have spoken about local air pollution and impacts on groundwater and biodiversity. I'm speaking as a lawmaker, as a Greens MP, and as someone who has been working to get governments to act on climate change since before the turn of the century. As someone who, on the 21st of November 2023, joined 30 other members of the Legislative Council in New South Wales in voting for the Climate Change Net Zero Future Bill. In her closing speech to the bill, the Climate Change Minister said this: "The bill is about locking in the commitment to the people of New South Wales to get to net zero by 2050. It's about moving from aspiration to something that is in legislation for which governments and ministers of the future will be held accountable through a net zero commission that will independently report to Parliament." But it's not only governments and ministers in the future that will be held accountable, it's today's government that must be too. The Net Zero Commission, established by the Climate Change Act to hold governments accountable, released its coal mining emissions spotlight report in December last year. It found that continued extensions or expansions to coal mining in New South Wales are not consistent with the state's legislated emissions reduction targets. The Net Zero Commission has written to the Secretary recently of the Department of Planning, expressing concern about the ongoing approval of coal mine expansions and that it was making that legislated 2030 target even harder to reach. The Net Zero Commission is doing what it has been given the power to do to hold the government accountable. It hasn't been given the power to stop the biggest coal mine expansion in New South Wales history being approved. It's done all it can. But strong signals are being sent to consent authorities who are deciding on new fossil fuel projects from everywhere. The courts, the IPCC, the International Energy Agency, the independent body established by law in this state to hold the government accountable on climate by the Parliament itself. In its response to the Net Zero Coal Spotlight report issued just last month, the government reiterated the Court of Appeal's findings, stating consent authorities must also consider the impact of Scope 3 emissions on a locality when evaluating coal mining applications. The Parliament's multi-party commitment to net zero enshrined in the Climate Change Act means there is no more room, no more carbon budget to approve a coal expansion project that won't even meaningfully reduce its substantial Scope 1 emissions until after 2042. So as for offsets, safeguard mechanism credits and the proponents' claim downward emissions trajectory, this is nonsense. Offsets don't make diesel contributions disappear, combustion disappear. They don't make methane harmless, and they certainly don't make exported coal emissions vanish from the atmosphere. You've also been shown data proving the proponents' abysmal track record on abatement. I also want to urge you to not offer a shorter time frame for the expansion, as I've heard some people urge. Our first target is 2030, so every decision on fossil fuels really matters now. And what's stopping the proponent coming back in 5 years' time, for example, to ask for more? It must be refused. The Climate Change Act has set our path to net zero. That path must include decisions by consent authorities that will finally stop adding to our overblown carbon budget by not approving every single coal expansion put in front of them, especially, surely, the largest expansion of the largest coal mine in New South Wales. Commissioners, the decision before you is a test of our New South Wales, our state's climate laws, and of whether authorities take legislated emissions reduction targets seriously. And I'll finish here. If a project that generates around 809 million tonnes of life cycle emissions, extends coal mining into the 2040s and relies on offsets rather than genuine emissions avoidance can still be approved, then it's difficult to see what the Climate Change Act and our targets are really for. Thank you.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. evidence. And if we could now move to our next speaker, who is Charlotte McCabe.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Charlotte McCabe. I'm the Deputy Lord Mayor of Newcastle Council, and I've served as an elected councillor for almost 5 years. I'm not speaking on behalf of the elected council today, but rather on behalf of the Newcastle Greens. And I'm asking that you oppose this application for the largest expansion of a coal project ever proposed in New South Wales on the grounds of its climate impacts, its local climate impacts. And I ask that you give your greatest consideration to the Scope 3 emissions of this project because they make up 98% of the project's emissions. My Newcastle community cannot afford the increased climate impacts from this proposal. Just looking at flooding impacts alone, the Newcastle LGA now has 1/3 of all properties in flood risk areas. When high rainfall events occur on a king tide, there is nowhere for floodwater to drain from our streets into the ocean. We have no idea how many households are now unable to afford flood insurance or what this might mean for our community if a flooding event were to seriously damage these uninsured homes. My council can't afford the increased climate impacts from this proposal. In May last year, Newcastle experienced a designated storm event that caused the greatest residential landslip in Australian history, rendering 16 properties unlivable. Newcastle Council was forced to coordinate the recovery response to ensure site security, public safety measures, interagency coordination, geotechnical reports and community engagement. This required considerable time from staff and including employment of an additional member of staff just to manage this recovery. Our coastline is key to Newcastle's attraction as a place to live, work and visit. It is core to our identity, but it is eroding. And my council has been forced to ask our community to make a heartbreaking choice: to keep our sandy beaches through a managed retreat, meaning we'd need to relocate a surf club, lose a shared pathway and a coastal road, or to keep our coastal infrastructure through building seawalls and allow our sandy beaches to drown. Both options will require investment beyond our council budget. In addition, our flood-prone suburbs will soon require levees to protect them from rising sea levels. Our sporting fields need investment to prepare them for both flood and drought conditions. We have to upgrade our stormwater systems, increase urban cooling measures, and manage our own increasing insurance costs. We are bearing the externalised costs from projects like HVO. And I'd also like to make some comments about government planning and investment in relation to the very high number of submissions in favour of this project because of the employment that it will provide. In the context of the announced mine closures, I know there is a genuine and understandable concern for employment in the region. But the fact that coal mining still makes up 40% of employment in the Upper Hunter is the result of an unforgivable failure of government to prepare for this moment, when every single post-coal region warned the Hunter decades ago that a 10-year plan was required to give us time to prepare. Instead, the New South Wales Future Jobs and Investment Authority still has not been fully legislated and has not spent a single dollar from the Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund, which is only putting aside less than 1% of New South Wales coal royalties to invest in a transition for all 4 coal regions of New South Wales. The federal government's Net Zero Authority is legislated not to support workers from coal export mines like HVO. There is no genuine commitment to support Hunter coal reliant families through planning or investment for alternative industries, and opportunities have been missed. Newcastle Port is now the nation's biggest importer of renewable energy components, which should have been manufactured in the Hunter. My concern is that there will be no pressure to shift this lack of political will if this project is approved. But if it is rejected, there will be an inescapable need to finally put in place the planning and real investment that's needed for new jobs and industries in the Upper Hunter. And finally, under the EP&A Act, this project's assessment must consider whether the principles of ecologically sustainable development have been met through achieving the precautionary principle, intergenerational equity, conservation of biological diversity and ecological integrity. And I argue that exporting 430 million tonnes of coal is fundamentally at odds with all of these ESD principles. And I ask that on these grounds that you reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I call our next speaker, who is Tony O'Driscoll.
Morning, Commissioners and Dr. Smith. I'm a board member of the Hunter Thoroughbred Breeders Association, HTBA. I'm also the Chief Financial Officer of Newgate Stud Farm. I've lived in the Upper Hunter for 27 years. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the HTBA. Later this morning, my colleague Helen Georgopoulos will take you through the size and structure of our industry and why we oppose the HVO mining proposals. I would like to speak to you today about our industry, why reputation and image matters, and why the HVO's impacts are detrimental to our operations and to equine health and safety. The HTBA represents over 250 stud farms, broodmare farms and equine supplier and feeder industries clustered in the Hunter Valley. Our industry is global and fiercely competitive. Investment dollars are highly mobile, and when key influencers, investors derive a conclusion, the rest of the industry tends to follow. In the thoroughbred business, perception often defines reality. Any coal mining, and in particular open cut coal mining close to thoroughbred horse studs, therefore has the potential to severely impact the value of those stud properties and their operations, as breeders look to an alternative environment that is cleaner, greener, and more serene and safer for their valuable horses. The incompatibility of coal mining and thoroughbred horse operations has been recognised by a number of PACs over the last 10 to 15 years. In our industry, brand and reputation are paramount. The cornerstone of our industry's reputation and brand is the farm itself. The immaculate and bucolic presentation of our farm signals to breeders that our properties are capable of producing elite athletes and delivering a world-class product at world-class standards. Premium stud farms all over the world are meticulously manicured and maintained. The physical beauty of their surroundings signals that these farms are paying attention to every detail. And in doing so, they are also signalling that the farms are attending to every vital detail that may impact the breeding, rearing and racing of champion thoroughbreds. In no marketing materials anywhere in the world would it be appropriate to feature a world-class stud property within earshot or eyeshot of the impacts of an open-cut coal mine. Direct or indirect visual impact, or anything that represents a constant reminder that there is active mining being conducted in close proximity, raises doubt in a client's or prospective investor's mind as to how safe it is to raise a valuable equine athlete so close to an operating coal mine. This would represent a definite threat to the commercial viability of the operation and would be completely out of touch with the market we serve. Cumulative impact of mining on air quality in our region is worsening, as evidenced by data from the Hunter Valley Air Quality Network. The HVO proposals will add significant levels of particulate matter into the local environment, and specifically the environment adjoining this mine, which is within the equine critical industry cluster. The business of HTBA members is breeding and raising equine athletes. These horses' sole purpose is to perform as elite athletes, and respiratory function is critical to their performance. Horses share a similar respiratory system to humans and are every bit, if not more, sensitive to dust. I'm not a vet, but I know that respiratory conditions such as inflammatory airway disease are well known as performance inhibitors. Other conditions such as rattles, which chiefly affects foals, are both caused and exacerbated by dust. These and other conditions mean that we are constantly examining ways to reduce horses' exposure to dust from their food, their bedding and their environment. We cannot, however, mitigate what we can't control, such as the environmental background. In addition, any assessment of noise impacts on thoroughbred stud operations must have regard to the unique impacts of unpredictable noise and blasts from mining activities on equine health and safety due to the thoroughbred's acute susceptibility to unpredictable aversive stimuli. A horse's hearing is much more acute than ours. Noise levels we perceive at 27 decibels can be perceived by a horse at almost twice the decibels. Thoroughbreds have natural and highly attuned flight response and are therefore prone to taking fright at sudden or unexpected noise. Exposure to loud and unexpected noise, such as blasting, is dangerous to the horses and staff working with them. Despite the significant amount of literature that exists on these issues, including detailed evidence provided to previous packs, it is seriously disappointing to us that neither the proponent nor the department have considered any of these issues in their assessment of the impacts of the HVO proposals on the neighbouring stud farmers or our industry more widely. Given the importance of your decisions, I invite you to come and see firsthand, as other commissioners have, what the Coolmore stud farm is, how it operates, and how it and our equine cluster will be impacted by the proposals you have in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I call our next speaker, who is Michael Hall. Michael, if you could join us online. Mr. Hall, we're having trouble hearing you. We can see your PowerPoint presentation.
My name is Michael Hall.
Mr. Hall, we can't hear you. It appears...
Yeah, that's not much good.
No, I'm sorry.
Can you...
No, it appears your internet connection is...
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can, Mr. Hall. Try now.
I'll stop the video. I'm going to stop. Can you hear me now? I've stopped the video.
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll work without the video. I hope I can have my 5 minutes, please. Good morning. I'm Michael Hall. I taught in high schools for 32 years, have lived in Australia for 40 years, and I'm a new car ratepayer. I was a unionist from the age of 18 to 66, holding offices of union representative and local teachers associations secretary, president in the UK and Australia. I will present some of the issues and then reference the Newcastle Council coastal management options. I hope to put things in some human perspective. The figures can make your head spin. I am vigorously opposing the extension of this mining lease. We should at this stage of rolling climate crisis events around the world at least have no new coal, and this is a huge amount of new coal. The figures on stage 3 emissions presented by Ms. Sandy Tickle of HVO on Thursday last are misleading. She's claiming that the 809 megaton CO2 emissions.
Mr. Hall, we've lost audio.
Hello?
Mr. Hall, we're going to move to the next.
Yes, hello.
We're going to come back to you, Mr. Hall, and organise a clear line so we can get your evidence clearly. But we will hear from you. Can I call Alex Barrett?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you, Ms. Barrett. And
wonderful.
Commission, if you please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Alexandra Barrett. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm reading this statement as a Sydney knitting Nana. Nana's work to safeguard our land, air and water for future generations. We are united in strongly objecting to this proposal. I'm a doctor and Emeritus Professor of Public Health. My expertise is in the health system and how we respond to climate change. The Australian Medical Association formally declared the climate change a health emergency in Australia in 2019, already 7 years ago. As we have heard, deaths, illnesses and injuries in Australia are already occurring from heat waves, fires, floods and storms that are worsened by climate change. And these numbers will only grow as climate change worsens. As we have heard, what really matters to our climate is the 98% of this project's emissions, which are Scope 3 emissions. To put their magnitude in context, the estimated annual Scope 3 emissions of the project as tabled in the assessment report, are almost twice the annual greenhouse gas emissions of Australia's entire healthcare system, including every hospital and every clinic in Australia. I would like to note that the International Court of Justice has advised that failure by states to act to limit greenhouse gas emissions may constitute an internationally wrongful act. And further, and importantly for this hearing, a state may be held responsible where it has failed to limit the quantity of emissions caused by private actors under its jurisdiction. Furthermore, I would like to dispute the presentation of climate projections cited in the assessment report. In section 6, page 56, projections from the NARCLIM model are given for 2050 and 2090 are mentioned. However, the report only cites the projections for 2050 and omits those for 2090. The 2090 projections are critical because CO2 emissions accumulate in the atmosphere, and once released, they stay there effectively forever. So the emissions now and in the next decades are locked in, and they lock in climate change for many years ahead. The assessment report cites average temperature increases of up to 1.9 degrees for the Hunter but by 2090, this is up to 3.6 degrees of warming. Instead of up to 11 additional hot days, as cited in the report, by 2090, it's projected to be up to 24 additional hot days. Sea level rise by 2050 is expected to be up to 23 centimetres, but by the end of the century, up to 96 centimetres. These differences are important and alarming. They suggest that for humans, the humans of New South Wales, the impact of each additional tonne of CO2 emissions will be serious and irreversible. The climate change impacts of this proposal extend far beyond the Hunter. Residents across New South Wales are already paying more in home insurance or being refused insurance. The cost of damages from climate change are growing, and in response, the Australian Local Government Association, representing all New South Wales councils, unanimously supported a motion to seek $1.3 billion annually from fossil fuel emitters to help local councils cover the costs. We, the residents of New South Wales, need our government to protect us from worsening this situation by approving a project that will add yet more emissions. Professionally, I'm a scientist, but this issue is also personal. My grandchildren live in Newcastle. By the time they are the age that I am now, 50-degree days will be regular events in Newcastle and Sydney. Circular Quay and Sydney Airport will both likely be underwater. Thousands of people will have died from climate change. I cannot imagine what their lives will be like. Trying to makes me cry. I hope they are not among the dead. An assessment of the public interest of the New South Wales community must consider not just us living here today. It must surely include the public interest of our children, our grandchildren, and all future generations. The current and future public interest of New South Wales lies in safer climate, even though refusal of the extension will be difficult for the coal workers. Jobs are important, and we urge the New South Wales Government to urgently fund a sustainable economic and employment transition for the Hunter. However, we also believe that this project's jobs should not take precedence over the health and well-being of the whole New South Wales community now and into the future. Therefore, Sydney Knitting Nanas call on the Commission to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a short 5-minute adjournment, and we'll then have our next speaker, who is the Professor Goodman, joining us at 11:07. Thank you. We'll see everybody then. Thank you. Thank you. It's now 10 past 11 and the hearing is now resuming. We have Michael Hall now successfully on the line. Mr. Hall, can we get a sound check from you, please?
Yes, hi, how's that?
Excellent. We can hear you crystal clear, and we'll also be having your PowerPoint presentation, so just let us know when to go to the next slide.
Thank you. Let me know when to begin.
Begin now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, hi, my name is Michael Hall. I taught high school for 32 years. I've lived in Australia for 40 years, and I'm a Newcastle ratepayer. I was a unionist from the ages of 18 to 66, holding the offices of union representative and local teachers association secretary and president in both the UK and Australia. I will present some of the issues and then reference the Newcastle Council postal management options. I hope to put things in some human perspective. The figures can make your head spin. I am vigorously opposing the extension of the mining lease. We should, at this stage of rolling climate crisis events around the world, at least have no new coal, and this is a huge amount of new coal. The figures on stage 3 emissions presented by Ms. Sandy Tickle of HVO on Thursday last are misleading. She's claiming that the 809 megatons CO2 emissions should be considered a spread over the carbon budget period of 50 years, from 2000 to 2050. But it is 2026, and the world has communally used up over half that budget. HVO was part of that carbon debt and extracted a huge amount of coal in those 26 years. If we accept Sandy's figures, but apply them from today, then the maths is easy. 1,000 of these mines would blow the carbon budget. That is a huge commitment to preserve 1,500 jobs for 20 years. The carbon will be in the atmosphere for centuries, long after the jobs are gone. The situation is worse than HVO portrays. The managers of HVO assert that countries overseas will somehow save 23% of emissions when burning the coal. I do not think that assertion is remotely credible. My father was a miner as a young man, underground driving pit ponies. His father was a miner, and two of my great-grandparents were miners, all in the north of England. I respect the history and tradition of miners. My father transitioned from mining 96 years ago. It is time to move on. We must support miners in the inevitable transition. I would like to, I would really like justice for miners. I will now briefly outline the measures proposed by Newcastle Council to deal with the loss of beaches in central Newcastle. Could I have page 6, please? At the same time that we are facing this real concern, in Europe there were 10,650 deaths from the heat event last month. And communities outside New South Wales are confronting threats. From the Barrier Reef in Queensland and essential snow-fed irrigation in Morocco. The situation is serious and urgent. We must have no new coal. The beaches threatened are well used and loved by the Newcastle community. Could I have page 3, please? When you see the cartoon people on page 3, in the summertime, people will gather for a picnic on sunset to watch the moonrise over the ocean. But not quite so romantic nowadays. The view of the beach is now often a view of where the beach used to be. Can I see page 4, please? That's a view of the beach now. The costings of various measures are from $23 million to $48 million. Surf clubs and councils around Australia are facing similar costs. I would like to respectfully invite the commissioners to have coffee in Newcastle and watch the ships coming in and out of the harbour. high in the water and then leaving very, very low in the water with an impossible amount of gravity in them. It puts the situation in human perspective. If we in Australia reject this extension, it will send a message around the world to overseas communities. We can have agencies, we can refuse new coal leases. Could I have page 19, please? That will give you a view of what has happened over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
I'll now call our next speaker, who is Professor Goodman. Mr. Goodman, if you could join us online.
Thank you very much. And many thanks for allowing me to present today. I'm speaking only solely in my own capacity. And I'm speaking from Gadigal lands of the Eora Nation, and it was never ceded. My contribution here is principally on the question of regional transitions. I've been working at the University of Technology Sydney for 3 decades, and the last 20 years working on regional level energy planning in India, Germany and Australia, largest national teams, co-authored books, Cambridge University Press and so on. And the research sites in Australia have included the Liverpool Plains and Hunter region and the Port Augusta, South Australia region. And I'm interested in the HVO expansion proposal. It's a very large coal mine, of course, and major implications for energy transition. So I want to talk a little bit about general issues in regional transitions, Hunter specifically, and then focus on Hunter diversification and revitalisation, particularly since 2005, and then the HVO planning assessment in the light of New South Wales coal policy, and end with the question of the missing transition and the need for a third option. I'd submit that the Commission has been put in a very difficult, rather invidious situation by HVO, and I suggest it needs to entertain a third option. So just in terms of regional transitions, what's vitally important is that players recognise the imperative for change. Assumptions have changed, and in fact that's recognised in New South Wales coal policy, as I'll come to in a minute. Democracy is critical, that nobody be left out, that it be multi-layered. There's a responsibility to act for stake bodies, communities, unions, corporates, and the centrality of anticipatory planning. This is the lesson from all the cases internationally, using foresight and collaboration to build on the strengths of regions to redefine their development pathway. And within this, of course, direct assistance, public assistance, and finally, diversification, as I'll come to in a minute for the Hunter, creating new development pathways. These are the key elements for regional transitions from the research. In the Hunter, there are strong indications that transition is well underway. There's union and community initiatives. There's Hunter Renewal from 2017, Hunter Jobs Alliance from 2020. There's state initiatives, which you'll be aware of, the Hunter Workforce Transition Group, Hunter Joint Organisation, the REZ, and so on. And there's clear corporate capacity. We have, including HVO, very large established mining corporations with very, very high profits, unprecedentedly high profits in recent years, of course, receiving large public subsidies, fuel subsidies, for instance, low taxation, only around 10% for royalties, and some have become, and now some have been using that capacity actively in terms of transition planning. I'm thinking of AGL and thinking of BHP. And there's lessons, of course, local lessons from past transitions to the BHP closure. So there's strengths there. The weakness, as it were, is in dependency. As in every case of regional transition, the key problem is coal dependency. In this case, specifically, not so much of the Hunter, which on the 2021 census had only about 9% of workers defined as mine workers in the workforce, but in the immediate vicinity. So Muswellbrook and Singleton, where you're looking at, according to the census, about 20% of the workforce in mine work. So high local dependence, and therefore which demonstrates the need, of course, from region level for forward planning, for anticipatory planning, and the opportunity for that as well. And we've seen some of those opportunities taken up, which is, I think, is a remarkable story. I'm sure will be written up in years to come by academics and so on, but it is right now happening as we speak. So the Hunter Regional Plan 2022, its objective one was diversify the Hunter's mining, energy and industrial capacity. The local jobs plan just earlier this year found labour shortages across the region, across many sectors. Labour shortages. That is. KPMG just this month announced Newcastle and Hunter as one of 12 enterprise cities shaping future growth in Australia, with employment growth faster than population growth, much faster than population growth, predicting another 34,000 jobs into 2030. A more diverse economy is already being created. And it mentioned, interestingly, mine closures, such as at Mount Arthur, as opportunities for economic transition. And this is interesting, a reframing of closure in terms of opportunity. I just repeat that, mine closures as opportunities for economic transition. And I'll come back to Mount Arthur in a minute. Just in the last 2 years, and this is really important, of course, because the HVO social impact assessment was completed 2 years ago. A year ago in August 25, ahead of myself. There have been a number of large-scale projects. You would have probably heard of these, the new train factory and many renewable energy projects, up to 100 are now on the books, 57 approved. And just this month, the government announced plans for industrial hub at the Mount Arthur site with 5,900 jobs. Green Steel announced a new steelworks to be opening in 2 years at the former BHP works in Mayfield, and this is, of course, relevant to this discussion 30 years after the closure. And more recently, in the Muswellbrook area, which is the immediate concern here, 40 business are said to have shown interest in basing operations there, data centres, manufacturing, recycling, renewable energy, parts and components, agribusiness. And this situation was described by the Muswellbrook mayor in the media as extraordinary. So revitalisation is well underway. The New South Wales coal policy looks to this. It announces what best described as a coal phase down in the context of anticipated falling demand in coal. They predict falling demand of 20 to 90% by 2050. And this, of course, reflects Treasury predictions, which are much higher, actually, 42% by decline by 2035. So that's the context, the decline in coal demand. That's the imperative. That's the new reality, if you like. And to answer this, the New South Wales government proposes a policy for diversification to lay the future for New South Wales' future economic diversification, recognising expected natural decline in global coal demand, and propose the Future Jobs Investment Authority. So New South Wales coal policy is in line with diversification, with regional transition in the context of the new reality, which is, of course, declining coal. I've come to if I have the time, I have come to the HVO planning assessment. It's a matter at hand, of course, which emphasises dependence of the sub-region, especially on coal mining, using industry figures, interesting enough, from coal services, which is borne out in the census as well. And interestingly, in its assessment says that mine workers recognise their skills are transferable. Now, this is very important. Just quoting, a large proportion of worker respondents, 82.6%, felt at least some confidence in finding work in the mining industry if they're not employed by HV operations. And interestingly, and obviously I disagree with this, because HVO mine an extension is consistent with the New South Wales coal industry policy. And as I've outlined, I really question that, because the New South Wales coal industry policy is actually a policy for coal phase down and diversification in the light of falling demand. So I very much question the conclusion that the planning assessment comes to, but also stress, of course, that there is recognition in there that skills are transferable. So I want to move now to thinking about transition and the possibilities, alternatives to the choice that's been put before the Commission. If we look to Mount Arthur, in 2023, the mine was extended to 2030 with a 5-year transition plan with BHP, state government, Net Zero Authority, so on, partnering. This is in direct contrast with what HVO has proposed, which is simply closure if there is no extension. Very concerned that HVO has failed to implement its own policies on transition. Glencore and Yancoal have policies for transition and so on, but have not implemented any of them. And in fact, it's now clear that they failed to implement the requirement, the condition that there be a mine exit strategy for HVO. And this was a condition of approval back in 2004, right the way through to 2025, not implemented, despite it being strengthened as a requirement, and then was quietly removed. This is very concerning that that the requirement for to look to the concerns of workers has been ignored. So finally, I'll just come to the proposal where I would suggest that there is a third option here for the Commission that is to allow to not permit the extension to go ahead, but to offer the opportunity to maintain employment and allow a transition through to 2030, continuing to mine at HVO South and processing coal at HVO North. This is an option that was entertained in the documents, but it's not detailed. So I would just strongly suggest that there is a third option on the table that available here if the Commission would wish to take it up. Instead of having to choose between wholesale closure of HVO against what is, of course, a massive expansion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. If we could just, some short questions. If you could address in detail the third option concept in your written material. But specifically, in relation to the previous condition number 63 from the earlier consent, in your experience, are you able to provide some observations as to what type of minimisation steps or positive actions the applicant could take to deal with adverse socioeconomic effects from the transition or closure of the mine, specific to this scenario?
Well, I think there are parallel cases nearby, of course, in Mount Arthur. I think you could take some of the lessons from there and implement them in the run-up to 2030 closure in this case. And those kinds of measures are basically at two levels. One is, of course, is a very individually tailored support for workers to find re-employment, to retrain, to redeploy, and so on. That meets very much focused on their needs. I think that was one of the lessons of other transitions. I think of Blue Scope actually done in the Illawarra. So that's the first point. And the second point is engagement of the wider community. And so it's not simply focused on the immediate workforce, but actually on the future workforce and engagement of the wider community in opening up new possibilities for structural change. And that of course, it involves collaboration, working very closely with state government and local government and community groups such as the 100 Jobs Alliance and so on. And this does work. These sort of tripartite social partnerships have worked in other contexts that I've studied, for instance, in Germany and actually in India, interestingly enough, where state governments have taken a lead role in enabling these kinds of partnerships to help open up new options for the region. So it's about the workers in the first instance, but it also has to be about the future workforce. And I think for the company it needs to be proactive in this respect. It needs to show good faith, and I am concerned, as I said, that despite its own commitments, these two companies have their own commitments to looking after their workforce in terms of transitions. And despite a requirement in the previous approvals that it has failed, and I think that's documented, has failed to actually make any progress on this, and is Actually, most concerningly, I think just last year that requirement for exit strategy was quietly removed.
Right, no, thank you.
Good faith is important. That's what I'm saying.
I had two further questions, and you foreshadowed them and answered them both. So, can I, if you are doing a written paper, I would be grateful if you could address the previous condition 63, which only required an investigation, but if there was to be specific positive acts based on your previous experience, what would that look like in terms of?
I think the terminology was to investigate the minimisation. So yes, right. It does suggest some actions required as well. But anyway, yes.
Grateful for your evidence, Professor. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, we'll call our next speaker, who is Helen Georgopoulos. If you could join us online, thank you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Sorry, it's very quiet. Are you able to turn up the volume at your end?
I have just turned it up full. Can you hear me?
Crystal clear, thank you. If you could now proceed.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Helen Georgopoulos. I'm the Director of Policy and Public Affairs for the Hunter Thoroughbred Breeders Association. In the next 10 minutes, I will try to do justice to over 200 years of history and over 2 decades of trying to protect our industry from incompatible developments such as open-cut coal mines. The Hunter's thoroughbred breeding industry is the oldest and largest agricultural industry in the Upper Hunter. We represent the second largest concentration of studs in the world outside of Kentucky in the USA. We are one of 3 internationally renowned centres of thoroughbred breeding excellence in the world. We are Australia's largest producers, suppliers, exporters of premium thoroughbreds. 1 of 2 horses born in Australia every year are born in the Hunter Valley. 80 to 90% of thoroughbreds exported or sold at auctions every year are born or bred in the Hunter Valley. We are Australia's horse capital. We are the fabric of regional communities in the Hunter and throughout New South Wales. We are a critical pillar of the the Hunter Valley's regional economy, its economic diversity and resilience, and its future growth and prosperity. Our contribution to national, state and regional economies is significant. 5 billion, 2.6 billion, and over $500 million annually, respectively. We are a significant employer. Nearly 6,000 jobs in the Hunter, 53,000 jobs in breeding and racing across New South Wales, over 230,000 jobs nationwide directly and through our value chain. We have a proud, uninterrupted history in the Hunter spanning over 200 years. We are recognised by the New South Wales Government as an internationally, nationally and state significant industry. Slide 2, please. The New South Wales Government has mapped our equine critical industry cluster, legislated and protected it from coal seam gas mining, protected it from certain open cut coal mining, and promised heightened protections from coal mining and incompatible land uses. Our 2 largest operators, Coolmore and Godolphin, are not only Australia's leaders, but world leaders in thoroughbred breeding and racing. They are the epicentre of Australia's thoroughbred breeding operations. In terms of their economic value, their performance in the sales ring and on the race course, these 2 studs alone are larger than thoroughbred breeding operations in all states of Australia combined. They are the closest studs neighbouring HVO. They are not just 2 horse farms or niche agricultural enterprises as described by the department and proponent in their reports. They are the central players of our entire industry, as previous planning assessment commissions have found. They are the leaders investors follow. They are why we are world renowned as a successful thoroughbred breeding region and nation. Why other breeders and broodmare farms and support industries remain clustered in the Upper Hunter, and why investors are attracted to the Hunter Valley. The impacts on their operations and our equine critical industry cluster have been disregarded by both the department and the proponent. Our industry's voices have been ignored in the assessments you have before you, not only from the environmental assessments, but also from the economic and social impact assessments. As you heard earlier, our industry, our business model, our investment prospects are premised on a clean, green and serene operating environment, where no detail is left to chance to produce the champion equine athletes that we are famous for. When compared to our sister industries across the world, including Kentucky and Newmarket, we are the only industry that is not protected from incompatible development. Our industry has played and continues to play a significant role in the development of this state and our region, economically, historically, reputationally, and culturally. We are the feeder industry to Australia's second largest sport, rugby league. We are with the right protections in place, we have the ability to grow, attract more investment, diversify, create more sustainable long-term jobs, business opportunities, and economic growth into the future. All activities that we have been thwarted from pursuing and investments that we have lost because of the need to protect what we have from mining encroachment over the past 2 decades. As far back as 2010, previous PACs have recognised how vulnerable our industry is to coal mining and how the two industries are incompatible land uses, particularly in close proximity. In 2010, the Beacon PAC found the thoroughbred breeding industry in the Upper Hunter is a very significant contributor to regional, state and national economies and a major source of employment. The structure of the industry makes it particularly vulnerable to threats based on image, and coal mining in the Upper Hunter Valley is strongly identified as such a threat. The available evidence supports the view that open-cut coal mining and a viable international scale thoroughbred breeding enterprise are incompatible land uses. In the case of Drayton South open-cut coal mine between 2013 and 2017, 4 PACs and the advice of 2 gateway panels and numerous experts engaged by those PACs rejected this proposal and concluded that the Coolmore and Woodlands horse studs should be recognised as essential to the broader equine critical industry cluster and given the highest levels of protection from the impacts of mining. And importantly, the importance of the equine critical industry cluster, its sensitivity to intensive development and the landscape character of its central operators, including Coolmore and Woodland studs, need to be acknowledged with the development and enforcement of appropriate buffers, exclusionary zones and preservation measures to safeguard this important industry. Drayton South was 1 kilometre away from our studs. HVO proposals are now just over 3. Regardless of the small difference in distance, the impact of the HVO proposals on our environment, our operations, our people, our reputation and our investment attractiveness are now unacceptably close. You have already heard much on the detrimental environmental impacts these proposals will have on current and future generations, including greenhouse gas emissions, air, water, social intergenerational. We concur with those conclusions. Our industry, our employees, and many of whom live, work and raise their children on our farms will be directly impacted by the HVO expansion and extension. Those impacts do not rate a mention in either the proponents or the department's assessments. The assessments assume more of the same, but for a longer period of time. Business as usual. This expansion and extension of HVO's operations is not business as usual. Air quality, water quality and security, noise, blasting, visual impacts are all critical impacts on our industry's operating environment, our ability to attract investment, the health and well-being of the communities on farm, the safety of our employees and the health and well-being of our valuable bloodstock. Our horse studs are international scale operations. These farms are the cradle of the thoroughbred breeding industry. They are maternity wards where valuable mares produce valuable foals. They are boarding farms where pregnant mares are kept and young horses are born, raised and trained. They are places where whole communities live, work and raise their children. They are tourism destinations in their own right, and they are sites where clients and future investors come to inspect valuable bloodstock and make serious investment decisions. They are places of historical heritage and state significance which previous pacts and governments have agreed should be protected. The Coolmore Stud Farm, for example, was first settled in 1824 and has a continuous history of thoroughbred breeding since then. The farm today comprises almost 10,000 acres located on strategic agricultural land, including over 5,000 acres of irrigated farm flats, undulating paddocks, pastures, and they are amongst the highest in Australia. Coolmore directly employs up to 150 people, of whom 92, or nearly 2/3, reside on the farm in 60 residences. I'd like to very quickly speak about environmental impacts, and with your permission, I'd like to just ask for another minute or two to finish my presentation.
If you could just make your concluding remarks, we'd be grateful.
Okay, well, can I just go to slide 2, please? Obviously, this project will have significant prolonged and worsening air quality impacts on our environment and on an airshed that is unacceptable. It will have unacceptable noise impacts on the communities that live on the farm, operate on the farm, valuable bloodstock, and on the perceptions of investment decisions. Having blasting nearby nearly 3 times a day and 7 days a week is an impossible situation for our studs and an impossible working environment, and it's totally unacceptable. Those visual impacts that you see are in front of you is a map of what the current visual impacts into HVO from Coolmore are at the moment, which is to the left. And on the right side is what the new proposals will show you. Those red marks will all be seen now, and in the future under this proposal, if it's approved, as you can see, they won't be seen. Sorry, they're not seen now. I just wanted to say very quickly that all the regional plans, and I concur with what Professor Goodman has said, really have been skated over in terms of the need to have balance and certainty for the community and addressing the concerns and supporting diversification. The Hunter regional plans talk about protecting agricultural lands, and protecting our industry and our cluster is identified as a regional priority, as is the ability to grow tourism by integrating it with our industry. The Harper Hunter land use policy I'll cover in our submission, but that talked about the significance of our industry and the need to protect it.
All right, thank you. Now, we've got a copy of both your written submissions, and we're hearing 3 further submissions from the Thoroughbred Breeders Association. Is there a point that you wanted to make orally that you haven't addressed in your written submission?
Very quickly, that this proposal, we obviously object to it. It's not about business as usual. It's about exceedances, and exceedances that are unacceptable to our industry. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
I will pass on to my colleague.
Sorry, we're moving to our next speaker, who is Sue Higginson. Ms. Higginson, are you online?
I certainly am. Good morning.
Excellent, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and Dr. Smith. I commence by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are all tuning in from, and I pay my respects to Elders past and present. I'm Sue Higginson. In the very short time I have with you, I will briefly address climate, environment and planning law and how that applies here and now. I'm an environmental lawyer and I've specialised in public interest environmental law for decades. I'm the former Principal Solicitor and CEO of the Environmental Defenders Office. I have owned and operated my own environmental legal practice, and I've taught environment and planning law and policy in universities across New South Wales. I've worked with communities extensively across just about every hectare of New South Wales in some way or another, including in relation to some of the state's largest coal and gas projects. But I'm currently an MP in the New South Wales Legislative Council. I'm chair of the Legislative Council's Portfolio Committee on Planning and Environment, which includes climate change and energy. And I'm a member of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Net Zero Future, which was established on 20 June 2024 to inquire into and report on Net Zero Future. The Climate Change Net Zero Futures Act is central to any decision made here. It was passed by the New South Wales Parliament in 2023. It was the subject of a parliamentary inquiry which I chaired. We heard from some of the best experts from around the state and the country whose evidence helped shape the climate laws of the land under which we are all now subject. The Climate Change Act must be understood in its full legal context. It doesn't simply provide legislated emissions reduction targets as abstract numbers to touch on in a report. It provides an enforceable schema. It provides that by 30 June 2030, New South Wales is to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% from net greenhouse gas emissions in 2005. And by 30 June 2035, by at least 70%. And by 30 June 2050 to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions in New South Wales to zero. Pertinently, Section 11 legally binds the Premier and Minister to net zero. Within the schema is a ratchet mechanism, which is to be understood as the legislature's intended expression that the targets are to be interpreted genuinely as a floor and not a ceiling. The legislature gave power to the Net Zero Commission to review and advise on coal and gas projects, and I understand that you, the Commission, have invited the Net Zero Commission to discuss this coal project with you, referring specifically to that power, and they have accepted. The Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Net Zero held an inquiry into the inaugural annual report of the Net Zero Commission, and we published a report on 28 March 2025, which made three significant findings, one of which was that there is considerable uncertainty regarding whether emissions targets can be achieved, particularly the 2030 and 2035 interim targets, given what the Net Zero Commission describes as a sizable pipeline of new coal expansions currently assessed by the New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. The project under consideration by you right now is one of those projects in the pipeline and is the biggest and most offensive in terms of its climate pollution emissions. In December 2025, the Net Zero Commission published the landmark Coal Mining Emissions Spotlight Report and found and warned that ongoing coal mine expansions are fundamentally incompatible with the state's legislated emissions targets and Paris Agreement goals. This has been interpreted as it ought to be that essentially our state's own independent statutory net zero body called for an end to new coal approvals to keep climate commitments within reach. Notwithstanding this clear independent expert view, the executive of the government, New South Wales, released their coal policy suggesting that it is possible for some coal mine expansions projects to still be considered. This proposition is dubious and questioned by legal experts. Conveniently for your commission and your determination, the Australian Climate Accountability Project commissioned what are referred to by the planning and environment lawyers as the Baston Reports, a series of legal analyses authored by former Justice of the Supreme Court, the Honourable John Baston, KC, and they examine the legality of greenhouse gas emissions assessments and coal mining approvals in New South Wales under domestic and international law. The analyses establish that the New South Wales Government, and by extension the Independent Planning Commission, cannot approve new or expanded coal mines in compliance with domestic environmental assessment laws and international obligations. The initial Baston assessment from March this year examined how New South Wales government agencies assess the greenhouse gas emissions impacts of new coal mine proposals, concluding that approving them violates environmental and legal duties. Baston's supplementary report in May this year addressed the New South Wales Coal Industry 2650 policy statement, suggesting the invalidity validity of the stated position that coal expansions can somehow be justified. As you are aware, your legal evaluation process is set out in section 4.15 of the EPA Act. Essentially, that section provides you with the trunks of the matters for consideration, and I see the Baston reports provides comprehensively the branches of which should be taken into account as a number of mandatory relevant legal considerations. And then, of course, it is your job to undertake the process of evaluation and at all times, most fundamentally, remain subject of and under the environmental rule of law, because no decision can be outside of the law and no decision maker is above the rule of law. It is my submission that the current intersection of the climate, environment and planning law framework as posited does not provide the basis to approve the coal mine project before you. I also think that it's highly likely that if this mining development is approved, it will be subject to legal challenge in the courts. And as someone who has had carriage of these sorts of cases, I genuinely hope that situation is not borne out. The burden of responsibility on those who ordinarily bring these challenges is carried by those who can least afford it, emotionally and financially. There are a number of factors and fictions that seek to wedge your decision. Some of these are very important. The socioeconomic factors at play are real and they are headlines. The coal industry once played king of the political economy here in New South Wales, as it once did in other parts of the world. It has a responsibility to look after the workers and families that have served them, and this mining giant is no exception. It should get on with that job and that responsibility. I've made a very cursory submission today in my professional capacity as a lawyer and legislator who has worked at the intersection of law and science with so many wonderful communities and brilliant hardworking experts under the environmental rule of law in pursuit of environmental and social justice right here in New South Wales for decades. But today, what is also bursting from within me is a desire to share my lived experience. I'm from Lismore. It's where I've grown up, it's where my children grew up, and it's where my grandchildren are growing up. It's where my husband, as a farmer, produces food while restoring biodiversity. In 2022, I experienced precipitation along with my community like I could never have imagined possible. I'd read about it in climate science reports. I'd heard the former chief scientist, Penny Sackett, talk about it. I'd read about it in IPCC reports. It was not rain. It was a river that burst from the sky. It was a rain bomb. It was frightening. And I am no soft touch. I've lived in the wilds, in the margins, exchanged in extremes, but friends, it was none of that. It was without any doubt the front line of the climate chaos upon us. We risked our lives to rescue each other. We lost lives, we lost homes, we lost jobs, crops, we lost our identity and we lost our future. Those of us who remain as a community in Lismore are trying to rebuild, but we haven't recovered, and the truth is we never will. Our landscapes are permanently disfigured, our riverbanks scoured, and invasive species have taken over. We didn't just lose our jobs and our livelihoods, many of our young people left. My deeply clever youngest daughter was in turmoil to tell me she had to leave. The trauma of staying was too hard for now. The Northern Rivers alone is sitting at some $6.9 billion of socioeconomic costs from our climate-fuelled recent disasters, and most of that was born out of the 2022 floods. There is no contest that this project will cause our climate to continue to change. It is time to stop trying to contort our sensible, legal emissions reductions obligations in ways that are offensive to science, law, economics, and our humanity. I ask the Commission to do what is legal, accountable, and right, and refuse this project. If there is any contemplation of approving this development, it cannot be at the scope, scale, and length of time that the miner is currently asking for. I thank you for your time.
Ms. Higgins, we're grateful for your presentation. Can I just engage with you on obviously one pertinent point in terms of the statutory basis for making the decision? So obviously the Commission is exercising its administrative functions to make a discretionary decision pursuant to the Act. To the extent that you make a submission that there would be no basis to do so, you're not suggesting, are you, that they're obviously not exercising a power? Is there a particular discretionary point that you say they wouldn't have a basis to make a decision?
I urge the Commission to read in forensic detail the Baston report, particularly the first Baston assessment report. He goes to great lengths to really put together the legal schema that we have now found ourselves within. I think we have passed the times where the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act and Section 4.15 is the only legal power for which a decision maker who has the very unenviable task of making a legally sound decision within the framework which we has been now posited by the legislature. But you are absolutely right. Clearly, there is a power and a discretionary decision to be made. But of course, as my submission at its very heart is, all discretionary decisions are bound by the rule of environmental law in this particular instance. And that is precisely where my submission goes to.
Yes. No, thank you. We have both that and we have the supplementary report and the detail that it goes into. All right, thank you. No, we're grateful for those observations.
Thank you for your time.
Can we now call, we understand Belinda Sack is able to join us?
Good morning.
Yes, we can hear and see you clear. Thank you. If you could please proceed.
I'm Belinda Sack. I'm Special Counsel at Beattie Hughes and Associates. I've been engaged by the HTBA to address legal issues. Now just go to slide 2, please. You have before you 2 development applications for 2 projects, each of which needs to be assessed separately on its merits. Your responsibility under the EP&A Act is to determine whether the development, the subject of the application before you, should be approved with conditions or refused. It must be available to you to approve one, both, or none. Where the department has provided a combined assessment of both proposals, this is of little utility. Similarly, where it suggests that concessions made in one project can be used to justify the other, it is legally incorrect. The references in the assessment materials to the approved projects is distracting and apt to mislead. These are not modification applications, and nor is there continuing mining development to be surrendered. Production of coal at HVO North must cease in December this year. Whilst extraction at HVO South is permitted until March 2030, lawful operations rely on coal processing and handling made permissible under the 2004 HVO North consent. A mishmash of comparisons has been used to assess the significance of likely impacts. Impacts on terrestrial GDEs have been assessed by reference to what could have been the case had approvals been obtained for much larger mining proposals. Impacts on Steiger-Faulkner are assessed by reference to what might have occurred had mining under a prior consent proceeded as proposed, noting that the impacts on Steiger-Faulkner is acknowledged to be high. It is unclear whether drawdown impacts are incremental by comparison to what had been predicted in assessment materials for a prior consent, or incremental by reference to current physical conditions. Air quality impacts are dismissed because the airshed already experiences cumulative exceedances. Noise impacts are dismissed because the Jerry Plains community and the equine community critical industry cluster is incorrectly considered to be a mining precinct. These comparisons are unhelpful and are apt to distract you from your statutory obligation to consider the significant likely impacts of the 2 developments proposed. The lived experience of operations taking place is relevant to assessing the credibility of the proponent's impact assessments, but it should not be used to assert that those impacts are acceptable. The 2 applications seek consent for significantly larger scale operations than what has historically occurred. ROM coal production at HVO North in the last 5 years has been 4.5, 4.4, 6.7, 8.5 and 9.6 million tonnes respectively. Approval is sought for 20 million tonnes per annum. Annual production at HVO South in the same period has ranged between 6.4 and 9.9 million tonnes ROM coal, 13 million tonnes per annum is proposed. To the extent that any activities are approved to occur on HVO North after December this year, those approved activities are confined to rehabilitation and agriculture. For the purposes of the mining set, the preferred and future land use of the HVO North site is agriculture. Deferral of these rehabilitation obligations is an economic benefit of HVO. You have not been provided with relevant information. In December 2025, the Federal Independent Expert Scientific Committee issued its report on the water impacts of the proposals. This report and any response to it is missing from the materials before you and should be considered. Go to slide 3, please. The HVO North project boundary is approximately 3 kilometres from the mapped equine critical industry cluster and the Coolmore Stud. The proposed operations at both mines will progress towards the Jerry Plains Township and Coolmore. As mentioned by the previous speaker, the department's and the proponent's assessment ignores the importance of the thoroughbred breeding industry to local, regional and state economies and its high sensitivity to the impacts of open cut mining. The HTBA, its members, and also operators in the tourism and viticulture industries are working towards a long-term sustainable future for residents in the Hunter Valley, long after coal mining has ceased. Consideration of the economic benefits of such a future must also form part of the Commission's assessment within the context of intergenerational equity. The HVO North side alone has a disturbance area larger than Sydney Harbour, as you can see from the image in front of you. And the proposed operations on both sites include, on average, 200 trucks or dozers operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 20 years. Close to half of the land to be disturbed is either land which has been revegetated or has never been disturbed. Both the HVO North and HVO South operations will cause unreasonable and excessive noise impacts, including on the Jerry Plains community and Coolmore and the mapped ECIC. HVO said that the only way that it can reduce the noise is to suspend operations. Blasting, light pollution and visual impacts on the thoroughbred breeding industry, recognised by previous commissions, has either not been assessed or its impacts dismissed out of hand. The vast size of the disturbance area, intensity of operations and length of travel for trucks makes HVO a significant contributor to adverse air quality impacts, as well as a high diesel and water consumer. Coolmore Stud, their horses and their resident staff is a particularly sensitive receptor, as is the Jerry Plains Township and Public School. The operations proposed bring Coolmore residences into the growing list of impacted receivers. The cumulative impacts will be long-lasting. 2 closest adjoining mines, United Wombo and Ravensworth, both also Glencore owned, will operate until 2042 and 2039 respectively. And Maxwell Underground, which is directly to the north of HVO, with its 400 employees, commenced operations in January this year. The draft conditions proposed are unworkable, unenforceable, and in any event will not make the operations compliant with minimum health and safety, health and amenity standards. The proponent has said that it's not feasible to reduce operations to comply with applicable noise and air criteria. Additionally, emissions reduction initiatives are unlikely to be feasible at these mines, noting that there is a risk that fugitive emissions have been significantly underestimated. The 2 proposals involve remining pits to simultaneously access multiple coal seams by removing and rearranging huge volumes of overburden and waste rock. The ratio of overburden to coal is in the order of 10 to 1. Other mines in the Hunter are more in the order of 3 or 4 to 1, meaning high environmental impacts and operating costs, including up to 200 million litres of diesel per annum with its associated emissions, all of this subsidised by a Commonwealth fuel rebate of around $100 million per annum. The complexity and dynamic nature of the surface activities provide limited opportunities to electrify the fleet and make gas drainage difficult. The mining panel has said that at these particular mines, the only way to meaningfully reduce emissions is to mine less coal. Putting aside the implications of the extraction of 429 million tonnes of coal on the global carbon budget, It is clear that approval of these mines will come at the expense of the state's net zero mandate, future mine approvals, and the future of availability of offsets for other critical industries. The applications before you are for two vast, particularly dusty, noisy and inefficient mines that the proponent says cannot be operated feasibly in a way that provides acceptable amenity and that have no reasonable prospect of meeting the EPA's emission reduction objectives. Moving to slide 4. The substantial contribution of these proposed mines to climate change impacts, the state's capacity to achieve net zero, and their significant adverse impacts on GDEs has been addressed in detail by others. The mines will also have profound and irreversible legacy impacts on future water availability and the landscape. There is a risk of irreversible damage and scientific uncertainty. The IEC and the experts that you heard from last week have significant concerns about the impacts of mining in the alluvium on terrestrial GDEs and stygofauna. The final landform proposed includes 3 hypersaline voids up to 150 metres below sea level with a total area of 1,600 hectares. The voids will act as regional evaporative sinks and have a perpetual groundwater intake post-closure of 1,500 million litres each year in perpetuity. The salinity levels of the Carrington void, which is adjacent to the Carrington Billabong, will be on average twice as salty as seawater. Mining in HVO North has historically occurred in the eastern arm of the Paleo Channel, already causing drawdown impacts despite the installed low permeability barrier wall. New mining is now proposed in the western arm of that Paleo Channel, and it is hoped that another wall of yet to be determined composition, location and dimensions will protect the alluvium perpetuity. Mining is also planned in the alluvium adjoining the southern side of Hunter River. The IESC has also suggested that the long-term risk posed by the failure of the post-mining levee banks and the catastrophic capture of the main Hunter River channel in the final voids is yet to be considered. The public interest is a mandatory consideration. The Commission could not be reasonably satisfied that these projects are in the public interest, and accordingly, both of these applications should be refused.
Thank you, Ms. Sack. All right, our next speaker is Clinton North.
Thank you. My name is Clinton North from KCE, and I'm a worker in the Singleton area. And I'm asking the panel to approve the HVO project and speaking in support of that approval. First, I'd like to thank the panel for the opportunity to speak. Today, I'm going to cover the positive culture that I've experienced with HVO, Glencore, and Yancoal over the 20 years I've worked in the Singleton area. Secondly, I'd like to speak to my view on the wider Hunter economy and its transition post-coal and the essential role that HVO plays. We are a civil construction company with offices in Singleton, Newcastle, and Tamworth. I've had the pleasure of working in the Singleton area for HVO, Glencore for over 20 years. Through that time, I've witnessed HVO and Glencore's commitment to workers, the environment, the local community, including companies and contractors like us. Through levels of HVO, I've seen a culture that is more than just words. I've seen environmental managers walk sites during floods. I've seen HVO managers at all levels that generally care about everyone that the site comes in contact with. Contractors, delivery drivers, road users, to and from the mine site and local communities that we travel from. I've seen superintendents give their time at local schools and charities, not for PR, but just because they generally care of the communities of which they are a part. For me, this culture runs deeper than the words in the submission. I've been fortunate to see the transition under Glencore Yancoal management, and I've seen that with the HVO JV, numerous projects to improve environmental outcomes, new water control structures, sealing of haul roads to reduce dust, revegetation of rehabbed land, and installation equipment to reduce both sound and dust. I've seen HVO invest in good outcomes for the environment, the area and the community, and for that reason I consider HVO as the right mine in the right location. I've spoken to HVO's culture, now I want to turn to the broader economic picture. We have a workforce of 700 people that come to work each day to support their families. We, like many businesses, rely on many industries for work, yes mining, but also industrial, residential, property development, council road work, defence and horse studs. All our clients are important to us. What I've seen during our work is that currently mining is the foundation that the economy stands on. The industrial subdivisions we build are populated by businesses that rely directly and indirectly on mining. The residential subdivisions have homes that are built by families that rely directly and indirectly on mining, and the roads we build for councils are funded by coal mining. Over the 20 years that I've worked in Singleton, we have constructed industrial subdivisions at Muswellbrook, Singleton, Mount Thorley, Rutherford, Beresfield and Mayfield, and these are our economy's heart. As part of my submission, I'll include a list of the businesses in these estates and the reliance that they have on coal mining. But for now, the percentages are as follows. Muswellbrook, 90%, Singleton, 70%, Mount Thorley, 100%, Rutherford, 60%, Beresfield, 70%, and Mayfield, 40%. This is obviously a massive percentage that I hope you can consider the economic impact to these businesses if HVO is not approved. From my experience, I know we cannot take economic success for granted. I moved to the Hunt when I was 18 years old from a farming community where I grew up in had a youth unemployment of 37.9%. My Year 12 class, 2/3 were forced to move away. I've seen a correlation between the closure of BHP, steel in 99, and the impact that could follow if HVO is not approved. Newcastle now is a growing city, but it wasn't when I moved here in 2000. Newcastle was not a strong economy. The inner city CBD was empty, unsafe, and the investment was rare. When my class finished uni in 2004, the majority of our class had to move to Sydney for employment. Now, 20 years on, Newcastle and Huntersville today is very different, but I want to highlight that the changes in Newcastle is due to the prosperity that coal brought through the coal boom in the mid-2000s and the mid-10s. Without coal, that transition would not have been successful, and what I saw in the early 2000s would have remained much longer and much worse. Unfortunately now, there is no mining boom alternative to support our economy for the next transition. While renewables are important, they are not a replacement for the jobs and industry that HVO supports. That is why we need HVO and we need time to transition. We are transitioning. In the last few years, we've seen mines, Glendale, Drayton, Muswellbrook, Integra, Beltana, all closed, and now Ashton stage closure and the planned closure of Mount Arthur and Mangorda in 2030 and the Bayswood Power Station. The industry is ramping down. And there is optimism. It was great to hear Jeff Drayton talk of the rezoning of Mount Arthur last week, but from my experience with industrial subdivisions, rezonings only start. It takes 20 to 30 years for industries to develop and grow to the point they could come close to supporting the local community that HVO does. Now, 30 years on, the BHP steel land, we're only hearing that developments of steel mills and container terminals. It takes time to transition, and we need HVO to support our community. The Newcastle economy is currently strong but is vulnerable. Over the past 5 years, our local economy has been pumped up by $6.3 billion in government-funded major infrastructure projects that are all coming to a close in the next 6 months. My question is, who is ready to fill that void and keep our economy going? And the answer is HVO. For our region, our state, our country needs HVO. Thank you for the time to speak in support of this project.
Thank you. I call our next speaker, who is Marg McLean.
Yes, hello. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Marg McLean. I've lived in the Hunter region for over 30 years and participated as a community representative on several consultative committees, including the development of the Hunter Regulated River Water Sharing Plan, Hunter Vegetation Committee, Glenys Creek Catchment Management Committee, and others. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute today. It certainly seems to be a pivotal moment. I hope that, although your task to determine the best way forward remains difficult, you're not experiencing it as overwhelming. In this time of transition, the point where incremental change gives way to reaching the threshold of radical change, it is almost necessarily confronting and challenging for us mere mortals, but we can take heart from the social and governance structures that we've created. We have now clarity on what the public interest extends to, what the fabric that we can weave looks like. The guiding principles of the Climate Change Net Zero Futures Act 2023 and the recent publication of the Net Zero Commission on the Economic Impacts of Climate Change are the weft of the public interest fabric. The warp is the New South Wales Government Coal Industry 2026-50 policy document. And the dynamic or weaving shuttle is the recently acknowledged legal obligations under recent court decisions, including even the International Court of Justice. It is in the public interest to recognise our responsibility, the accountability for the consequences of decisions or lack of decisions in failing to curb greenhouse gas emissions and consequently causing the warming of our atmosphere. The New South Wales Climate Change Act 2023 does this. In Section 8 of that Act, Principles 5 and 6 particularly describe the public interest. 5 does it from the reference point of the right of the individual to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, while 6 provides a broader, more systemic perspective. Principle 6 refers us to the definition of ecologically sustainable development in the Protection of the Environment Administration Act 1991. The ESD principles defined in that Act can comprehensively deepen our appreciation of that which constitutes the public interest. As we work to implement the principles, we will be developing the social and economic relationships necessary for a sustainable future. The New South Wales Government Coal Industry Policy document, on the contrary, has simply kicked the old can along the road and pretends that there is no need for urgent change. From the point of view of global heating, we need to stop mining and burning coal as soon as possible. For the greatest chance of a safer climate, it simply is not good enough to tilt at windmills of greenhouse gas emission reduction, so-called offsetting schemes put forward, such as the Commonwealth Safeguard Mechanism, which only safeguards the paradigm of business as usual at any cost. The DECWA assessment report at paragraph 125 appears to resolve the core issue of the task before you, the IPC, as the consent authority, by making the unqualified statement that the government coal policy document identifies that approvals for extensions to existing mining operations can be allowed where it can be demonstrated that the emissions requirements can be met and environmental impacts of the project can be managed. But greenhouse gas emission reduction targets have not been demonstrated as being able to be met in this HVO project, and the environmental impacts of the project have certainly not been demonstrated as being managed. In fact, taking the information from the presentation by Dr. Penny Sackett, we will be getting one step closer to the tipping points of ecosystem collapse by approving this HVO continuation project. The demonstration of management of environmental impacts needs to be that they are managed in the public interest. I do not believe, cannot understand, nor see that it's possible to acceptably manage, under the guiding principles of the Climate Change Act, the environmental impact of adding over 800 million tonnes of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. The assessment report seems to have a basic premise that coal mining and jobs are the public interest, when they actually are only a relationship that is part of a much bigger whole. I object to the HVO continuation project because it exacerbates climate change. Approval would be going the wrong way. We need to be reducing emissions now, not continuing to increase them. If the IPC takes to heart a fulsome consideration in the public interest of the HVO proposal, which I contend you must do, I submit that you have the substantive material before you to reject the proposal. There are references and more points of note regarding ESD principles and the fabric of public interest in my written submission that I will lodge by the due date. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Mark Lancaster. I call Mr. Lancaster. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. We can see you. If you could announce your name, please, and then provide your evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark Lancaster. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. And so can.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Lancaster, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Lancaster Motor Group, a family-owned business that has called Singleton and Hunter Valley home since 1918. I want to start with a bit of history because I think that matters. Our business began when a 27-year-old Harold Lancaster, my great uncle, started out repairing milking machinery in Singleton. Within a year, his brother Dick, my great-grandfather, returned home from World War I and joined him together selling Fords, Maxwell and Studebaker vehicles. Today, a century later, the Lancaster Motor Group is still family-owned and operated, and is the oldest family-owned car dealership running in Australia. Now run by myself and my brother James, both fourth-generation car dealers. We have dealership sites in Singleton, we have a dealership site in Muswellbrook. We employ 47 local people in Singleton, and we employ 31 local residents in the Muswellbrook operation. I'm here today to speak in support of the HVO mining continuation. Our business doesn't have a direct relationship with HVO, Yancoal or Glencore. that sells and services utes, commercial vehicles that HVO employees and contractors rely on to get to site to do their jobs every day. Our business supports local tradies, transport operators, service companies who depend on a stable mining sector to keep their business viable and who in turn buy vehicles from us, finance through us, and bring their vehicles back in for servicing for years afterwards. When mining families have confidence in their future, they in turn invest in the town. They buy homes, they buy cars, they spend locally. That confidence doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from certainty, and certainty comes from projects like this being approved. Our dealership serves customers right across the Upper Valley, and in first hand, we know how tightly these communities are connected. Mining is the core of this community, and a slow up in the mining sector, like the HVO project not being approved, flows through to every business, all our main streets, including ours. We're not asking for anything new or unusual. We're asking for the continuation of an operation that's coexisted with the community for generations, and that remains one of the single biggest supporters of jobs, apprentices, and local spending in the Upper Hunter. Lancaster Motor Group has weathered floods, fires, economic ups and downs for more than 100 years in this town. Because of this community, we've always found a way to keep moving forward. Approving the HVO mining continuation gives businesses like ours and thousands of other families connected to this industry certainty in doing exactly that. I'd like to thank you for your time and allowing me to speak in support of this project today.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. We're now going to move to our next speaker, who is Julie Gilfarnan. Yes, we can see you now, Ms. Gilfarnan. If you could now state your full name and provide your evidence.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep. My name is Julie Gilfarnan, and my place is on the pristine Upper Dewar River, an hour south of Braidwood, New South Wales. Our dry sclerophyll forests are on steep country with high ridges. What could I have to say about a coal mine a day's drive away? I'm here because I understand that the use of fossil fuels is a significant cause of climate change. The argument that thus I wish to object strongly to the expansions of the coal mines that HVO is seeking approval for. The argument that most of the coal will not be burnt in Australia, the Scope 3 emissions, is a bit thin when you understand that the atmosphere around our planet acts like a blanket, keeping some of the sun's warmth within and allowing surface temperatures on the Earth to be life-promoting. Once we started burning fossil fuels and cleared more and more of our forests, greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide have been gradually causing this atmospheric blanket to thicken and trap the greenhouse gases, which re-radiate the sun's heat under the blanket and are thus warming up the whole planet. The more we use these fossil fuels, wherever they are on the Earth, the more they heat the atmosphere. Now, I wanted to give an example of the Black Summer bushfires of 2019-2020, which directly affected me and my family. Between the southern tablelands and the coast are rugged ranges, and not far inland from Batemans Bay, about midway down the coast, a lightning strike in late November 2019 started a fire deep in the forest. This was the Currawong fire. It developed into a fire that would not be stopped. It spread south and north. It spread inland into the sea. We're not very far from Currawong and watched the smoke from these fires from November through December, then January. It was hard yakka preparing for the fires, staring up beyond the ridges to see where the smoke was coming from. Our first sight of flames was the 23rd of January 2020. The fire slipped over the ridge to our north, worked downwards and sped eastwards, crossed the dry riverbed and was held just below the olive groves. 3 days later, the Bureau of Meteorology warned of yet another bad day from midday, hot, over 40 degrees and strong winds. The fire roared up the gully between the groves and headed towards the house. From our Triple O call, 2 helicopters came dropping water, returning and returning, and later the fire trucks arrived and we and the house and the sheds survived. In early February, only about 10 days later, up the river, were hit with the convergence of an inferno. The rains came at last on the 8th of February. You don't realise while you're in it what a tense time it all is. Afterwards, a terrible malaise hit us and never really lifted. The burned fences allow the wildlife in, and we're happy about that. The rain encouraged a huge amount of wattle and sapling growth, which is impassable, but it filled the river. So much wildlife gone. I wanted to mention a relationship with healthcare, but Dr. Alex Barrett mentioned that. I think that if we act on climate change, we'll save more money in the long term, even though it might be costly to do that action. For example, one estimated cost of the Black Summer fires was close to $100 billion. Statistically, we're at risk of more bushfires globally each year, and they will be more intense. Finally, what sort of return on our resources do the people of New South Wales get from HVO's mining venture in the Hunter Valley? And has HVO set up opportunities for their staff and workers to retrain for other jobs when the current mine has been exhausted? Maybe they could work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilfillan. If you could also upload your submission onto the IPC website, we would be grateful. Thank you. All right, so we'll move to our next speaker, who is Carol Stanford.
I'm Carol Stanford, a science educator. I've travelled through and stayed in the Hunter many times. You've already heard powerful stories from fire and flood victims and of effects on plant and animal communities, so I won't relate my own personal story, except that fires occurring every 4 to 6 years during my 27 years in Mount Victoria, and which I see as getting worse, were a strong driver for me to move to the North Queensland tropics less than 2 years ago. I'm keenly interested in climate science, which I've taught in university courses. Coal, when burnt, emits carbon dioxide. Coal mines, too, leak more potent methane, for which the independent monitoring sadly lacks, and emissions are underreported. Both gases increase the heat energy in our thin atmosphere and move, so don't just cause local effects, rather higher average global temperatures with more water held in the air, leading to flood deluges and bigger storms. CO2 from coal dissolves in the ocean, acidifying the water and weakening the coal on which marine life depends, like our Great Barrier Reef. A reef that's been cooked and suffered 6 black mass bleaching events in the last 10 years. Heat has severe consequences. European health agencies have reported that the extreme temperatures in May and June have resulted in at least 10,000 excess deaths in Europe. In addition to heat-stressed animals, warped railway lines, power deluges, and power outages, school closures, and bushfires. The HVO projects would add emissions at site, in transit, and when burned overseas, contributing significantly to adverse climate effects locally and worldwide. The department estimates that HVO would contribute 809 million tonnes of CO2. The IPCC said that 1 gigatonne would cause 0.45 degrees of additional warming. I used the method of Abram and colleagues in 2025 and calculated that HVO's emissions would lead to a global average temperature increase of 0.00036 degrees centigrade. Small? No. As under a middle-of-the-road climate scenario, this would lead to mean values of 329,000 more people put outside their comfort zone or livable human climate niche, 476,000 more people exposed to extreme heat worldwide, 447 more heat-related deaths in Europe alone. We say Europe because there's plenty of reliable data, but there'd be many more deaths in populous Africa, South and Southeast Asia. On the Great Barrier Reef, hot water killing 15 million more corals each bleaching event, and many other dire effects. These contributions to the world by HVO and Australia and New South Wales, of course, are not those of a responsible global citizen and cannot be offset biologically or with jobs and money. Last year, the ICJ said that countries must protect the climate system and environment inside and outside their borders, and that failure to do so, including through fossil fuel production, consumption, granting of licenses or subsidies, might leave them legally liable. Therefore, I ask the Commission to not approve the HVO North and South projects, and seeing we can determine likely temperature increases and consequences from any one project, to recommend that any future projects be assessed in a cumulative way, such that their estimated emissions be added to those of already approved projects, and only then to judge. Please give all of our younger people in natural world a little more chance to suffer less of the increasingly bad, inevitable consequences of mining coal. I'll provide more detail in my written submission. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Stanford. Can I now call Frank Butera?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. So can the Commission, and we can see you. If you could please proceed. Thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Butera. I have over 30 years experience in noise and blasting impact assessments. I was requested by the Hunter Thoroughbred Breeders Association to review the noise and blasting assessments for this project. The July 2025 addendum noise impact assessment is extensive, but it does not provide the Commission with a sufficiently clear, conservative or complete account of the project's impacts. Next slide. The first concern is uncertainty in the background noise assessment and the risk of background noise creep. Under the New South Wales EPA noise policy for industry, the rating background level is used to derive the intrusive noise level, generally by adding 5 decibels. It therefore directly influences the project noise trigger level. If background noise is overstated or already contaminated by existing mining noise, the resulting trigger level will be too high and, as reported, less intrusive at noise-sensitive receptors. Noise from existing mines becomes part of the measured background. The elevated background is then used to justify higher noise from the HVO project. Over successive approvals, permissible noise has gradually increased, while each increase is described as negligible. The assessment also applies common background level to 8 noise assessment groups. This conceals important differences between individual properties and does not protect the low background noise areas. Although the EPA accepted the reported background and trigger levels as reasonable, that does not remove measurement uncertainty or establish that those levels will remain representative throughout the project extending into the 2040s. The noise modelling adopts unverified and untested methods to assess meteorological conditions and does not report on worst case conditions in accordance with the EPA. Next slide. The second issue is the use of achievable noise levels. The assessment states that after reasonable and feasible mitigation has been considered, residual impacts can be classified under the noise policy for industry. However, the proponent has substantial influence over what is considered reasonable and feasible. Controls that significantly restrict production have been rejected as unreasonable, leaving the residual exceedance to be managed through the proponent's monitoring, alarms and shutdown procedures, all retrospective. The report predicts that 109 private residents for HVO North and 23 for HVO South will exceed the project noise trigger level during at least one assessment period. Meeting those trigger levels will require shutdowns of up to 71% for HVO North and 52% for HVO South. The assessment rejects these restrictions as incompatible with the project viability and instead proposes higher achievable noise levels. Shutdown requirements then reduce to approximately 38 and 30% respectively. This does not demonstrate compliance with the original policy-derived levels. It demonstrates that those levels cannot be met without substantial operational restrictions. Achievable noise levels then allow the project to continue above the project noise trigger levels. That risks converting environmental protection levels into operational negotiated limits. Best practice specifies the annual hours of restriction, the equipment to be stopped, response times, independent verification, and consequences if the proposed shutdown system fails. Next slide. My third concern is blasting. Blasting is excluded from the 2025 addendum report, and while the blasting assessment continues to rely on material developed in 2022, not the current application. This is a significant omission, because the amended project changes the duration, progression, and location of mining. The blast assessment must demonstrate that blast locations, charge mass, separation distances, frequency, vibration, overpressure, impact to humans' health, and the thoroughbred industry. This is particularly important for the thoroughbred industry, as was reported in the findings of the Drayton South PAC. In summary, until these matters are transparently reassessed, the acceptability of the project's noise and blasting impacts has not been sufficiently demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you leave, just a number of questions. We haven't received a written paper from you. We're just confirming you'll be providing one in due course.
Correct.
Excellent. In doing so, can you please turn your mind in your expertise directly to Clause 2.16 of the Resources and Energy SEP, particularly in relation to what you were saying in relation to blasting? If you could address subclause 5 dealing with air blast overpressure, and secondly in relation to subclause 6 dealing with ground vibrations. And also, if I understand it, although that's a test in relation to a private dwelling, are you also suggesting that one of the sensitive receivers is then equine issues in relation to the Thoroughbred Association?
Correct.
Understood. All right. If you could take the time to identify any criticisms or challenges or otherwise to the material that's before the Commission in your report on those matters.
I will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll now be taking a longer adjournment and we will be coming back at 1:20 p.m. The hearing's now adjourned until then. Thank you. Thank you. Confirming the public hearing is now resumed. I call our next speaker, who is Cordelia Field.
Hi, I'm Cordelia. 3 of my immediate family members work in the mines. My own household and family rely on coal mining, but we need to be honest about where this is heading. I'm asking the Commission to refuse the HVO proposal. The economics, employment and royalties that the HVO case rests on, that isn't nothing. The areas in the Hunter, Singleton and Muswellbrook rely on this industry. I feel like the Hunter is put in an impossible position, but I reject the idea that we can't care about both the environment and the workers. Mining communities are repeatedly told that each new extension is essential, but coal demand is declining regardless of this approval. And the communities relying on this industry are the ones bearing the cross. It makes me so angry when I think of my stepdad and brothers who work dog watch and incredibly long days. It's almost a rule to never put birthday dinners on a weeknight because my brother won't be able to go, since he wakes up at 4 a.m. every day. I've watched my family members have no life outside of work since being little. And that's why it makes me so frustrated when mining workers are used as the justification for another project without being offered a genuine long-term plan for the future. The energy industry jobs plan still doesn't include coal export workers. My family and Hunter communities deserve more than just another extension. We deserve to have secure work beyond coal. The Commission should carefully consider whether approving further long-lived coal mine expansions is consistent with the objectives of the Climate Change Act and the Paris Agreement. More emissions increases the intensity of fires, floods, and heat. And communities who depend on the coal and gas industry are the ones being affected most severely. The economic benefits extend beyond the Hunter, but many of the environmental and social impacts remain concentrated here. The National Climate Risk Assessment reported that in the last 20 years, New South Wales has had a greater number of disasters than any other state or territory. And the Hunter Valley is already an air pollution hotspot. The World Health Organization states that there is no safe level of exposure to fine particulate matter or a threshold below which no adverse health impacts occur. My asthma, for example, is getting worse, and I'm really worried about what that means for my future. Research has also found higher rates of asthma, respiratory disease, and cardiovascular disease compared with the rest of the state in Hunter regions with most intensive open cut coal mining and coal-fired power generation. It's also important to note that the economic assessment for the HVO project used an outdated analysis. The claimed economic benefits are significantly reduced when emissions are valued using more appropriate carbon prices. The New South Wales Department of Planning accepted $3.8 million in emissions costs, but according to the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, the New South Wales Treasury carbon approximates this cost at $2.2 billion. Or up to $5.64 billion under certain scenarios. If HVO is approved, it will strain the state's ability to meet its targets, shifting that burden onto other sectors. It's been modelled that the economic costs of climate hazards could be $51.4 billion per year in New South Wales by 2050. I'm asking you to honestly assess whether this project's claimed benefits actually outweigh its long-term costs when all emissions are properly considered? As someone whose family has built a life around mining, I believe that the answer is no.
All right.
Thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll call our next speaker, who is Jacinta Farmau.
Yes. Good afternoon. I am an Australian-born Samoan representing the Pacific Climate Warriors and 350 Pacific. I'm here to formally oppose the proposed HVO continuation project in the Muswellbrook Shire. Not only is the further expansion of coal and disregard of the 1.5 degree climate target in direct opposition to international law and the accepted scientific boundaries, this proposal is also inappropriate for the local community as well as the national and local global communities. And it's from this broader perspective that I offer my submission. My first visit to my family home in Samoa was in 2002. My father had not returned home since he left as a child, which was in the 70s. The village is located on the northeast coast of Samoa in the Salofata Harbour, a rural community that has raised generations of my family. We walked to my uncle's house, through to the backyard, down to the beach, and when we arrived, my father was speechless. He used his hands to show where the volleyball courts used to be set up, where the pandanus trees once stood, providing shade for villagers. In the ocean, my father pointed out that there used to be 4 giant rocks, and you could only see the top of the rocks that would stick out during the day. And even when the tide rolls in, it would be completely under sea, indicating that it was time to head home for dinner. This was now only a pastime story shared among community members of his generation. Since then, those giant rocks had not been seen in many years. He did not have the words that day to describe the ocean taking away almost a third of the beach. However, when I returned in 2016, 2018, 2022, and in 2024, I can attest that the beach had continued to shrink. And now we know it's called climate change. The ocean crashes so close to my uncle's home that he's had to rebuild a new home closer to the main road. The disappearance of the pandanus trees has meant that there are now fewer women who are left in the village that can weave. The sea has risen so much that we have also had to relocate my great-great-grandparents' grave to higher ground twice in the last 15 years. My cousins have also shared that they paddle out further to sea to catch fish, since the warmer waters have destroyed much of the reef too. The majority of Samoans live by the sea, as do many communities across the Pacific Islands. They rely on nature for food, water, and livelihoods. Nature, however, is changing rapidly. Climate change is magnifying the environmental challenges coastal communities in Samoa are already facing. Greater rainfall variability is leading to longer dry periods, causing groundwater to become increasingly saline and polluted. The concentration of CO2 in our atmosphere continues to break historical records, contributing to coastal inundation and erosion. Storm surges now threaten over 10,000 buildings, critical road infrastructure, and cultural practices such as traditional weaving. This current proposal focuses on extracting additional coal by mining deeper into existing approved areas. It aims to recover an estimated 200 to 800 million tons of coal. This quantity of coal would emit approximately 520 million to 2.1 billion tons of carbon dioxide, directly driving global warming and ongoing climate change, resulting in more frequent and intense weather events, including storm surges and sea level rise. These impacts would further threaten coastal infrastructure, disrupt local fisheries, and damage vital ecosystems like mangroves, impacting the safety and livelihoods of the community. Increasingly, the climate impacts facing communities in the high are the same as those already enjoyed in the Pacific. In both places, people are at risk of losing their homes, livelihoods, and culture, from the extraction of coal to the impacts of climate change. When coal projects in New South Wales drive more global warming, the costs are not limited to one region or one nation. They combine the hardship of Hunter residents already facing worsening bushfires, floods, and heat stress, while increasing coastal erosion, water insecurity, and cultural loss in the Pacific. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the Commission to reject this application in its current form and to require the proponent to return to the drawing board to address the community's valid and serious concerns. We recognise the climate crisis as the greatest security threat to the Pacific. I understand the importance of job security, economic stability, and commercial development, but it should not come at the expense of the lives of others, no matter how far away. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your evidence. Can we now call Zach Schofield?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. My name is Zach Schofield. I'm a campaigner with Rising Tide and a law student. Those aren't credentials, though I particularly take pride in the fact that my advocacy within Rising Tide has helped ensure that while our organisation calls for an end to new mine approvals, it has since 2023 also been outspoken on demanding a fully funded support and transition plan for the Hunter. The fact is that the Hunter has been placed by circumstance in an impossible position, and it's one that you've been asked to wade into. There is a real and complex conflict of interests here. Mining families like Lauren Drayton's do actually rely in the short and medium term on mining employment in the region, and that's extended to obviously the whole region. But everyone in New South Wales, including the entire Hunter, is also relying in the medium to long term on mitigating the devastating impacts of climate change, as I know you've heard. And those two interests do seem opposed. However, it is exactly the job of a government, a democratic government, to manage the competing interests of our community in the interests of the whole community. And there's also another player in the field. Families in the Hunter do rely on economic activity, but it doesn't matter where it comes from. And Mayor Drayton and the MEU reps spoke really well about the hard and determined slog towards a proper transition plan. And it's not an easy job, for what it's worth. I commend them for their successes so far, and there have been successes. But Glencore, Yancoal, and the other corporate operators want to keep mining in the Hunter for as long as they can, regardless of who is hurt by it. And they're willing to actively undermine our community's efforts to plan for the future. I believe you've already been informed that HVO from 2004 to 2025 had a condition 63 in their development consent plan, which mandated they must work with council to minimise the socioeconomic impacts of eventual mine closure. Now in 2025, the mine exit strategy clause was found to be deleted just 18 months before the end of the current approval period. So I don't understand how this could be seen as anything other than a cruel and desperately cynical attempt to interfere in our entire community's effort to plan for our collective future, when their advocates have now come before you to say that the extension must be approved because the transition plan is not yet ready. I think everyone knows, however worthy, work always expands to fit the time you're given to do it in. And without a clear, ironclad, and frankly, imminent end to a mine's operating life, I think even the best intentioned government or industry workers would find it near impossible to gain the support necessary for a properly funded support plan, let alone a swift one. Particularly when the corporate operators have every incentive to delay and undermine that process. I fear we're at serious risk of never gaining the political will to both invest with ambition and at scale in the future of Hunter industry and treat the climate crisis with the existential seriousness it deserves. I don't envy the position of people in the Hunter who are placed in this precarious position thanks to decades of inactivity and delay. Personally, if the extension is not approved and we need all hands on deck to demand a swift and ambitious support plan, I will go to bat, and I know Rising Tide will do the same, to demand that support plan. But the thing is that we have a chance to make history in the Hunter here. An internationally significant coal region successfully managing a large mine closure for the benefit of the community could be a model for the world. I mean, this is a global problem. It could be a model for the world, let alone Australia, on how to meet the unprecedented climate crisis in a way that respects the working people that have actually built the region. And there has been significant progress. I know there's been announcements of industrial manufacturing plans for the Hunter to the tune of maybe 7,000 jobs in the future, but that needs to come sooner. And Mayor Drayton is right. The transition plan needs to be done right, but part of what that means is doing it swiftly and with all hands on deck. So, Commissioners, you're part of our story. You can help us get all hands on deck by refusing Glencore's appeals to once again kick the can down the road on supporting the workers who've built their industry until it's too late. It's time for all of us to think really seriously about building the next world, and now's the time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your evidence this afternoon. Can we now call our next speaker, who is Chris Pillage? We can see you, sir, but we can't quite hear you. All right, can I ask you to check your microphone, sir? We can see that you're talking, but the audio is just not coming through.
Okay. How's that sound?
That is crystal clear. Thank you. Please proceed.
Tremendous. I'm still on all plates with this kind of thing, so sorry about that. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Pillage. I'm a full-time, self-employed, fifth-generation farmer. My property is located near the townships of Largs and Morpeth in the lower Hunter Valley. I supply the local community with fresh produce and fodder crops grown in the alluvial floodplain soils between the Hunter and the Patterson rivers. I thank the Independent Planning Commission of New South Wales for the opportunity to raise concerns about the Hunter Valley Operations Continuation Project. My chief concern I wish to express is the potential negative impact the expansion of the mine could place on the function of the infrastructure known as the Hunter Valley Flood Mitigation Scheme, which protects the lives and the property of the Hunter community from the worst impacts of flooding. This mitigation scheme, would you like me, can I continue?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. The mitigation scheme was established in the aftermath of the historic and catastrophic 1955 Maitland flood, which claimed 14 lives and had a reported £2 billion, which is the 1955 value, of damage caused. It was developed to reduce the impacts of frequent flooding on homes, businesses and farmlands, and it's pivotal in the ongoing mitigation stability of the catchment areas of the Hunter, Patterson and Williams River located in the Hunter Valley. This 1955 flood event also led to the formation of the State Emergency Services. Today, the scheme is an integrated flood mitigation system that operates across multiple local government areas, and it's benefiting over 250,000 people in urban, peri-urban and rural communities. These communities are growing both in population and in area in the lower Hunter, and thus even more caution should be taken to uphold the safety of the community, as there are more people at risk and greater pressures placed on the mitigation infrastructure. The Hunter Valley Flood Mitigation Scheme has been maintained, incrementally improved and upgraded over the decades. It has been rightly described as a world-class system in its field. It is a monument to mankind working hand in hand with the environment and not against it. And I personally have always been humbled by the foresight that the civil engineers who designed it had back in those days. Today, I see it as a state-of-the-art infrastructure with its current 185 kilometres of levees and control banks, 3.8 kilometres of spillways, 165 kilometres of drainage channels, 269 floodgates, 36 kilometres of bank protection works. As a member of the community and residing in the scheme's catchment area, it really, to coin a phrase, it helps me sleep easy at night, knowing it's in place, doing its job, and it's got my back. The other infrastructure in place and working alongside the mitigation system is the 24/7 real-time water level data monitoring of the Manly Hydraulic Laboratory. monitoring the real-time pre-flood, post-flood, and flood time and post-flood river levels. And as I've found it over the decades to be a very useful tool for making important business and safety decisions during this time. Direct changes to river flow and the diversion of water due to the installation of new levees proposed to accommodate the HVO continuation project will occur upstream for both my property and the existing communities in my area and those further downstream. I have concerns for what impacts these changes may have on these localities. It's my hope that the IPC will consider in detail what additional flood risks the HVO expansion program could bring. It is my hope that the IPC can be satisfied after consultation with the management of the Hunter Valley Flood Mitigation Scheme and the relevant local councils of Newcastle, Port Stephens, Dungog, Maitland, Singleton, Muswellbrook and the Upper Hunter, and those in the planning department and proponent are aware of any additional risks or required changes to flood mitigation measures which are now in place now. Will flood risk increase with the HVO expansion? That's the question I ask. Has any potential or proposed increased risk had a reasonable and feasible mitigation measure proposed? And what can we be assured and satisfied will be implemented? The assessment documents show that the Singleton Council raised concern that the preliminary environmental impact assessment phase throughout the planning process, numerous consultants were then engaged to model flood impacts throughout the assessment. The assessment documents appear to conclude that the flood risk increased overall, but in low, I urge the Commission to look at this, and we are looking to you to ensure that safety community is upheld.
Right. Thank you for your time and your evidence.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted just a short bit there, just with in regardless to climate pollution and impacts. I'm also concerned about the greenhouse gas pollution that the project will make. We aren't on track to reduce emissions and the severity of extreme weather is noticeable. With two major flood events in March and June, July in 2022 in the Hunter Valley, it serves as a reminder to all. We need to protect the Hunter Valley Flood Mitigation Scheme so we can continue to progress for present and also, most importantly, for the future generations that are going to be following us. Anything that puts the communities at risk or puts pressure on the Hunter Valley flood mitigation system, which protects the community, is something I would strongly urge the commissions to investigate in detail in the formation of their judgment on the HVO continuation project.
Right.
Unless I can be assured by commissioners or until such a time I can satisfy myself through my own personal research that there'll be not an increase in flood risks to the community for this project, I therefore register my objection. If the miners refuse, and I find this is really important, I support an immediate plan for any workers directly impacted by the refusal of the project. I can understand that because I was in a situation like that myself many years ago, and it's very important to have that support. Right. So, and in conclusion, thank you very much for your time today and for giving me the opportunity to express my views in regards to this very, very important matter.
No, thank you for your time and providing that evidence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isaac Leonard.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Lovely.
Great. If you could just state your full name and then provide your evidence for us, please.
Yeah, I'm Isaac Leonard. I'm a blind earth science graduate from the University of Newcastle. Growing up, I've not prepared for this. I've been moving the last 2 days, so I'm going to be a bit scattered. Growing up, I learnt about climate change and how basically in the future, everything's going to be getting warmer, like it's going to impact biodiversity. I'm not prepared, I'm sorry.
Mr. Leonard, you can provide a written submission on the 2nd of August if that would be your preference.
Yes, I'm aware. I will be doing that. I learnt about how Australia's national parks. I learnt about how unique Australia's ecosystems are. And then, I'm sorry, I'm really struggling.
No, that's all right. Can I invite you to take the written option?
Yes.
And the Commissioner will note obviously read that in due course if you could provide it to the IPC website by the 2nd of August. Thank you. We'll move to our next speaker, who is Sam.
Very sorry.
That's right. Sam Beaver, if she's there. Yes, sorry, if we could move to Alexa Stewart.
Hello. Sorry.
Excellent. We can hear you and see you clearly. So if you could please proceed. Thank you.
Great. My name is Alexa Stewart. I'm 22 and I live in Newcastle. Many of my objections have already been addressed by other presenters. So today I'm going to focus on the impact of this mine approval in relation to youth mental health and climate anxiety. These are issues that the department's assessment report failed to address. Although the report acknowledged that the impact on health, including mental health, was a major issue raised in objections to the project, the report doesn't even mention mental health again. In 2019, I was 15 and was significantly impacted by climate anxiety. I experienced high levels of anxiety and distress, sometimes struggling to sleep or focus at school, and would feel very emotional when thinking about how climate change would impact my life and the world. Two of the major causes of my distress was witnessing the devastation of the 2019 Black Summer bushfires and strong feelings of powerlessness that arose from seeing our leaders clearly not act in line with the scale of the crisis. This made me feel like they didn't care about young people and increased my feelings of hopelessness, which was the worst part of my distress. This is not an isolated experience. Close family friends of mine were impacted by the 2022 Lismore floods. Luckily, they lived on top of a hill, so they didn't lose their home. But some months later, they told me that their son was having panic attacks every time it rained, and he was only 9. There is increasing evidence on the rise of climate anxiety among young people. Climate anxiety includes not only feelings of anxiety, but also constantly thinking about ecological loss and behavioural impairment, such as problems working or studying. A 2022 national survey of more than 18,000 young people aged between 15 and 19 found that 67% were at least slightly concerned about climate change, and 1 in 4 were very or extremely concerned. If we apply these rates to the Hunter, including Newcastle, around 53,000 young people are at least slightly concerned about climate change, and around 20,000 are very or extremely concerned. A more recent survey of over 10,000 Australian high school students showed that climate anxiety is having a serious impact on young people's lives. 24% of respondents were often or almost always unable to stop or control their worry about the climate crisis, and 30% of respondents reported often or almost always having difficulty working and or studying due to climate anxiety, 30%. Additionally, a 2023 national survey of over 3,000 young people by Australia's Youth Mental Health Foundation, Headspace, found that 34% of people were hesitant to have children due to climate change. And this is something that I have personally struggled with, as have many of my friends. And as someone who loves kids and wants to be a mother, it's hard thinking that having kids might not be an option for me because I'm so worried about the future. A main cause of climate anxiety is the fact that decision makers aren't doing enough to address the climate crisis. A YouGov survey of 1,000 young people found that 56% of respondents thought that seeing the government take stronger action on climate change would be very helpful for young people who are experiencing anxiety about climate change. And that far outranked all other proposed solutions. So not only does approving this mine fuel the climate crisis, which will have a detrimental impact on the physical and mental health of young people, but the actual decision to approve it, that decision in and of itself, will also contribute to worsening mental health and climate distress amongst young people. Because what message does it send to young people if you approve this application that's the largest coal project in New South Wales history, when the science overwhelmingly shows that we must stop approving new coal? As Australia enters a deepening crisis of youth mental health, we must commit to tackling all causes of this, and there is evidence to show that climate anxiety is a strong cause of worsening mental health amongst young people. And I hope that this is strongly considered in your decision, and I'll be providing a written submission in the coming days with the references and data that I presented today, and also some additional research on this topic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. We'll now call our next speaker, who is Sam Beaver.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sam Beaver, here today representing Protect Our Winters Australia. I'm also here today to represent the many Australians who love, live in and are connected to our precious and unique Australian Alps. Before I tell you how the mountains that are so precious to me and my community are changing due to projects like HVO, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an outdoor educator, a researcher, and a reluctant but passionate advocate who has dedicated their life to protecting the environments that make Australia such a special place to live. I want to be quite clear with you that I don't want to be here right now. I would much rather be outside where I'm able to be my best self, where I've dedicated a lot of my life. But this is where I have to be until the places that I love are protected. I have been a regular in the Alps since I was 2 years old and have lived in many alpine environments around the world, alpine environments that are changing rapidly under climate change. I've spent almost a decade taking young people outdoors to inspire them to connect to this beautiful country of ours, in the hopes that they too might want to protect it one day. And I have seen an awful lot of change in those environments in my short 32 years that pushed me into the space of being an advocate. I want to ask the Commissioners to entertain me on something rather unusual. I want you to imagine your best memory of home and how it makes you feel. Does it make you want to protect it and keep it safe? Now I want to paint you a picture of what my community's home looks like. My home has mountains. It shimmers under the winter sun. I'm there right now, actually. And the trees dance in colours of red and orange and green after a morning dew. Young people sit in schools waiting for the weekend to go up for a ski or a snowboard or a hike or a fish or a paddle. And those young people are seeing huge changes to their environment and their community. Young people in the mountains are watching their home and their future melt away. The Alps, the Australian Alps, provide a critical water catchment that supply drinking water to Canberra and Melbourne. They feed 29% of the Murray-Darling Basin's annual water flows, driving the agricultural engine of our nation. They generate clean energy for millions through the snowy hydro and support billions in regional tourism in both New South Wales and Victoria. They also host over 30 unique plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth. But the hard truth is that the Australian Alps are on the knife edge at the moment. We're seeing rapid change. In fact, just this past weekend, we've seen some of the warmest days in July on record in the Australian Alps. We're seeing shorter snow seasons, less and more precarious jobs, more extreme summer fires, less water for our farmers downstream. The alpine snowpack is at a 2,000-year low, with average temperatures in the Alps having climbed 1.4 degrees and ski seasons already shrunk by up to 28% since the 1950s. If we stay on our current trajectory, the average Australian ski season will contract by up to 52% by 2050. And by 2080, snow in Australia could completely vanish. This isn't just about rich folks missing a holiday. It means the collapse of regional alpine economies and communities in the very same state that this HVO expansion is being proposed. It means peat bogs drying out, mega fires putting entire ecosystems at risk, and severe water shortages in the Murray-Darling Basin that will devastate farming communities. The proposal under the Commission today is the largest coal mining project ever considered under New South Wales planning law. And Glencoe and Yancoal want to lock in extraction until 2045. You have a choice here today. We can accept a future where entire communities like mine are destroyed, or we can build a future where all our homes are safe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Beaver. I'll call our next speaker, who is Kim Greason.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing me. I'd like to divert from my written talk just for a few minutes after hearing Alexa and Sam speak. I would have to say, like Alexa, I'm 68 years old now, and I feel that the spectre of climate change impacts very heavily on my mental health too. It makes me worried for my children. I don't have grandchildren for the same reason Alexa alluded to, but I worry about your children and your grandchildren and those of the coal miners about what future they'll have. And instead of me being able to be happy and enjoy a comfortable retirement, I've got this worry, and I don't think it's right. And in fact, I'm quite shocked that the proponents of this project should even suggest such a thing at a time when we've got runaway climate change. Isn't it enough that thousands of people are dying from heat in Europe in each country, and we've had so many problems that they can even think of this? Now, going back to snowfalls, the last snowfall in the Hunter Valley, the lower Hunter Valley, was when I was a 7-year-old. And at that stage, you know, in my mother's era and my grandmother's era, snowfalls in the lower Hunter around Dungog and around Cessnock were far more common. Every couple of years you'd have a snowfall, but they'd started to peter out. And then when I was 7, and despite me begging my family to take me to Dungog to see snow, they refused, and that's why it sticks so much in my mind. But let me go back to what I wanted to talk about. One of the justifications for having such a mine is because it will provide jobs. Now, I know that, you know, whenever a company wants to have a project go ahead, they'll often spout off about how many jobs they'll provide, and no one ever goes back later to check, did they actually produce those jobs? But during the decades of my working life, I travelled up and down the Hunter Valley, up to Muswellbrook, up to Scone, back down to Maitland and to Newcastle to Cessnock. And in the early years, the main employment during that time that I was working was in agriculture, it was timber, and it was tourism. The valley was a pretty place, and so people were happy to sort of travel up through the valley and stop at various places. But the ongoing expansion of coal, especially the open cut coal, has decimated those industries. At first, coal was meant to be not visible from the main roads, and then it was visible, and then it was taking over the view of so many areas. So the Hunter isn't pretty anymore. And those little tourist places closed, and tourism tends to be confined to the lower Hunter now. As for agriculture, coal mines have mined prime agricultural land. It is prime no more. And the particulate matter in the air from coal mines dropping on pasture and crops doesn't help either. And then coal mines have had quite a bad effect on water supplies over the years. And this HVO continuation project will do considerable harm to the Hunter River. The mining complex will straddle the river, and the project would mine directly into that highly productive alluvial aquifer that forms part of the river. Our river and our water supplies here in the Hunter are critical, and they need protection, not degradation. We also know that HVO intend to clear more woodland and push more threatened species towards extinction. Too many open cut mines in the Hunter have already cleared vast areas. Enough is enough. And then let's talk about the tonnes of pollution. The Hunter Valley, the Upper Hunter, has the worst air quality in Australia. We are already failing to protect public health. So I will cut my talk short here. I'd just like to say our coal mining causes problems internationally, but Australia is one of the 4 great pariah states exporting climate change to the world, up there with Russia, the US and Saudi Arabia. We want our children to have good jobs and good lives. Now, as for jobs, our valley will have good jobs after coal, but not if coal is the only industry to be valued and supported at the cost to the other industries that are possible. The less damage done now, the more easily we can recover and diversify. Already people are being employed in renewable energy and in coal mine remediation. I know a number of people in both industries, and those numbers are increasing all the time. We need to have a range of industries, not just one. This transition is crucial. It needs government focus and support.
Yes, if you could just make that final point.
So don't lock our valley further into a damaging industry. Don't make it harder for our communities to transition, and don't ally our resource development with a declining global demand. Please reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we've heard all that evidence clearly, but please, if you wish to expand and provide a written document on the 2nd of August, you can do so. All right, thank you. We'll move to our next speaker online, who is Jacqueline Mills.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm joining you today from Warramai Country. I'm with Nature Conservation Council of New South Wales, and we're the state's peak environmental organisation with around 200 member groups statewide. Across New South Wales, native species are in decline. Half of our species are not expected to survive the next 100 years, and changing climate is a major driver of species extinctions. And here in the Hunter, the regent honeyeater is critically endangered, and species like the brush-tailed rock wallaby and green and golden bellfrog are also on the brink. Now, loss of species is not just a problem for nature, of course, it impacts humans. Losing biodiversity impacts our soil health and agricultural productivity, leaves us susceptible to invasive species incursions, reduces human health and well-being, and also our resilience to climate-induced extreme weather. Coal expansions and extensions are turbocharging climate change, and that's already wreaking havoc in the Hunter and statewide, as we've heard over the course of these hearings. The Net Zero Commission is clear that expanding or extending coal mines is incompatible with our state emission targets. Yet, we see the coal mine emission trajectory statewide going up, not down. The Hunter Valley Operations Continuation Project is the biggest proposal ever contemplated in our state. If ever a mine proposal qualified as too emissions heavy to proceed, it's this one. If it goes ahead, other mines will need to be rejected, or other sectors of the economy will have to do the heavy lifting of emissions reduction. So are the proponents here promising to do enough to mitigate emissions? Reducing the timeline for operations as part of this proposal and avoiding mining a particularly gassy seam is insufficient. The New South Wales Government agrees with the Net Zero Commission's Spotlight report on coal that tighter regulation is needed to bring down methane emissions from coal mines, and that better monitoring of methane emissions from open-cut mines is needed. There's big question marks remaining on the adequacy of estimates of methane emissions from coal mines, and a precautionary approach is needed. We must remember that methane has a unique global heating impact, with a short-term global warming potential 80 times greater than CO2. So this lack of certainty in methane emissions estimates matters. Now, the Commission has already asked the proponents to clarify the timing of the proposed pre-drainage gas extraction feasibility trial. As an expert speaker noted last week, there's no guarantee of success. So the trial should not be seen as a sweetener that somehow partly compensates for around 800 million tonnes of emissions associated with the project. We know that most of the emissions from this mine will come from combustion of coal exported overseas, and wherever coal is burned, it contributes to climate change with impacts felt globally and in New South Wales. Yet the planning system does not adequately account for the climate impacts of Scope 3 emissions in assessment. In doing so, it fails our obligations against the Paris Climate Agreement and the New South Wales Climate Change Act, to which it gives effect. The guidelines for economic assessment of mining and CSG proposals used to assess benefits and costs of proposals dismiss Scope 3 emissions as irrelevant, arguing that other countries will account for those emissions when exported coal is combusted. This has the effect of seriously underplaying the emissions impacts of the proposal when weighed up against benefits. Approving this project will not provide job security for the Hunter, as the recent sudden closure of the Ashton mine shows. It's irresponsible to leave the region at the mercy of sudden declines in international demand for coal. The company should be putting in place measures today to plan for the winding down of operations and support to workers to retrain or be redeployed in a post-mining context. The renewable energy transition can offer significant opportunity for the region's economic growth if harnessed. This includes investment in green energy and manufacturing, restoring degraded landscapes, building habitat connectivity for species, community wellbeing and climate resilience. I urge Commissioners to reject this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a slightly longer adjournment before calling our next speaker. And so we're currently forecast to recommence at 2:50 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned until then. Thank you. Confirming the public hearing is now resumed, and we call our next speaker, who is Shannon Slight.
Hello.
Yes, we can see you, Mr. Slight. If we just
Very good, very good.
Great. If you can announce your full name and then provide your evidence. Thank you.
Shannon Slight. Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a local to Newcastle, and I'm quite concerned about the possibility of the Hunter Valley Operations Continuation Project being approved. I want to acknowledge that I haven't been able to read every document associated with this project. I know there's an enormous volume of technical material before you, and I appreciate the huge task that you have in weighing it all in order to make a determination. I'm personally broadly convinced by the climate-related arguments that you've heard that have urged you to reject the HVO continuation project. But rather than attempting to redo any of those arguments, I just would like you to consider a question which I think sits at the heart of this decision, which is who benefits if this project is approved and who bears the costs. So when I look at the proposal through that lens, I find it difficult to conclude that the public interest would be served by it. The primary beneficiaries of this project are the owners and the shareholders of the mining operation. If the global demand for thermal coal remains strong through to 2040, they'll stand to receive a significant financial return from extending the life of this mine. That outcome is not guaranteed, though, since global energy markets are changing rapidly. Governments, investors, major trading partners are investing heavily in renewable energy, storage and electrification. So the future demand for thermal coal over the next 15 years carries significant uncertainty. But regardless of what happens in those markets, the environmental and the social impacts of approving this project, which would largely be borne by the wider community. The emissions produced by extending coal mining don't remain in the Hunter Valley. They contribute to a changing climate that affects everyone in New South Wales. Through more intense heat, bushfires, floods, droughts, rising insurance costs, declining agricultural productivity and damage to public infrastructure. And the costs aren't any longer theoretical. So the New South Wales Net Zero Commission recently highlighted independent modelling by Deloitte Access Economics and the UNSW Institute for Climate Risk and Response, showing that climate change has already reduced the size of the New South Wales economy. Their modelling estimates that gross state product per person is approximately 18% lower than it would have been without warming, which is equivalent to about $20,000 less annual income for every person in New South Wales. I think that's a remarkable figure because it demonstrates that climate change is not simply an issue for the environment that we live in. It's already reducing prosperity and living conditions across the entire state. Families pay more for food, insurance and energy. Governments spend more responding to disasters and repairing infrastructure. Businesses face higher costs and greater uncertainty. It gets harder for everyone with these growing burdens. So the question becomes, should these widespread costs continue to increase so that a relatively small group of investors can potentially continue earning profits? And I don't believe that represents a fair distribution of benefits and burdens. The economist Gary Stevenson has argued that modern economies increasingly concentrate wealth among those who already have large amounts of capital. He argues that the returns available to very wealthy investors greatly outpace the growth experienced by the broader economy, allowing wealth to become progressively concentrated over time. And this kind of gap allows the wealthy to buy up essentially all the fundamental assets, leaving ordinary people without access to being able to own those very, very soon. So whether or not you agree with every aspect of his analysis, I think the broader concern is difficult to dismiss when public decisions are consistently prioritise private returns while spreading the costs across society, then inequality deepens. And I think that the HVO continuation project reflects that dynamic. The financial gains will accrue primarily to shareholders, whereas the climate impacts, environmental degradation and the economic costs will be distributed across millions of Australians, including many people who receive no meaningful benefit from the project. That's me. I guess I'm urging the commissioners to reject the proposal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Slade. All right, I call our next speaker, who is Georgia Harding.
Hi there, good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and we can see you perfectly. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the Awabakal and the Worimi peoples, and their rich history of traditional medicine, healing practices, and the holistic approach that acknowledges the connection between mind, body, and land. I'm Georgia. I'm a local paediatric doctor working here in Newcastle. My job every day is to triage the most urgent and the most important problems. The HVO coal mine expansion will contribute so significantly to the climate crisis, which is the most urgent and the most important problem of our time. Today, I will outline how the approval of this mine represents one of the greatest threats to the health of today's children and future generations of children in the Hunter. I will never forget the sight of toddlers struggling to breathe before they die of respiratory illnesses. As a paediatric doctor, I've seen that children are uniquely vulnerable to the effects of the climate. Here in the Upper Hunter, there were 311 air quality breaches in 2025. Exposure to air pollution has been linked to premature birth, low birth weight, asthma, and other respiratory illnesses, as well as an increased risk of some cancers and impaired brain development. Children breathe faster and harder than adults, and their lungs, hearts, brains, and immune systems are still developing, and they just have less protection from polluted air. As the air quality worsens across the Hunter due to new mines and extensions like this one, I don't want the deaths of more children to haunt my nightmares. These risks are not just theoretical. A systematic review of 28 studies from the US, Europe, and China found that people living in coal mining regions experienced higher rates of 78 different categories of disease and had higher mortality because of these diseases. The coal industry knows this. The coal workers receive mandatory health surveillance, including chest x-rays every 3 years. But where is the same acknowledgement and protection for the children and families living alongside the mines? These impacts don't just stop at local air pollution. The mine expansion is expected to generate 800 million tonnes of emissions, adding to a climate crisis that is already harming us. Just weeks ago, a European heatwave was estimated to contribute to around 1,300 excess deaths in a week. Children died in hot vehicles, teenagers drowned trying to escape the extreme heat. In Australia, 33 people lost their lives during the Black Summer bushfires. As temperatures rise and extreme weather becomes more destructive, we will see an onslaught of successive climate disasters affecting the health of everyone in our community. There are also flow-on effects of warmer temperatures, such as conditions which allow mosquitoes to thrive. Rates of mosquito-borne diseases like Ross River fever and dengue virus have doubled nationally in the last year. They are not distant threats, they are already affecting Australians. The United Nations Committee describes the climate crisis as a cascade of overlapping disasters. 1.1 billion children worldwide are exposed to at least 3 major climate hazards. Here in the Hunter, we have layers of coinciding risk. 83% of the Hunter is currently experiencing drought, and at the same time, 21% of us live in a flood zone. Last year, we watched anxiously as we had over a week of extreme fire danger risk. We are all teetering on the edge of disaster. I don't wish upon anyone the frantic panic of not being able to contact my parents for 2 days during the Northern Rivers floods. I don't want anyone that lives here to have to deal with the smell of rotting cows as they float down the river or have to throw out treasured childhood possessions lost to the floodwaters. Every day at work, I am absolutely terrified of making a mistake that could contribute to the death of a single child. I can't even imagine the pressure of needing to make a careful and considered decision to approve this mine when it would contribute to the deaths of 500,000 people. There is no healthcare on a dead planet. Caring for the critically ill children in the Hunter feels like putting out spot fires whilst the hellscape grows around us. If we fail to address the drivers of the climate crisis, the scale of suffering facing future generations will dwarf anything we can treat within the hospital walls. In the Hunter, we continue to overlook the potential health impacts this mine will have on our communities. Around the world, research consistently demonstrates health risks associated with living near coal mines. But here, where the financial interests of a multi-billion-dollar industry carry enormous influence, we haven't even studied the impact of mining on the health of our own children. Today, I ask the Independent Planning Commission to put the health first. The health of you, the health of me, the health of our community, the health of our children, and the health of the planet above the profits and financial interests of the fossil fuel industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call our next speaker, who is Helen Javeld.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, and we can see you. If you could state your full name and then provide your evidence. Thank you.
My name is Helen Cavelda. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and also on behalf of Mid-Coast Knitting Nanas. We're based in Taree. We meet every week outside our local politician's office. The brief of the Knitting Nanas is to protect the air, land and water for the kiddies. We're really concerned about what is happening to our planet worldwide, but here in Australia and here in the Hunter, right on our doorstep, it's terrifying. I moved to the Mid-Coast 8 years ago, and in that 8 years I've had drought, fire and 2 floods. It's just incredible. Like the first flood was called a 1 in 100 years flood. And my own daughter had moved into her house, her first house she bought with my help the day before. Next morning she rings me, "Mum, I'm in water." Her house had flooded on her very first night in it. And then 4 years later, she's still in the house, and now it has a 1 in 500 years flood, which is even worse than the first one. This is insane. We have to start acting. We can't allow these kind of events. We probably can't stop. There's going to be more, but if we don't stop using fossil fuels, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. To even think of expanding a mine just seems, it's unbelievable to me we're even considering it, let alone having to have all these people discuss it. It's just wrong. It should not be happening. It's too dangerous for the I mean, I was shocked hearing some of the figures from the previous speaker, the thought of all those children being sick and dying. But I don't think we should just even be considering ourselves and our own country. This is a worldwide problem. We've got to help to solve it and stop worrying about things like jobs and the economy and whatever, because if we don't save the planet, there'll be those things, none of those things will matter. They'll all be pointless. We have to start with saving the planet and then worry about jobs. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of jobs in restructuring, in renewable energy, in medicine, all kinds of things. They're going to have jobs to keep a dangerous, polluting industry going for jobs just seems insane. Pay them to stay home. This feels very personal to me, and it's a worldwide problem, but it's personal. In the fires, I knew people whose houses burnt down. It's agonising, and you feel such pain and such grief and such survivor guilt. Your house is okay and their house is burnt down. It's horrible. One lady I knew, her sister died in the fires. And then in the last flood, I knew personally my own daughter and one of the Knitting Nanas and another personal friend, they all flooded. Like it really hits you. when it's people that you know and you see the terrible impact it has. People are left traumatised for years. My daughter still freaks out when there's heavy rain. She starts sort of looking around anxiously. And I wasn't personally affected. My house wasn't affected in the fires, but I still feel anxious when I see smoke. I'm sort of looking around thinking, where's that smoke coming from? Is there a fire? And I think this is going to become more and more a general thing, that people are living constantly in a state of anxiety. It's not healthy. It's, apart from people's physical health, it's affecting people's mental health as well. It's no point having lots of money and having a good economy if our people are in distress, if our people are not able to enjoy their lives and enjoy their country because they're continually worried what's the next disaster going to be. Okay, thank you for listening, and I hope that you're going to consider the risk that this expansion will cause for me, you, and all of us, and our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Campbell Knox.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Campbell Knox. And to begin with, I'd just like to thank you all for your time and your careful consideration throughout this process. I couldn't imagine being faced with such a heavy decision, knowing the amount of almost immeasurable lives this project will impact if it is approved. As I said, my name is Campbell. I'm currently living in Newcastle, but I spent the first 22 years of my life living and working in Maitland and across the Hunter. When I was a childcare worker, I was connected with hundreds of young families across Maitland, Cessnock, Branxton, Aberdare, Singleton and Muswellbrook, and have seen how the coal industry has supported many families, including my own. Until his retirement, my grandfather worked in the same mines my uncle now currently does, who is supporting 4 daughters and a young family. He works every day to scratch out some sort of living through what feels like an almost insurmountable cost of living crisis, with the only option of work he has through no fault of his own, but by design. The design of aggressive and exploitative corporations like Glencore and Yancoal, the same companies that take advantage of workers across our region, extract and offshore every ounce of profit they can, and then leave those communities holding the bag when the mines close. We've seen Yancoal do this at the Ashton mine just last month, and I can't trust them to care for our workers and their families again, and it's for that reason I'm against HVO. It's the same companies that fuel the cost of living crisis through things like government subsidies and massive tax breaks and loopholes, coupled with environmental destruction and the stranglehold they have on local councils and regions that are left with only one option left to invest in their own destruction. Submissions from HVO that have been given publicly at the start of this hearing process and through briefings over the past few months to the state government and to this commission have painted a very pretty picture about the sort of massive corporate profit trickling down into some sort of general community good, where they've claimed to do everything they can to reduce their climate impacts and think towards the future, while claiming the real problem lies beyond their control. Facts and reality, they don't paint as pretty a picture. Last year, Homelessness Australia released a staggering figure from the Homelessness and Disasters National Symposium of Australia, showing that under intensifying pressure of climate change, more than 6.5 million homes are at risk of bushfire, flood and coastal erosion, with 23,000 Australians displaced by floods, bushfires and cyclones annually. When I first read that figure, it gave me flashbacks to the Black Summer bushfires of 2019 and 2020, when I was still in high school, and saw communities across the Hunter who've been clearing their bushland and reducing access to vital water sources for coal mines and increasing their annual emissions, also losing their homes to bushfire and facing the long-lasting consequences of air pollution, which is only worsened by coal dust and pollutants caused by open-cut coal mines. The emissions this mine will produce will only worsen this crisis. The Commission knows it, and so does HVO, but HVO just simply does not care. They've thrown up untested numbers around mitigation and offset that every expert has shown is nothing short of a gamble that cannot be risked. We've seen those mitigation numbers even refuted by speakers in support of the expansion, when this very week, Executive General Manager of Liebherr Australia said, quote, "We're in the infancy of working with battery electric technology. We would not see fully validated, scaled or battery electric or electrified haul trucks available until well into the end of the next decade," to end quote. Now, how can we ask our community to trust these corporations and continue to stake their future and their lives on the same gamble this commission will have to hope holds up in 3 years if this project goes ahead? I don't see how you can trust numbers on the mitigation of emissions on technology that does not exist and that experts in the field say does not exist. Now, I don't blame these sort of communities that are on the front line of climate collapse, or even ones that are forced to work in the fossil fuel industry, for taking the only option available to them. Last week, when I attended the first 2 days of hearings, I spoke to workers who were paid overtime or extra shifts from HVO, and unionists from the MEU who saw through the division these companies and their friends in politics create. And we realised we're all after the same thing, which is just a future for the hunter and the people who call it home. It's hard to see any other future than the one these companies have designed for us. The promise of the only way you'll get this bridge is with another giant hole, or this investment in a local school or domestic violence shelter can only happen if our mine goes ahead. It's false. It's curated, and it's the type of buck passing our government is accustomed to. It's a threat that hangs over the heads of everyday people just trying to survive, because our government has been paid to look the other way and let these multinational corporations like Glencore and Yancoal just keep digging. But we all deserve better. We deserve a future built here in the Hunter with industry that is not only sustainable, but doesn't cost us our homes and our health, and a future we will never get if we carry on with business as usual. It's for this reason that I'm asking the IPC and all of the commissioners to make what might seem like an impossible choice, but it's the only one you have left, and it's to reject this project and not leave the future of our regions and the future of more than 1,500 workers to the mercy of a company that does not and will never, ever care about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. I call our next speaker, who is Anne Hodgso.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anne Hodgson. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. To begin, I'd like to say that I know you've heard lots over the 2 previous days of submissions about the loss of jobs and the economic impact on the local community should this project not be approved. However, I believe there needs to be an appreciation that new jobs can be created and other industries and businesses will take up opportunities this area offers. Even over the past 2 weeks, new businesses have announced their intentions to begin projects in the Hunter. From pumped hydro to green steel, others will come. My point is, jobs can transition, but we do not have the capacity to recapture the 800,000 tonnes of CO2 this HVO mine will create. I'm a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 6. I have deep and serious concerns about the future they and other young people will endure should the business as usual approach to mining developments continue. I live locally on a small acreage property northwest of Maitland. I have lived in the Maitland region for almost 40 years and in the Hunter for 48 years. Living reasonably close to the mining area, we definitely are impacted directly. We regularly hear the production blasting in the mines. We see the dust the extraction and mining activity raises, the brown haze on the horizon lingering over the valley and causing increasing respiratory illnesses. And we see and hear the 1.5 kilometre long trains with uncovered wagons which weave their way to the Port of Newcastle every single day. And travelling through the valley to visit my father, we witnessed the ongoing vast expansion of open-cut mining, destroying the beautiful valley, farm and woodlands and creating giant voids which are unlikely to ever be returned to their previous fertility. HVO is one of those mines. During the past 35 years particularly, I have seen firsthand the changes in climate and the impacts these have had on this area. Over the past 12 months alone, our area has recorded 30 days over 35 degrees, including 6 over 40. These excessively hot days have caused native birds to become distressed and to seek refuge in the shade of our buildings, seemingly suffering intense heat anxiety and close to death. In 2017, a record 47 degrees was reached, breaking all temperature records and an overall increasing temperature average. This is a heating planet that scientists have been warning us of. Another concerning observation over our time in Maitland is a reduced number of insects and birds. The University of Tasmania and the National Academy of Science have completed research which shows that climate change is already altering insect abundance, phenology and ranges, even where habitat loss is limited. Obviously, a healthy and diverse insect population is essential for all, including our food security. And concerning birds, the CSIRO has studied how birds are managing the heating climate, and the findings are dire. Birds' mortality rates skyrocket due to heat waves, and I have personally witnessed both of these changes over recent years. Of course, I'm not a scientist, but can only draw the conclusion that the increasing heat is driving these changes. As I said, I'm not a scientist, but I listen to what scientists are saying. Scientists on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are charged with assessing climate change causes, the impacts and actions we can take to respond. The IPCC serves as advice for governments for developing climate policies. The IPCC assessment clearly states that human-induced climate change is widespread, rapid and intensifying. It is a threat to our health, to our well-being and all other species' well-being. It is a threat to the health of our entire planet. Any delay in concerted global action will miss a rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. Further, in 2023, the IPCC recorded the world must rapidly phase out fossil fuels and transition to clean, renewable energy. Approval of the HVO extension would fly in the face of this very clear directive. I implore commissioners to consider the words of the IPCC. We have a rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. For the sake of future generations, for my grandchildren and yours, please do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call our next speaker, who is Alice Kulsic. We can see you, Alice. If you could just... Excellent. If you could state your...
Hello.
Thank you. And if you could state your name for the transcript and then provide your evidence, please. Thank you.
Sure. Hello. My name is Alice Kirsch. Cool. I'll crack into it. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I've decided to, put my name up to speak because I'm putting my faith in government institutions like the Independent Planning Commission to do what is best for the people of New South Wales, Australia and the world. I have worked at many ski resorts around the world, which has been very fun. Perisher Ski Resort right here in New South Wales has been a place I've spent a fair amount of time, but I have during that time witnessed the impacts of climate change and how that impacts the winter seasons, as well as the regional economies that ski season and that alpine conditions depend on. For example, like the 2026 ski season has been off to a terrible start. A lot of us have seen the photos of bare ski fields with people trying to head up for opening weekend to absolutely no snow, and that then means that when the lifts aren't spinning and people aren't heading up to the mountain, there's less people in the restaurants. The lifties that are waiting for their shifts to be rostered are all on standby and not getting that work, and the money just isn't flowing into those regional communities. So that really has an impact on that whole community and the workers that are there. So I just wanted to draw attention to your job as the commissioners to evaluate what truly serves in the public interest. And that's not just about right now, that is for the future generations who will inherit the climate legacy of this decision. So I feel like a lot of us have been looking at the submissions that have been coming in from both sides, and it has been incredible to hear all the different stories and all the unique perspectives. But it seem like there is a choice between weighing up the local mining employment against the environmental and climate impacts. But we really need to be honest about that trade-off. 1,300 people for jobs in the Hunter, that's nothing to be sneezed at, but that is a problem that can be solved, whereas 800 million tonnes of emissions is not. The department's assessment report confirms that even after project amendments, the HVO continuation project will generate over 809 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. We have the resources, policy frameworks and capital to retrain workers, support regional economic diversification and ensure hunter communities thrive in a transitioning economy. What we can't undo is retrieve those 800 million tonnes of carbon pollution once it's pumped into the atmosphere. We cannot sacrifice the long-term economic stability of other regional industries like snow tourism, agriculture, small local businesses to prolong open-cut coal extraction until almost 2050. When we are considering the public interest, we have to talk about intergenerational equity, which is the simple principle that future generations deserve an environment at least as healthy, diverse and productive as the one that we enjoy today. Approving coal extraction for another 2 decades does the exact opposite. First, it leaves a massive global legacy. Locking in 809 million tonnes of carbon guarantees worsening heat waves, bushfires, and the snow loss that I've witnessed in the Alpine region, which will push businesses and seasonal workers to the brink. Second, it inflicts a long-term burden on local families right here in the Hunter. Extending open-cut mining means decades more coal dust, noise, pressure on local water tables and the local environment, and it passes on the environmental and health implications onto future generations long after the mining profits have dried up. If we pass these compounding costs onto future generations while taking the short-term benefits today, we are directly failing the principle of intergenerational equity. The best time to stop burning coal was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. We cannot keep extending fossil fuel projects into the 2040s while claiming to act in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'll call our next speaker, who is Linda Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Thomas and I live in Newcastle and I'm 69 years old. My submission is an objection to the HVO continuation project proposal. I've lived in Newcastle for 4 years, but for the previous 36 years I lived and worked in the Blue Mountains. For most of the time I lived in the mountains, summer bushfires were relatively common but tended to affect limited areas each year, and they were usually brought under control within a week or less. Some of these fires had terrible consequences for the communities they affected. Homes were lost and surrounding bushland and gardens were burnt. Council resources were called on for several years after a fire to support affected residents in recovery and to control weeds and erosion in the burnt bushland. But in 2019, the pattern changed. Over a period of many weeks, really intense fires raged all over the mountains. I lived in the middle of Katoomba, and for the first time I was in real fear that our house would burn. Rainforest at the end of the street was burning. Rainforests aren't supposed to burn, and they never had before. We felt directly threatened. The air was thick with smoke for weeks. Many old and vulnerable people had to leave the mountains and seek shelter in Sydney. At the same time, intense and fast-moving fires were burning all around the Katoomba Plateau and in the mid and lower mountains and all along the Bells Line of Road. I had bush regeneration sites that I had been restoring over the years in many of these locations, and they were all burnt. And my friends in the Southern Highlands, South Coast, North Coast in New South Wales were all experiencing the same thing. Across the state, there were out-of-control fires, and it was really frightening. Eventually, the fires were brought under control. The recovery effort was enormous and still in its initial stages when I retired in 2022. There was simply not enough resources to deal with the breadth of the impacts on multiple communities and bushland areas. We bought our property in Newcastle 10 years ago. At that time, it was deemed to be in a flood zone, but historical flood maps showed that as our street is 2 to 3 metres higher than the surrounding area, It had never flooded, and so we thought we would probably be safe in the future. 10 years later, with the acceleration of climate change impacts and the example of the Lismore and Brisbane floods in mind, I'm no longer confident that we will be safe when the next big flood hits Newcastle. Most of my adult life, I've known that climate change was a big issue, and I've tried to do what I could to mitigate my impacts. But I also believed that government and industry would act effectively before it was too late. But in the last 10 years, I've realised we're in a climate crisis, and despite the scientific evidence, government is still approving new fossil fuel projects. No one is acting with enough urgency to try to keep impacts within some kind of manageable limits. For the first time in the 8 generations since my family came to Australia, my children and grandchildren are likely to have a more dangerous and less prosperous life than their parents. That's climate change. It's costing us all. After the decimation I saw in 2019, I wonder if the bush regeneration industry I worked in most of my life will still be viable in the future. Will it be considered worth doing in the face of continued decimation from an unpredictable climate, from floods, from fires? When are we as a society going to get serious? We will pay the price sometime, and the longer we don't act, the worse it's going to be. If this mine is not approved, jobs will be lost and communities affected. But although serious, these impacts can be mitigated through government action to implement a well-planned and properly funded transition. This has got to happen sometime. It should be happening now. I've read that approving this mine will be a climate bomb of Scope 1 and Scope 3 emissions, which will, over its lifetime, be responsible for 7 times the annual greenhouse emissions of the entire state of New South Wales. We can't take those emissions back once they're released. The impacts will be borne not only by the local towns, farms and regional biodiversity, but also by all the people of New South Wales and Australia and the world and all future generations. And I'm asking you, how can that be in the public interest? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right. Our next speaker is Catriona Richards.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, Ms. Richards, we can hear you and see you clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Katrina Richards. Thank you for having me speak. The report says this project will have net social benefit due to jobs, but the impacts of it aren't just local and will actually cause social harm. Can you switch to the next slide, please? Thanks. Mining and burning coal emits CO2 and methane. The emissions affect our entire atmosphere, no matter where the coal is burnt. Can you please switch to the next slide when you hear the musical note?
We can't hear that note, Ms. Richards, so if you just say next slide and we can move to the next slide.
Can you hear it now?
No.
Okay.
If you could just say next slide, that would be fine.
Dear.
Thank you.
Okay. CO2 levels have risen dramatically since the 1800s to now around 430 parts per million. We need to bring that down, not add to it. Next slide. How can what seems a small increase affect our climate and weather? Well, almost anything in the wrong dose can harm you. In small doses like 200 parts per million or 0.02%, we know alcohol may help people perform certain tasks, but at 500 parts per million, 0.05%, they can lose control over any tasks. This is not a scientific explanation, but these amounts are comparable to the increases of CO2 in our atmosphere. Next slide. The science is clear. Rising CO2 means rising average temperatures and more extreme weather events. Next slide. Climate science has advanced to where scientists are now able to directly attribute heat waves to CO2 emissions, even from specific companies. Next slide. Heat waves and floods aren't new, but they're increasing in frequency and intensity. This is what's already happening. Next slide. January we had historic heat waves, a state of disaster, and the Australian Open impacted. Note the use of the words abnormal or unusual. Next slide. Then we had record-breaking rains. Next slide. In 4 states, and weather whiplash. Next slide. Summers are getting longer and hotter, and this particularly hurts the poor, the elderly and children, as well as our wildlife. Next slide. Next slide. Climate change is impacting our tourism industry, food production and entire economy. What will happen to the 60,000 full-time equivalent jobs in Great Barrier Reef tourism or the 20,000 in the ski fields? Meantime, huge areas of Antarctica, the coldest place on Earth, did not freeze this winter. Next slide. Weather records are being smashed. Next slide. And this is global. Europe and West Asia are having the worst heat waves ever. Next slide. Vast areas of Canada are on fire. The US is being pounded by record storms, and parts of Argentina just had their warmest nighttime temperatures ever. And it's not their summer now, it's their winter. Next slide. The department argues this mine is within Australia's emissions reduction targets, but our 2035 targets aren't strong enough to meet the Paris Agreement's goal of keeping warming to under 2 degrees. The UN, the International Energy Agency, who are hardly a bunch of greenies, and even the popes all insist we must stop new coal mines. Next slide. Every fraction of a degree of warming matters and every tonne of coal matters. Glencore say they want to transition away from fossil fuels. It needs to happen now. The more coal is burnt, the more people, animals and crops will die from heat and extreme weather. That's not social benefit. Please reject this mine expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. All right. I call our next speaker, who is Abai Atharju.
Good afternoon. My name is Abi Aitaraju. I'm a Principal Air Quality and Sustainability Consultant at Virid AU, an environmental consultancy based in Brisbane. I have over 18 years of experience in conducting complex air quality impact assessments. I'm a certified air quality professional recognized by the Clean Air Society of Australia and New Zealand. I've been appointed by the Hunter Thoroughbred Breeders Association to review the air quality impact assessments conducted for the HVO continuation project, which covers both the North and South projects. The amended AQIA completed by Aaron Consulting in 2025 is comprehensive. However, in my opinion, does not provide the Commission with a sufficiently clear, conservative or complete account of the project's impacts. Next slide, please. Our first concern is that both the original and the amended AQIA did not consider the nearby thoroughbred and equine industry as a sensitive receptor. As shown on the slide, the HVO project is located within a region that supports a well-established thoroughbred and equine industry, which is recognized as being of regional significance. However, the assessment focuses primarily on sensitive receptors associated with residential and community land uses and does not identify or evaluate potential impacts on horse breeding, training, or associated equine operations. Literature suggests that deposited dust and particulate concentrations have the potential to adversely affect animal health, welfare, and the quality of equine facilities. Given the sensitivity and economic significance of the equine industry, these receptors should have been identified in the assessment and would benefit from additional discussion of potential impact on these facilities. Next slide, please. Our second key finding relates to an inconsistency between the project stated material movement reductions and the dispersion modeling results. Now, similar to observations raised by Associate Professor De Silva during day 2 of the public hearing, the amended AQIA states that the revised project configuration results in approximately a 23% reduction in material movement And based on this reduction, the assessment concludes that lower emissions and consequently reduced air quality impacts would be expected. However, when the predicted annual average PM10 concentrations attributable to the amended project alone are compared with those from the original project scenario, there's little to no corresponding reduction in those predicted concentrations. As the assessment provides no explanation for this apparent inconsistency, it is difficult to verify whether the modeling actually represents the amended project. Next slide, please. Similarly, this slide presents a similar observation for the PM 2.5 size fraction. It is unclear whether the 23% reduction in material movement has resulted in a meaningful reduction in the predicted annual average PM 2.5 ground level concentrations attributable to the HVO project alone. Next slide, please. Now, this slide relates to the limited assimilative capacity of the airshed. The amended AQIA identifies that some private and commercial receptors are predicted to exceed the relevant assessment criteria for both the 24-hour and annual average PM10 and 2.5 concentrations. The assessments attribute these exceedances at least in part to contributions from the existing nearby mining operations. This clearly indicates that the surrounding airshed is already experiencing elevated particulate concentrations and should be considered as a saturated or a constrained airshed. Now, this point is further supported by the recorded background monitoring data. Annual average PM 2.5 concentrations measured at nearby monitoring stations in the Upper Hunter region in 2024 show that the concentrations are approximately 6 to 7 microgram per cubic meter, which is close to the 8 microgram assessment criteria and are almost exceeding the updated NEPM annual average limit of 7 micrograms. Also, one more thing is that it is a bit unclear as to how the background concentrations have been established for this assessment. Next slide, please. Now, based on a review of the amended AQIA, it is unclear whether emissions from crushing and screening operations have been included in the emissions inventory and subsequent dispersion modeling. Now, if crushing and screening operations are not included as part of the HVO project, at least they should be included as a part of the background environment. In summary, my key findings are exclusion of the equine receptors, inconsistency in the material reduction and the model predictions, and limited assimilative airshed capacity. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, sir. If I could just explore a couple of matters with you based on the evidence you just provided. So first thing, you've used the phrase sensitive receiver. Now, as you understand, there's non-discretionary development standards in the SEP that use that phrase. Now, it's specifically defined to include hospitals, school classrooms, childcare centres, and places of public worship. Is your point that the non-discretionary development standard dealing with air quality only relates to private dwellings, but otherwise doesn't extend to sensitive receivers as a term or your clients' farm studs, and that issue should have been assessed? Is that the
yes, that should have been addressed, because there is evidence that there are health impacts on thoroughbred industry from elevated particulate concentrations. So why has there been no discussion around on those particular receptors?
All right, and the work that you've done is to review the existing work, not to run your own model to see what the actual particulate matter would be at the studs.
No, we haven't done any revised dispersion modeling. All we have done is examine the assessments conducted for the original AQIA done in 2022 and the impact assessment corresponding to the amended project done in 2025.
All right. Now, on that review, so now dealing with the cumulative average annual level, let's just start with PM 2.5.
Yes.
You don't dispute, your issue is that the actual measurements, so the actual empirical data, is between 6 to 7 micrograms per cubic meter as a starting point.
Measured the data at the NIPM monitoring stations, yes. Right. The average.
All right. Now, in terms of the increase, again, in cumulative annual average levels, do you agree with the amount predicted being in the order of 2 micrograms per cubic meter?
In the like when you say 2 micrograms, is it are you specifically asking from HVO's operations perspective or?
Yes.
I mean,
its contribution to the cumulative.
Its contribution. That's what I'm saying. I mean, at this point in time, it's a bit difficult to understand how they have sort of predicted the annual average results, because the thing is that one is, if we examine especially the slides that slide 3 and 4, the thing is that they talk about a 23% reduction in the overall material volume, and they do claim that the emissions also reduce, like for the overall PM10 and 2.5 emissions reduce between the original scenario and the amended scenario. But when we examine the isoplets that they have predicted, especially around the Jerry's Plains area, we do not see any such meaningful reductions for both the PM10 and 2.5 size fraction, especially for the annual averaging period pollutants.
All right. So then,
and just curious to understand as to why the reductions are not being shown, when it comes to ground level concentrations.
All right. And to clarify, so in relation to the background concentration which has been used in the model,
yes,
versus the measured empirical data versus the assumed background in the model. Can you expand on that point in terms of your?
I think that the fact of the matter is basically they have used a certain background concentration to determine what the cumulative impacts would be, but we are not clear how they have distinguished the levels that are recorded at the NIPM station and the contribution from the nearby existing mines.
All right. And then you used the word wasn't conservative. In terms of the extent of, just to try and ground that in a actual numerical number, are we talking conservative errors by virtue of decimal points, or we're talking per microgram?
It is like at this point in time, I mean, they've sort of done an average of the, they've taken an average value across the years, and the fact that basically there is an updated NEPM criteria of 7 microgram per cubic meter. There have been, like, if you go through the reports, there have been certain instances where the measured levels are above that 7 microgram per cubic meter.
All right. I understand you're going to be doing a written statement?
Yes.
All right. If you could address those matters, but also the questions that have been put on the website to the applicant, if you wish to engage in those as well.
Yes.
You can put that in your submission on the 2nd of August. All right.
Sure.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fergus Green. Call Mr. Green.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Fergus Green. I'm an Associate Professor in the Department of Political Science at School of Public Policy at University College London and an Honorary Senior Fellow at the Melbourne Law School, University of Melbourne. I teach at Melbourne climate law and environmental law, and my research and expertise relevantly relates to climate change law and policy, especially as it pertains to fossil fuel production sectors. I wish to object to the proposal, and I'll speak to 2 issues. Firstly, the significance of the project's climate impacts, and secondly, the inadequacy of potential conditions concerning offsets. So to the first issue, the project is highly likely to have highly significant impacts on the global climate through its Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions are a relevant consideration, and they must not be reduced to a cursory consideration, for they are central to the project's impact on the climate and cannot be minimised or dismissed or outsourced via any of the standard arguments that are typically used by fossil fuel industry proponents and often by decision makers. For shorthand, I'll label those the drop in the bucket argument, the market substitution argument, and a purported division of responsibility in the Paris Agreement. So to take each of those in turn, the project's total Scope 1 to 3 emissions, predominantly Scope 3, are 800 million tonnes, as you know. This is not appropriately characterised using the metaphor of a drop in the bucket of climate change. Firstly, the assessment of the significance of these emissions impact must account for relevant policy objectives, including the goals of the Paris Agreement. As the ICJ has held in its advisory opinion, the relevant temperature goal is 1.5 degrees. The remaining global carbon budget for 1.5 degrees with a 2/3 probability at the start of 2026 is a mere 80 gigatons. So HVO's 800 megatons would amount to an extraordinary 1% of that remaining carbon budget. It's an extraordinary for a single project to take up that much of the remaining carbon budget. And even if we took the riskier approach of aiming to halt that temperature increase to 1.5 with a mere 50% probability, for which the budget at the start of 2026 is 130 gigatons, according to the recent most authoritative assessments, the HVO emissions would still take up a huge proportion of that, at more than 0.6% of that remaining budget. Additionally, the assessment of significance should take into account the cumulative impacts of committed emissions from other existing and planned, and hence foreseeable, fossil fuel projects globally, as is required in the United Kingdom's standards for their assessment of Scope 3 emissions from oil and gas projects. Committed emissions from already operational and planned fossil fuel projects were assessed by the IPCC in its sixth assessment report to be 850 gigatons. Subsequent studies looking at fossil fuel extraction infrastructure and attributing Scope 3 emissions to extraction infrastructure have found higher figures, more than 900 gigatons. So in other words, fossil fuel projects that are already operating or likely to become operational, if operated for their standard economic life, will emit more than 10 times the remaining global carbon budget for 1.5 with a 2/3 probability, and more than 6 times the 1.5 budget with a 50% probability. Emissions from the HVO coal would add to this massive excess in committed cumulative emissions relative to the remaining carbon budgets for 1.5. So by way of summary of these 3 points, I suggest that a more appropriate metaphor in a recent working paper of mine on this topic, the project is not a drop in the bucket, rather the project would add a large volume of water to a very small and rapidly shrinking bucket that is already overflowing. The climate impacts of the project's Scope 3 emissions, moreover, are not in law or in fact netted off by considering the emissions displaced from any so-called market substitution. Firstly, market substitution effects ought not to be considered relevant in principle. Quoting Chief Justice Preston in the case of Gloucester Resources, the potential for a hypothetical but uncertain alternative development to cause the same unacceptable environmental impact is not a reason to approve a definite development that will certainly cause the unacceptable environmental impacts. In the alternative, even if market substitution effects were thought by the panel to be relevant, then they ought to be considered in the following manner. That is, in respect of 2 separate causal chains. The primary causal chain links the project's coal to the emissions from combusting that coal to the climate impacts. If the panel wishes to consider a second causal chain that operates through the price mechanism and may lead to the displacement of coal elsewhere and hence emissions elsewhere, well, then I suggest that the panel follow a line of recent court decisions in Australia and elsewhere. Not in Australia, but in the UK and elsewhere, which has held that insofar as that second causal chain is to be investigated, then the onus is on really the applicant or the proponent of the project to adduce evidence that any such market substitution impacts are likely, consistent with the evidential standard required for environmental impacts, and that it shouldn't be merely speculative. I would also note that any such possible market substitution effects would only be arising in the short to medium term during the life of the HVO coal approval. But the more relevant consideration is in the long run. And in the long run, there would be no substitution at all as a result of the project, because essentially, if the project comes online and because of the increase in supply reduces the market price for coal, well, then that reduction in the market price will only obtain so long as HVO's coal is on the market. So once the approval ends and the HVO coal is no longer on the market, then the market price, all else equal, would revert back to the previous market price, and that would induce the marginal producer that is being substituted for, allegedly, to then sell its coal on the market. And so in the long run, the atmosphere would experience the impacts of both the HVO coal and the postulated marginal producer's coal. To the supposed division of responsibility in the Paris Agreement, the Paris Agreement creates a division of responsibility only for the accounting and reporting of greenhouse gas emissions in terms of countries' territorial emissions, not for obligations in respect of the mitigation of climate change. Nationally determined contributions are not restricted to the territorial emissions of a state, and as the ICJ emphasises, they are to represent parties' highest possible ambition. And in any case, as you've no doubt heard from other presenters, Australia has a customary international law duty to prevent significant harm to the climate system, and the ICJ is clear that this is not limited to emissions produced within a state's borders, and it expressly envisages that these might be caused from fossil fuel production projects, the downstream consequences of which need to be assessed. And in my written submission, I can also direct the panel to a number of recent overseas court decisions and the Queensland case of Waratah Coal, where a similar kind of division of responsibility argument was explicitly rejected in comparable EIA cases. I will just devote my last minute and a bit to the second point I wish to make concerning the suitability of conditions in respect of offsetting. The project's climate emissions from all scopes cannot be offset by the purchase and retirement of safeguard mechanism credits or avoidance or vegetation-based removal credits, which predominate in the ACCU market. I would direct the panel to the settlement statement issued by Energy Australia in the context of a greenwashing lawsuit brought by Parents for Climate Action, which I think nicely summarises the problems with offsets. Offsets, and I quote from the settlement statement from Energy Australia, Australia's third largest emitter, quote, offsets do not prevent or undo the harms caused by burning fossil fuels. Even with carbon offsetting, the emissions released from burning fossil fuels for a customer's energy use still contribute to climate change. And in terms of vegetation-based offsets, Energy Australia accepts the scientific consensus that these offsets do not indefinitely remove greenhouse gas emissions from burning fossil fuels because of and I'm summarising now, because of the temporary storage in vegetation. And so they can't actually offset emissions from burning fossil fuels. And so I conclude that in the absence of any suitable conditions that could be attached to the project's emissions of any scope, we're drawn to the inexorable conclusion that the project's emissions will be highly likely to cause a highly significant impact on the climate, and that they could not be adequately addressed by any conditions. And I therefore submit that the panel should exercise its discretion to refuse consent for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor. We'll now move to our next speaker, who is Graham Jessup. Mr. Jessup, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, and we can see you. If you could state your name and then please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, just adjust this a little bit here. Okay, that's good. So you can hear me and see me okay, can you?
We can.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the opportunity for me to present my reasons for not supporting this proposal. At the start, I must say I'm amazed that a coal project with this massive impact has not been stopped in its tracks years ago. I'm hoping that the time has come for the IPC to have the ability to grasp the nettle, be bold and reject the project. I say this because I see a lot of coal projects being approved by the IPC in the last few years against what I thought would be sufficient information for them to be stopped. I'm hoping that this one will be different. I'm an active member of Climate Action Pittwater, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the wider community about the urgent need to address climate change issues. Every week we hear more distressing news about the serious impact of climate change. This week it's about 800 wildfires burning in Canada. Before that it was floods or excessive heat waves, and the list keeps going on. There's a perception in the community that we're not doing what we need to address these very significant problems. We do clearly have a serious global problem that's impacting everyone right now. And what I want to speak to is mainly that we need to consider the Scope 3 emissions of much more importance than we appear to have done in the past. This project's the largest coal proposal in our state's history. It's enormous, and it's happening at a time when we're told we must reduce emissions. We're told we have a carbon budget and we must keep as much coal as possible in the ground. Continued mining is just exacerbating the problem. So I'm here today because the atmosphere holds no barriers. The decisions made by the Commission will directly influence the environmental future of my home, our nation, and indeed the planet, as the last speaker alluded to. Scope 3 emissions do make a difference. Like a lot of Australians, I'm relying on our government agencies to take effective action to plan for our future. And these plans, of course, must include a just transition for all impacted parties. Every day we're watching global ecosystems destabilise in real time. We're witnessing ocean warming, systematic diversity of loss, climate chaos, and which threatens our environment. There are enough local issues to adjust stopping this project, but Scope 3 emissions are very much part of the problem because they affect all of us. Every tonne of coal that we dig up on this project and burn overseas returns to us in the form of rising sea levels, intensifying coastal erosion, and unprecedented extreme weather across Australia. The science is settled and the global alarm bells are ringing. So the question the wider community is now asking, are our democratic and regulatory institutions capable of protecting us? Too often, when everyday people look at our planning, they form the view that our institutions are gridlocked, indifferent or incapable of addressing the most pressing crises of our time. Too often we hear simply that the system's broken. So under the Act, the Commission is bound to take into account public interest. And thanks to the recent landmarks like the Mount Pleasant Court ruling, we know that the legal definition of public interest must include downstream climate impacts. In my view, we right now are at a tipping point, and I urge the Commission to give much more weight to the wider impact of Scope 3 emissions. Please show that the wider community that the planning system can work, show us that our institutions are capable of courage, capable of listening, and capable of protecting the collective environment over short-term corporate interests. Fortunately, we now have a well-informed Commission with experts who well understand the impacts of continued burning of fossil fuels, and I urge the Commission to reject this project. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll call our next speaker, who is Joe Hollenstein.
Hi, Joe Hollenstein. Thanks for considering my objection to the proposed HVO North and South continuation projects. Over the last few weeks, I've read and heard and seen lots of commentary in support of these mines from state and federal politicians, from local mayors, from the media, and I and my friends have been targeted by HVO's ads on Facebook and Instagram, ads on the radio, and HVO's stores in our local shopping centres, asking us to write submissions in support of the mines. That has prompted me to appear today. I'm a scientist by training, an electrical engineer with 23 years of experience in the electricity industry. I spent the last 10 years as Executive General Manager of Project Development for a multinational renewable energy company. I'm an expert in the electricity industry, and I know a lot about green hydrogen, and I dedicated my career to that industry because a younger version of me believed that renewables could be the solution to climate change. Today's version of me has left that industry because renewables and green hydrogen and carbon offsets are still an inconsequential sideshow. The only solution to climate change is to stop fossil fuels. I would argue that there is no safe level of climate change anymore, and there is no acceptable level of coal mining anymore. The world's temperatures continue to increase on a track towards the high end of the range of scientific predictions. Global fossil fuel consumption continues to increase every single year, and the world's current plans for decarbonisation are still completely insufficient to meet the Paris Agreement. Whether we live in Singleton, The Hunter, in Newcastle, in Sydney, or anywhere in New South Wales, we're already locked in for massive changes in climate and weather patterns, with all the flow-on effects that will bring, and the more coal we mine, the worse it's going to get. It is in the interest of every single Australian that no new coal mine can be allowed to be built anywhere. One of the points in the ministerial request to hold this public hearing is to pay particular attention to the government's comprehensive climate change policy framework, including legislated emission reduction targets. I have some comments in that category. Approval of these projects would mean the extraction of roughly another 500 million tonnes of coal that would not otherwise be mined. It would also extend the duration of mining at each of these mines for another 2 decades. Meanwhile, the New South Wales Government has legislated greenhouse gas emission reduction targets under the Climate Change Act 23 of 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The New South Wales Government has said it's not yet on track to meet its legislated targets without further action. So every single existing emitter in every single sector, and by that I mean every single person in New South Wales, already needs to reduce our emissions faster and by more than we are doing or planning to do. And that's before this new mining proposal is considered. In the same period that we're bound to cut emissions from everything that everybody currently does to zero, these mines, if approved, would be massively increasing emissions. So every single one of us in every single sector of the economy who must already be reducing emissions faster and more than we are doing or planning to do would have to reduce our emissions even faster and by even more than what we are currently not doing fast enough or deeply enough. We are somehow supposed to get to net zero by doing all this while still mining new coal. It's a farcical and impossible scenario, and approving this mine extension would set us on track to fail. Just 6 months ago, the New South Wales Government's Net Zero Commission concluded that continued expansion of coal mining in New South Wales would be inconsistent with achieving the state's legislated emission reduction targets. But here is the largest coal expansion proposal in New South Wales history being considered for approval. It's complete madness and clearly not in the public interest. Even more so, given the broader picture of 11 new coal projects that have already been approved in New South Wales since the 2023 election, and the roughly 18 still in the approval process. Even without any of these new 30 coal mines, net zero emissions by 2050 is a pipe dream, and I'll make some related comments about green hydrogen in my written submission. The offsets being proposed by HVO are meaningless. The rate of land clearing in Australia is many times the rate that already cleared land is being revegetated. Emissions from 430 million tonnes of fossilised ancient forests that were buried underground over millions of years cannot be offset by a 25 to a 100-year promise to not clear this block or that block of forest, or improving fire management of savanna land, or making efficiencies in other economic sectors, or by planting more trees on land cleared 50 to 100 years ago. Land that may very well not be suitable for those trees over that same period as the climate changes. We don't even have a plan to stop land clearing, let alone to start revegetation on any kind of scale. How could we possibly pretend that offsets are anything but an accounting trick? In my written submission, I'll make further comments about jobs and economic impact of these mines. But for now, I'll say this. HVO North was approved in 2004, 22 years ago. Everyone has known for 22 years that this mine was due to close. I know from my industry that one thing every business craves is certainty. Our governments and the IPC need to provide certainty to this industry that its time is up. Not in 5 or 10 or 20 years. But its time is up now. My view is that, given we're in a climate emergency, given we are woefully underprepared to address and deal with it, given emission reduction targets placed on every single sector of the New South Wales economy are only going to get tighter, and given approving any extension to these mines is inconsistent with achieving the state's legislated emission reduction targets, the IPC cannot reasonably determine any other outcome than to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have our next speaker, who is Scott Franks on the phone. If you are there, Mr. Franks.
Yes, I'm here, Commissioner. Sirs, how are you?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Thank you. If you could please proceed.
Okay, it's Scott Franks. I'm the representative for the PCWP, or formerly the Registered Native Title Claimant for the Wanneroo people, in which this mine is seeking to propose its extension. Firstly, I'd like to thank the opportunity. I have actually written a submission, but I was then made mindful of, what was happening with the media and whatever else. And my position today is not to support the mine approval, and in fact hold both Glencore and Yancoal and Rio Tinto to account for the HVO operation. One thing that nobody would be aware of is prior to Rio Tinto exiting the Hunter Valley, they negotiated an ancillary agreement in Deed 31 with the PCWP, and under that agreement, for the purposes of native title, it's an agreement in effect that releases the state of New South Wales from claims of compensation and damage over the loss of native title. That ancillary agreement indeed was negotiated in good faith, signed not only by Rio Tinto, but then countersigned by both Yancoal and Glencore after Rio Tinto exited the Hunter Valley, and signed off by a New South Wales State Minister on behalf of the state of New South Wales. The Deed 31 contains specific agreements on how HVO would operate in reference to consultation with the PCWP and allowing us, as the accepted, acknowledged and agreed traditional owners, to speak on the cultural heritage, make decisions, and also provide our cultural knowledge of the importance of the area. Once the Deed 31 was struck, and even in that process, up until very recently, and after numerous attempts made by myself to put HVO on notice and their consultant, I believe at the time EMM, they have failed to negotiate and consult with the PCWP. Now, they will say that the claim has now been withdrawn. The problem, I believe, for the Independent Planning Commission and the state of New South Wales, including the environmental management officers attached to the Department of Environment, is very simple. Regardless of the status of the ancillary agreement, the Deed 31, they were struck in good faith to prevent the state being held accountable for significant compensation for native title, with restrictions on how the industry would respond in that area. I appreciate the mine's position will be that the claim is no longer registered and it was withdrawn by us, but the reality is they observed the process under native title to identify who a traditional owner was and recognised for that mining footprint. How is it that the mine can now, and the state, not continue to acknowledge that commitment to safeguard who is the traditional owners by allowing some 98 registered Aboriginal parties who were not identified through the native title process to give rise to the cultural importance of the area? On that basis, I say that the environmental assessment in reference to the Aboriginal connection to country is unsounded and it's not confirmed. They've brought in non-traditional owners to give an overview of what the cultural values are and tried to create a snowball effect to hide the traditional owners behind the assessment of an anthropologist who didn't even bother to speak to the traditional owners that were identified as the native title claimants. I'd also now like to draw my attention to the commitment some time ago by the Independent Planning Commission that there should be a proper audit of Aboriginal heritage left intact in the Hunter Valley. If this mine is approved, it will systematically destroy all the low-lying tributary 1, 2 and 3 water streams where our people gathered, hunted and lived, including a corner area of the proposed Section 10 application for the Ravensworth massacre site. I stand fast on my argument that there needs to be a proper audit, that the mine should not be approved. And finally, I'd like to draw my final closing statements to the Commission and everyone else. Over the past several weeks, I've seen our country being bandied around the media, and what I noticed was this, and everyone can see it. You have people trying to protect the area and oppose the mine, and miners standing, facing each other, creating uneasy atmosphere that goes against our protocols. It's turned it into a war zone. These commissions and these opportunities to speak and to allow us to try and work together to get an undertaking, we're not seeing that. Sorry for wandering off subject, Commissioners, but as I said, that's my position. I'm happy to provide the Deed 31 auxiliary agreement to the Commission for their review so they can see the conditions to help them assist with making the decision in how the Aboriginal heritage was managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franks. We're now going to take a short adjournment of the public hearing, and we'll be resuming at 4:15 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Confirming that the hearing has now resumed. I call our next speaker, who is Stephen Fordham. Excellent. There we go. You're live. We can hear you. We can see you. Just check we can hear you.
That's good.
Excellent.
Cool.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Look, before I do start today, I just want to say it's a massive opportunity to actually get the opportunity to come talk about this project and how much it actually means for our region. And I know in the last couple of days you guys have seen a lot of high-vis coming out, but high-vis is what our community is. It's what our town's been for a very long time. Today's discussion, if this project should go ahead, I think the big key things we've got to understand is that we're not just talking about coal leaving Australia. We're not talking about coal into our coal plants. We're actually talking about jobs, local people and regional people and what it's all about. For a long time, we've felt in our region, we've been the District 12 in Hunger Games, and I don't know if any of the IPC have actually ever watched that movie, but we've been dictated for a long term from the capital for what's good for our region. And we're regional people that know what's good for our area. This is not just to turn around and say, if this doesn't get approved, it's just going to affect a large corporate. It's going to affect the mums, dads, small business owners, the community people, the daycare facilities, and a lot more. And I don't know if you guys have done any research, but when we lost Drayton a number of years ago, we got to the point we had people in the community that were going through suicide. We had depression on a large scale because going into an area and taking away near 10% of the workforce from a region, that's suicide. That's destruction and the worst possible way for our community and what our community is about. HVO has been a pillar of what they've offered and the ways in which they support our region and providing jobs for our Indigenous communities, for gender equality, and a range of different assets to be able to help support people when they want to have that go. They support small businesses, they support opportunities, but they give the working man and the people in the battler an actual opportunity to go forward. And that's why we need projects like this to go forward. It is ludicrous that it has taken so long and this process has gone so far. We're hitting these social targets of trying to cut coal out by 2050. Let's leave the debate to 2050. Let's get this project approved and let's provide opportunities that we can give people a chance. This coal targets, as we said, we look at it from these big players and that these things that they're sitting there today, and is HVO, is Glencore, Yancoal going to be affected by this? This is the mums and the dads. This is the small business owners that are sitting there today going, am I going to be able to give my kids a Christmas present? Am I going to be able to turn around and work out and keep my staff on? Am I going to provide an opportunity for regional people to have an economic opportunity for growth? We're living in the largest cost of living crisis that we've ever had. We've got a point now where people are struggling to pay for their mortgages, and we're at a point now people are going, am I going to actually have a job to cover that mortgage? You guys have got an opportunity to turn around and approve a project and improve a community to continue to do what we've done for a very long time, mining high-quality coal and giving people an opportunity and a way to progress. This whole time that we've been through this planning and PAC committee, we've heard from so many people from outside our community that have come in to tell us what's good for our area and that we need to make a difference. But the one thing that we've got to live with, and I've always said it, vegans and vegetarians, if they don't like it, they don't use it. These people are coming and driving into our communities, trying to make a difference in an area that's not theirs. They're dictating our livelihoods, our opportunity to go forward, our chance to make a difference. And that's what it's all about. Today, we've had the opportunity for some of our locals to progress and actually give their point of view. But we need this project to go forward because this is a life-changing point for everyone in our region. The destruction and the turn-off of this will destroy our community. This will be the end of the football club. This will be the end of the local pub, the pie shop, the bakery. Every part of our community will suffer if this project does not get approved because this is what it's about. It's about long-term opportunities and for us to have a future. We need this project to go through. We need the PAC to take into consideration of what the outcomes and the effects of closing this, of what this would do to our region. This will be the end of Newcastle. Today, I'm actually in Newcastle dropping in to see a client, and I'm seeing these coal ships come through. This is not just an economic house for Singleton. This is for Muswellbrook. This is for Merriward, Denman, Sandy Hollow, Maitland, all these different communities, and that's what it's about. We need these opportunities to progress, and we really need this project to go through because this is our lifeblood. This is what our community have done for so long. I'm a fourth-generation coal miner, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of our industry. I'm proud of the opportunities and what we can have, and we need this project to go through. So I'll leave it on that one.
All right. No, thank you for your time, and thank you for providing that evidence today. Our next speaker is Stuart Bonds.
Yeah. Hello.
Excellent. We can see you and hear you. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. Please proceed.
Beautiful.
How are you going? So my name's Stuart Bonds and I'm representing One Nation, Paul and Answers One Nation. I'd like to welcome you all to the country here. It's coal mining country, and I'd like to recognise our traditional coal miners, past, present and emerging. For starters, I'd like to say that this project should have been listed as a state significant in its relevancy, and we shouldn't even be in this room, in my opinion. Unlike many of the objectors, I've lived and I've worked in and around the coal mines for the past 20 years. I've worked at HVO as a mechanic for 12 months in about 2011, so I know the project well and I live next door to the project. I can't believe with over 2,000 odd positive submissions and 200 odd negative submissions, a 90 to 10 ratio, we've ended up with a 90% negative submissions at these hearings with 10% positive, the polar opposite of the community's true feelings. Most of the negative submissions are objecting to the mine that they'll never even see in a vain hope of changing the temperature of the earth. This isn't unprecedented behaviour throughout human history. Various ancient civilisations have often performed human sacrifice to appease the weather gods. The Aztecs priests believed that children's tears were the most favourable omen and would bring much needed rain. Little did they know they just needed to stop creating a little bit of carbon and their fortunes might change. If I had a picture here, it would have a 20,000 seat stadium representing the 8,000 workers and their 12,000 family members that this mine is supporting. These are people living in our community, our friends, our neighbours, our family members. These are not people living in a concrete prison in a city hundreds of kilometres away on a Zoom link. The reality of your choice boils down to this. Do you close a decade-long running successful mine and put thousands of workers into an unemployment queue? Do you bankrupt businesses? Guarantee mortgage foreclosures, force children to change schools, force families to miss loan repayments, increase rates of depression, drug and alcohol abuse, marriage breakdown and suicides. That's the choice that's really in front of you. If you think I'm exaggerating about the effects of this, then have a look what happened in Northern England and Wales and the central states of the United States of America when the mines left. Pretending that thousands of individuals losing their well-paying jobs can simply be absorbed into the current jobs market in the Hunter is an insult to our intelligence. We live here. For those people that are worried about the future of coal, fear not. Globally, coal demand has increased year on year on year with no sign of slowing down. Globally, 8.8 billion tonnes of coal is mined and burned every single year. 93% of it is mined outside of Australia. And Australia makes up less than 2% of global emissions. By forcing countries to burn less quality coal, they will burn more of it, and you are going to do more harm to the planet. The Australian people could go back to living in caves and it will have zero effect on the temperature of the earth. We have always had natural disasters and extreme weather events. 1908, Dorothy McKellar wrote, "We lived in a land of droughts and flooding rains." Black Thursday in 1851 was a fire that burned an estimated 5 million hectares of land with temperatures reaching 47 degrees. 12 people died. 175 years ago. 174 years ago, 1 year later, 200 kilometres north, a catastrophic flood swept through New South Wales, sweeping away the town of Gundagai, killing 100 out of the 250 residents. These were 1 year apart. In my opinion, I believe that this committee has gone off the rails. I believe that this isn't about the viability of a mine. It's not about the dust. It's not about miners' safety. This committee has been asked to make a determination on the life of a project based on a highly emotive weather predictions about climate conditions decades in the future. Predictions that in the past have been constantly over-dramatised and wrong. Just ask Al Gore and Tim Flannery. I've read the selection criteria defined in the Act for the commissioners to be into their positions. And I've also looked at your job histories that you've done before you sat on this panel. And I do not believe that people with your qualifications or any qualifications can weigh up the psychosocial and economic impacts, the future financial investment implications to the state, the negative mental health fallout from these job losses, geopolitical fallout from removing another nation's coal supply from the electricity grid, plus determine the long-term impacts on the national budget all while being able to be experts on climate change and determine what CO2 emissions will do to this particular community. So rather than this being a hearing on a coal mine, I believe it's a hearing on the future of these types of committees. Are they working for the people of New South Wales? And to the government-funded organisations that have put in submissions here to close down the mine, you've saved me a lot of work because I've been asked to get a list to save us some money and get the state moving, and I know where I'm going to start. Please do the right thing and approve this mine, Commissioners, and let us get back to paying our way and continue coal mining. I'll see you all at the next approval where we'll go round in circles all over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, for taking the time to provide your evidence this afternoon. Our next speaker is Maria Nawaz.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking from the lands of the Gadigal people, and I'd like to acknowledge elders past and present. My name is Maria Nawaz, and I'm the project lead for the Australian Climate Accountability Project, which is based at the UNSW Australian Human Rights Institute. Australia is a major gas and coal exporter. It ranks as the world's second largest exporter of emissions, behind only Russia based on life cycle carbon emissions. Scientific evidence now clearly links every tonne of carbon dioxide to rising temperatures and increasing climate risks, including those identified in Australia's 2025 National Climate Risk Assessment. Last year, the International Court of Justice, in their advisory opinion on the obligations of states in respect of climate change, ruled that states must prevent significant harm to the climate system. Approval of extended fossil fuel projects directly causes such harms. I understand that the HVO continuation projects would generate approximately 809 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, around 98% of which would be Scope 3 emissions. These emissions from the HVO continuation project are inconsistent with Australia's obligations to limit warming to below 1.5 degrees as set out in the Paris Agreement, as well as the emissions reductions targets set out in the Climate Change Act. The New South Wales Net Zero Commission, in their Spotlight report, has already found that further coal mine extensions or expansions are incompatible with New South Wales emissions reduction targets. We urge the Independent Planning Commission to give proper weight to this report, which the IPC, and treat it as binding government policy which the IPC must address in every coal mine assessment. Earlier this year, our project commissioned 2 reports by the Honourable John Baston AOKC into the assessment by New South Wales government agencies of impacts of greenhouse gas emissions in applications to approve new and expanded coal mines. The reports found that New South Wales current approval processes put the state in breach of both New South Wales and international law. New South Wales law already requires decision makers assessing proposed expanded coal projects to undertake a substantive assessment of Scope 3 emissions and their impacts. This obligation arises principally from Section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act and Clause 2.20, Subsection 2 of the Mining Resources State Environmental Planning Policy. This obligation is not satisfied by merely acknowledging downstream emissions, and it is not lawful to disregard Scope 3 emissions from New South Wales coal burned overseas. Mr. Baston found that decision makers must assess the likely climate consequences and associated harms of those emissions and give them proper weight in the approval process. He warned that failure to do so will render the IPC's determination invalid. While we are awaiting a High Court decision in the Mac Energy and Damshed case, the New South Wales Court of Appeal found that while climate change is a global phenomenon, the Planning Commission is required to consider the causal link between the project and likely local impacts of climate change. We urge the Commission to give proper attention to the Scope 3 emissions of the HVO continuation projects and the associated climate harms of these emissions. Recent advances in climate attribution science make it possible to link emissions from individual fossil fuel projects to measurable climate damage. My colleague Gillian Moon, who is appearing next, will cover this in more detail. Mr. Baston has also assessed the Commission's current practice of conducting public hearings as legally inadequate because it does not provide a genuine opportunity to test and evaluate complex evidence, particularly in contentious coal mine extension applications. The present process, which is characterised by short timeframes, brief hearing periods, and limited opportunities to scrutinise expert evidence, can leave the Commission effectively unable to undertake the kind of independent scrutiny contemplated by the legislation. Read correctly, the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act removes appeal rights to the Land and Environment Court only where there has been a public hearing, providing a genuine and realistic opportunity to objectors to persuade the Commission to a view different from that of the proponent. Mr. Baston has warned that absent such an opportunity, the criterion for disengaging appeal rights will not have been satisfied. Our written submission contains further information on this point. As a matter of law, the Commission should refuse the development application for the HVO continuation project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gillian Moon.
Thank you. I'm Gillian Moon from the Australian Human Rights Institute at UNSW. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission today. We understand that the application by Hunter Valley Operations is for the extraction of coal, which would generate approximately 793 million tonnes of downstream carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. Last October, our team published in Nature Climate Action a methodology for quantifying heat-related impacts corresponding with the carbon emissions of individual fossil fuel projects. The methodology is based on the IPCC's simple but robust TCRE metric. Through this, we know that every 1,000 gigatons of carbon dioxide causes 0.45 degrees centigrade of additional warming. The TCRE reveals that no quantity of carbon emissions is too small for its temperature effects to be quantified, and that there's no assessed minimum emissions level where the TCRE relationship ceases to persist between carbon emissions and the global warming they cause. In the article, we provided the first 4 quantifications of heat-driven consequential impacts corresponding with the global mean temperature rise attributable to one large Australian gas project. In our written submission to the Commission, we've applied the methodology to the anticipated downstream carbon emissions of the HVO continuation project and calculated that the global mean temperature rise they'll cause is around 0.00035 degrees centigrade. It's evident from this exercise that even very small rises of global mean temperature have very significant heat-driven consequences, with hundreds of thousands of additional people to be adversely affected by just this one proposed coal project, and with millions of additional coral deaths, with every Great Barrier Reef bleaching event to come. Further impacts using the methodology are currently in development, as is an open access online tool for use in quantifying projected impacts from any set of carbon emissions, including those of individual enterprises and of states. It's important to understand from this that anyone with the relevant training can apply the methodology to generate quantified heat-driven impacts, subject only to suitable studies being available. And this, of course, includes project applicants. The last point I want to make is that our legal analysis, which my colleague has spoken about, has concluded that existing New South Wales legislation requires assessment of the consequences of downstream emissions, including both their climate consequences and further impacts. The analysis also concluded that current departmental and EPA guidance and assessment methodologies are materially out of step with these obligations. When considering the impacts of the downstream emissions of a proposed project, the Minister, the Department, the Secretary and the IPC must act consistently with Section 415 of the Planning Act, Clause 220 of the Mining SEP, and the guiding principles in Section 8 of the Net Zero Act, keeping in mind the paramountcy provision in Section 7 of that Act. In short, New South Wales agencies must be clear that drop in the ocean reason has no basis in science or in law, that assessment of impacts from downstream emissions is mandatory, and that proper weight must be given to these impacts when considering an application, including when weighing the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Moon. Our next speaker is Michael Mezengarb.
Thank you. My name is Michael Mezengarb. I'm the head of corporate accountability with Climate Integrity. Climate Integrity is a non-profit research organisation working to close the corporate climate integrity gap in Australia by championing science, transparency and accountability in the transition to zero emissions. We thank the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission for the opportunity to make a submission for its consideration of the HVO continuation project. Climate Integrity strongly recommends that the approval for the proposal be refused. And we raise 4 substantive concerns with the HVO continuation project, each of which highlight growing climate-related risks that demonstrate that the harms and costs of this project far outweigh the benefits claimed by the proponents. Climate Integrity's analysis suggests that the total climate harms attributable to the project could exceed $300 billion, 55 times greater than the net benefits claimed by the proponent. Our first core concern is that the development of the HVO continuation project would amount to a breach of Australia's obligations under customary international law to prevent harm to the climate system, as articulated by the International Court of Justice in its landmark advisory opinion on the obligation of states in respect to climate change. Neglecting these obligations would give rise to increased risk of liability for claims against Australia for compensation or restitution by the nations most impacted by worsening climate change, as well as amplifying the quantum of damages that could be sought under international law. Our second concern is that the approval of the HVO continuation project is likely to prevent New South Wales from meeting its legislated net zero target because of an unscientific overestimation of the capacity for carbon offsetting to genuinely abate the increased emissions from the mine extension. Our third concern is that the vast majority of climate-related harms attributable to the HVO continuation project arise from its Scope 3 emissions, which have been ignored by both the project proponent and by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure in its assessment report. The project's forecast 800 million tonnes of lifetime Scope 3 emissions will cause significant economic and human health impacts, including to the people and communities of New South Wales. The future impacts of these Scope 3 emissions will be material. Climate Integrity has sought to adapt and correct the methodology used by EY to calculate an estimate of the climate-related costs of the HVO continuation project, with projected Scope 3 emissions being included. This results in a climate cost estimate of around $314 billion globally, significantly exceeding EY's estimated project benefits and translating to $5 billion of externality costs to Australia and $1.5 billion to New South Wales. To that point, Climate Integrity's written submissions will detail how the Economic Impact Assessment commissioned by the proponent and produced by EY contains significant flaws and substantially overstates the future economic benefits of the proposed HVO continuation project while substantially underestimating its costs. We will outline the specific flaws and implications in our written submission. But to provide one example, EY's economic analysis assumes the price of coal received by the project will remain constant between 2027 and 2045 at a level that is in line with today's coal prices. An assumption that coal prices will remain flat for the next 20 years is not credible. Authoritative international bodies, including the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the International Energy Agency, have warned that global coal prices will decline dramatically by 2040 under scenarios consistent with achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and New South Wales net zero targets. And those declines are forecast to be as much as 2/3 by 2040. EY's adoption of a flat coal price to 2045 leads to a substantial overestimate of the proposed project's revenues and its ability to generate broader economic benefits for New South Wales by as much as 200%. Climate Integrity recommends that the Commission does not rely on the proponent-funded modelling undertaken by EY, as it significantly overestimates the project's benefits and underestimates its costs. It's unfortunate that the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure appears to have adopted EY's assessment uncritically in its assessment report. Climate Integrity recommends that, where possible, the Commission seeks independent economic assessment of the benefits of the project and seeks appropriate legal advice on the possible implications of the project under international law. And in light of our concerns, Climate Integrity recommends that the Commission refuses the HVO continuation project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Louisa Lowe.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Louisa Lowe, and I'm here today in a personal capacity, speaking independently as a member of the public. So a few months ago, while I was on my way to the Bylong Valley, I drove down Leamington Road past the Hunter Valley Operation Mines. Lots of people had warned me to avoid that road, but nothing prepared me for what I saw. What stayed with me was the operation's immense scale. I kept driving and it just kept going and going and going. And what struck me wasn't progress or prosperity, but the enormous scar it had left. And I couldn't think about how much of that coal had already been burnt into the atmosphere. Seeing it firsthand reinforced why I strongly object to the continuation of this project. My family's roots are in this region. My great-grandfather and grandfather started their working lives in the old Newcastle steelworks. And like many people of their generation, at the time, coal was seen as an engine of opportunity. But if my grandfather was here today and knowing what we know now about climate change and all the alternatives that are available to us now, I know, just like me, he would strongly oppose this expansion. This commission has the power to help end an era that is rapidly passing. We need to be building the industries of the future, not extending those of the past. There's a proverb that says, society grows great when people plant trees whose shade they know they'll never sit in. And that's exactly the kind of leadership this moment demands. We should be planting the seeds of a safer, cleaner future, not condemning today's young people and future generations to inherit an increasingly dangerous climate. The mining industry often argues that projects like these are about protecting jobs. But the reality is these jobs are declining regardless through automation and technology. And continuing this mine will not stop that trend. The industries that will create the greatest employment opportunities over the coming decades are the clean industries we should already be investing more in. And it is up to the government to provide those opportunities so that the hardworking people in this region, many of them in mining, can build new skills and transition. What worries me most is the continued scale of this proposal. It would enable the extraction of around 400 million tonnes of coal over its lifetime, and burning that amount of coal would emit over 800 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. And to put that into perspective, that's more than 7 times the annual emissions of New South Wales from all sources and roughly double those of Australia's. So that's not a drop in the ocean. These figures don't even account for all the various on-site impacts from coal mining, chemical leakage, water pollution, and the vast amount of additional emissions associated with transport. And of course, the consequences of climate change are no longer theoretical. Climate denial is more or less like saying smoking tobacco doesn't cause cancer. We're seeing now that summers that were once considered extraordinary are becoming increasingly common. Just now, summer in London is feeling more like summer here in Sydney. The Northern Hemisphere summer is only halfway through, yet just 10 days ago, Reuters reported that more than 10,000 excess deaths were linked to the late June heatwave across Europe. Ultimately, this project would lock in decades more pollution and delay the transition we know is absolutely necessary and is more than underway globally. Coal may have played an important role in Australia's past, but the role of this commission is not to protect the past, it's to make decisions that safeguard our future. So I urge you all today to reject the continuation of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. So we're at a point in the procedure where we'll now be hearing some submissions in reply from the applicant. The applicant will have 3 speakers. Following that, the Commission will make its closing remarks and then the forum will be open for written evidence to be provided up until the 2nd of August. The Commission will obviously has the requirement to carefully consider the various opinions and evidence that's been provided, in particular conflicting opinions from experts. In that regard, the purpose of the submission date of the 2nd of August, post-dating hearing of all of the oral evidence and the questions of the Commission being placed formally on the Commission's website for all to see and address, such that there will be a sufficient opportunity for anyone in objection or support to raise any evidence they wish to in that period, to challenge any of the evidence provided by the applicant or otherwise, and make any submissions as to law or fact that they wish to do so for the Commission's careful consideration. So now we would like to call David Foster from the applicant. Mr. Foster, if you're there.
Hi, David Foster, General Manager for HVO. Thank you, Commissioners and Council assisting. I'd like to thank everyone who has taken the time to make a submission on the project and participate in the hearings over the 3 days. There have been many issues and topics raised by speakers across a range of areas, from social and economic impact and transition, dust and noise, some of which are technical in nature and will require a further considered written response in addition to what we are responding with today. One of the key areas of concern raised by speakers in relation to the project is greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. I want to reiterate that this project has been under assessment for 6 years. During that time, we have made significant changes and reductions to the scope of the project in response to feedback from regulators and independent experts, including to both minimise and avoid emissions and to ensure the proposal aligns with rapidly changing regulatory requirements and government policy relating to the coal sector. We've heard numerous submissions proposing that further amendments to the project be considered. We have spent the last 2 years amending the project to meet the government's requirements. To our knowledge, this is the first time a coal project has volunteered to reduce net emissions further than its safeguard obligations in recognition of New South Wales targets. As stated in the New South Wales Coal Industry 2026 to 2050 statement, the New South Wales Government will continue to allow approvals for mining operations other than new standalone greenfield coal mines where it can be demonstrated that environmental impacts of the project can be managed to support ongoing jobs and energy security. This is exactly what the HVO project will deliver. In this closing statement, we will provide an initial response to the questions posed by the Commissioners. These will be supplemented by a further detailed written response. I'm joined again today with Sandy Tickell and Peter Walsh, who will assist in providing responses to the questions. We will start with greenhouse gas emissions. I'll hand over to Sandy.
Thanks, Dave. I will begin by responding to question 1, which relates to the carbon accounting treatment of offsets. HVO will continue to assess opportunities to avoid and reduce emissions wherever reasonable and feasible throughout the life of the project. Where offsets are required, they will be fully compliant with the requirements of the safeguard mechanism and any applicable regulatory requirements. Importantly, while New South Wales policy expresses a preference for offsets generated within New South Wales, this preference is not a statutory requirement under either the safeguard mechanism or New South Wales policy. The New South Wales EPA has recognised that the location of offsets is not an emissions reduction issue as such, but rather a carbon accounting consideration. The New South Wales EPA has also stated that it is continuing to work with other jurisdictions to address this carbon accounting aspect. The emissions reduction outcome achieved by an offset does not depend on its geographic location. Therefore, HVO's commitment to align the project's net emissions trajectory with the New South Wales emissions trajectory is not affected by where the offsets are sourced from. Consistent with New South Wales government policy, HVO will consider New South Wales-based offsets where they are available and present a cost-effective option. However, HVO's ability to achieve our net emissions reduction commitments is determined by the quantity of emissions that we reduce or offset and not by the state in which the offset project is located. Requiring offsets to be sourced exclusively from New South Wales could reduce market liquidity, increase compliance costs, and limit access to the lowest cost abatement opportunities, all without changing Australia's emissions reduction outcome. This is why the safeguard mechanism operates as a national framework and does not impose state-based resource sourcing requirements. HVO's approach is consistent with both Commonwealth and state policy frameworks. I will now respond to question 2, which relates to the environmental and economic costs of the project's Scope 3 emissions. HVO considers these matters have been appropriately addressed through the amendment report, the greenhouse gas assessment, and the economic impact assessment. The economic impact assessment was prepared in accordance with the New South Wales guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals, as was required under the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements for the project, or the SEARs. Consistent with these guidelines, the economic analysis does not include either the benefits associated with the use of product coal from HVO or the costs associated with Scope 3 emissions. Similar submissions have been raised during the project submissions period, and we responded to these at the time, and Pete will discuss this further in response to question 11. Notwithstanding this, the amended project reduces total Scope 3 emissions by approximately 23% compared to the original project. HVO also anticipates that our product coal will continue to be supplied to countries with emissions reduction commitments under the Paris Agreement or equivalent. This is consistent with the EPA's guidance encouraging coal producers to supply markets with strong climate commitments and policies and emissions reduction frameworks. Accordingly, HVO considers that the assessment and the management of Scope 3 emissions has been undertaken in a manner that is consistent with relevant New South Wales policy, guidance, and assessment requirements. I will now respond to question 3, which relates to the timing of the proposed pre-drainage trial and the related feasibility studies. The pre-drainage trial is proposed to target zones 3 and 4 in Domain 3. These zones are currently being mined as part of HVO's planned mining sequence, with emissions managed in accordance with the Safeguard Mechanism requirements. Whilst these areas have comparatively higher gas content than other areas of HVO, they are still low emission intensity areas relative to many other coal operations. The gas composition is also mixed, resulting in a relatively low methane concentration. Our mine plan has us mining varying amounts of material within zones 3 and 4 from now until 2042. As such, there is still a material volume of fugitive emissions that the trial and any potential feasible ongoing pre-drainage could target. Importantly, this trial should not be viewed as delaying implementation, but rather as the first step in assessing and potentially deploying pre-drainage in a manner that is technically robust and evidence-based. The trial also has the potential to deliver broader benefits by improving our understanding of methane management and informing abatement opportunities. In response to feedback from the Independent Expert Advisory Panel for Mining, or the IEAPM, and the Department, HVO has accelerated and expanded the proposed trial and the study program with clear staging, reporting, and oversight requirements, all of which are incorporated into the recommended conditions. To reiterate, the existing HVO mine and the project have a comparatively low emission intensity relative to other Australian coal operations. Further, HVO's emissions forecasts and net emissions commitments do not rely on the success of the proposed gas pre-drainage trial. Consistent with the conservative approach, no emissions reduction benefits from pre-drainage have been included in our emissions quantification due to the uncertainties regarding the technical performance and the economic feasibility. As such, any successful pre-drainage outcomes would represent further upside and additional opportunities to reduce gross emissions beyond what we have quantified and forecast. I will now hand over to Pete to discuss question 4.
Thanks, Sandy. Peter Walsh, Project Manager of the HVO Continuation Project. Question 4 asks whether the HVO's existing mining fleet comply with Tier 4 emission standards. Emissions technology for off-highway diesel engines is a highly complex and technical issue. While there is currently no legal requirement for non-road diesel equipment to meet Tier 4 final, the regulatory position is evolving. The current HVO large non-road diesel equipment fleet does not meet Tier 4 final standards. A third of the fleet have Tier 4 engines that are not certified to the US EPA Tier 4 final standards, but do incorporate Tier 4 final type controls. that address particulate matter, including PM2.5 particulate emissions. Based on the available ISO 8178C1 weighted emissions data, those engines achieve a particulate matter result equivalent to the Tier 4 final limit for that pollutant only. They are uncertified because they do not have the nitrous oxide or NOx treatment. The engines of the remaining fleet are of older technology. Importantly, the older technology is more fuel efficient and therefore produces lower greenhouse gas emissions. The New South Wales EPA has been considering the application of Tier 4 engine requirements to the coal mining sector for more than a decade, including consideration of mandating compliance with the US EPA Tier 4 emissions standard for non-road diesel equipment. Industry has raised several matters for the New South Wales EPA consideration, including the need for a comprehensive cost-benefit assessment of the Tier 4 final engines, including consideration of potential impacts on greenhouse gas emissions as well as air quality outcomes. Advice from original equipment manufacturers or OEMs indicating that Tier 4 final engines may place constraints on the future use of alternate low-carbon liquid fuels. For example, biofuel blends may be restricted to lower blend ratios, such as 5% biofuel or 7% biofuel, whereas higher blend ratios, such as 20% biofuel, may be permissible in some non-Tier 4 engine platforms. OEM advice suggests that Tier 4 final engines may, in some applications, be less fuel efficient or have reduced performance than equivalent non-Tier 4 engines. In these circumstances, while particulate matter emissions per litre of fuel consumed may decrease, increased fuel consumption could result in unintended outcomes, including higher overall greenhouse gas emissions and potentially higher total particulate emissions over the life of the equipment. OEM data comparing equivalent engine models indicates that Tier 4 final engines may consume approximately 3% more fuel than comparable non-Tier 4 engines, with larger increases observed in higher capacity engine classes. These considerations highlight the complex and multifaceted nature of the assessment being undertaken by the New South Wales EPA. It is therefore appropriate that sufficient time be provided for the New South Wales EPA to fully evaluate the environmental, operational and economic implications of any proposed Tier 4 requirement before finalising its policy position. We anticipate the EPA may engage with stakeholders at the Commonwealth level before finalising its Tier 4 policy, given the potential conflict between reducing regulated air pollutants and increasing fuel consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. HVO anticipates that its EPL conditions would ultimately be updated to align with the New South Wales EPA's final policy direction regarding Tier 4 final engines. I will now hand over to Dave to discuss question 5.
Thanks, Peter. Question 5 asks to clarify the project's extraction volumes and emissions compared to annual rates over the last 5 years. To be clear, HVO has never asserted that we will be reducing annual coal production from current levels. Since the acquisition of HVO in 2017, the joint venture has been working to improve the productivity, efficiency and output towards what we believe is the optimum mining rate of the operation of 26 million tonnes per annum. This would see historical mining rates of circa 18 to 19 million tonnes per annum gradually climb, particularly as strip ratio reduces post-2030 to 26 million tonnes per annum in 2038. Of note, however, is that HVO has recently been through a particularly tough period since the joint venture acquisition. In particular, with COVID restrictions and then significant rainfall in 2021 and 22, many production figures for 2020 through to 2024 have been well below expectations. 2025 was a recovery year, reaching nearly 19 million tonnes, and 2026 is on track to exceed that. So while forecast production levels do exceed the previous 4-year average, it is largely due to adverse impacts impacting production from 2020 to 2024. Whilst production will climb steadily through the project, it will never reach close to the current approved production limits of 42 million tonnes per annum, hence the proposal to cap complex production to 26 million tonnes per annum. As production gradually increases, there is a corresponding increase in gross emissions for the project. Fugitive emissions do increase in 2027 through to 2030 due to mining progress in HVO South or Domain 3. This mining is not solely mining in the higher gas areas of Domain 3. It is only that mining in this area is at a higher rate due to the mining sequence during this period. It will not impact the effectiveness of the pre-drainage trial that Sandy discussed earlier. From 2030, however, fugitive emissions do decline as mining rate declines in HVO South and transitions to HVO North. There is a period of longer truck hauls in HVO North through this corresponding period, so whilst productivity due to strip ratio increases as the mine progresses, emissions from diesel fuel is a little higher. Importantly, the net total project Scope 1 emissions do not materially increase as the project commences and in fact decline steadily in line with New South Wales reduction targets from current levels. I'll now hand back to Sandy.
Thanks, Dave. I will now respond to question 6, which relates to our application of the mitigation hierarchy, including our consideration of mining rates and potential offset use. Over the past 6 years of assessment, HVO has applied the mitigation hierarchy extensively to avoid and reduce emissions, resulting in significant changes to the project. These include the reduction in project life from 2050 to 2045, a substantial reduction in the mining footprint, a reduction in maximum annual production from 40 to 26 million tonnes per annum, lower mining rates in HVO South, and mine design changes that reduce Scope 1 emissions by 43% and Scope 3 emissions by 23% compared to the original proposal. These changes reflect a carefully balanced and optimised project design that takes account of environmental, technical, and economic considerations. Importantly, the project also has a comparatively low emission intensity relative to the broader Australian coal industry. While further detail will be provided in our written response, I would note that the offset strategy identifies a maximum or ceiling potential requirement rather than a certain outcome. HVO will continue to assess emerging technologies and additional abatement opportunities throughout the life of the project as required by the recommended conditions. I will now hand over to Dave to discuss question 7.
Thanks, Sandy. I'll now respond to question 7, which asks for comments on the implications of the Commission considering an approval period shorter than the proposed project. Any consideration of change of project scope, including a shortening of mine life, would be problematic. This is because the amended project assessments, including but not limited to greenhouse gas, air quality, noise, biodiversity, water resources, final landform, social and economics, are all based on the amended project currently before the Commission for determination. We also note that since initial consultation with the Department in 2019 and the submission of the original EIS in December 2022, HVO has made significant alterations to the project in response to stakeholder feedback and evolving legislative and policy frameworks to reduce environmental impacts. The initial pre-lodgement consultation with the Department previewed a mine schedule for HVO North beyond 2060. Based on feedback from that consultation, the scoping report and the original EIS included HVO seeking approval to mine at HVO North and HVO South to 2050 and 2045 respectively. During assessment and following review of aspects of the project, including greenhouse gas emissions by the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining, the Department requested in July 2024 for HVO to provide information on the implications for the project of avoiding coal extraction from Domain 1 at HVO North. This represented a significant impact to the project, and the assessment of the reasonable effective maximum mining extents, taking into consideration not just future emissions, but also factors such as coal extraction efficiency and capital expenditure. To that end, extensive mine planning and assessment had to be carried out to stand off Domain 1 altogether and limit coal extraction in HVO North to the Hunter Valley Dyke, which also meant a time reduction to 2045. The delayed approval and a review of some geotechnical issues in HVO South led to a similar mine optimisation review of that part of the project. As a result, the mining extents in HVO South were also reduced, which resulted in a time reduction to 2042. These two changes have been significant for the project. Whilst the amended redesign was completed with significant consultation and input from government departments, not only based on the advice from the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining, it has delayed determination by approximately 2 years. The changes have reduced total Scope 1 emissions by around 43%, but have also reduced project economic benefit to New South Wales by $2.1 billion in net present value terms. I'll now hand back to Pete.
Thank you, Dave. I will now respond to question 8 regarding dust and air quality impacts, including the matter of stay indoor alerts and uncertainty regarding PM2.5 baseline assumptions. There are 3 important points arising from the concerns raised. First, the number of stay indoor alerts is not an appropriate measure of HVO's compliance with its air quality criteria. These alerts relate to short-term hourly concentrations of multiple air quality indicators measured at regional monitoring stations and reflect all sources of air pollution across the region, including wind-blown dust, bushfires, agricultural activities, regional pollution and multiple industrial sources. They are fundamentally different to the EPA's project assessment criteria, which assesses particulate concentrations at sensitive receptors over 24-hour and longer averaging periods. The occurrence of an alert at a regional monitoring station therefore cannot by itself be attributed to HVO or demonstrate non-compliance by HVO. Second, the concerns regarding PM2.5 background concentrations are based in part on an incorrect interpretation of the applicable regulatory framework. Associate Professor De Silva refers to the National Environmental Protection Measure for Ambient Air Quality, or AIR NEPM, as the basis for regulating air pollution in Australia. This is incorrect in the context of assessing the air quality impacts of a development in New South Wales. The AIR NEPM provides a national framework for monitoring and reporting ambient air quality, with its standards applying to urban ambient air quality monitoring stations. It is not the New South Wales EPA's project-specific assessment framework for determining whether air quality impacts for a development are acceptable. For this project, the applicable assessment criteria are those established by the New South Wales EPA in its approved methods. The determination of background PM2.5 concentrations for the project was also undertaken for a specific purpose: to establish the concentration that exists independently of the mining sources, explicitly modelled in the assessment, thereby avoiding double counting. Associate Professor De Silva's comparison of measured concentrations at locations such as Camberwell with the calculated background concentration used in the model does not make this distinction. The measured concentrations can include contributions from mining sources, whereas the calculated background concentration is intended to exclude sources that are separately modelled. The approach and assumptions used to establish the background PM2.5 concentrations were provided to the EPA in 2023, and no further information was requested by the EPA. The assessment therefore did not proceed on an unresolved or unacknowledged basis, as has been suggested by Associate Professor De Silva. Third, the assessment demonstrates that the amended project would result in lower PM2.5 emissions than the original project, using the same EPA-approved calculation methods. PM2.5 emissions are estimated to be approximately 870 tonnes per year, compared with the approximately 1,007 tonnes per year for the original project, a reduction of around 15%. These matters were considered through the New South Wales Government's assessment process. The department concluded that the air quality impacts had been appropriately assessed using conservative, best practice methodologies consistent with the EPA's approved methods and to the satisfaction of the EPA. Importantly, the department concluded that the predicted air quality impacts represented a conservative worst-case scenario and, subject to the recommended conditions of consent, could be minimised, managed and, where necessary, compensated to achieve an acceptable level of environmental performance, as is the case with the existing operations at HVO. In summary, the concerns raised do not identify a deficiency in the air quality assessment. The assessment applies the correct New South Wales regulatory framework, uses an appropriate approach to establish background concentrations, demonstrates compliance with the applicable air quality criteria at sensitive locations, and has been reviewed and accepted through the department and EPA assessment processes. I'll now address question 9. Question 9 questioned the social impact assessment, including how it was updated for the amended project. Before addressing the 3 questions posed by the Commission on the social impact assessment, or SIA, it is important to provide some context. The SIAs accompanying both the 2022 EIS and the 2025 amendment report were undertaken by qualified and experienced social scientists and in accordance with the relevant New South Wales Government social impact assessment guidelines. In its review, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure accepted the methodology, findings and conclusions of the SIA and concluded, subject to the recommended conditions of the consent, including the preparation and implementation of a social impact management plan, the project's social impacts are acceptable. There are 3 questions I would like to address. Firstly, the question regarding adequacy of engagement. The suggestion that the SIA was informed by inadequate engagement is simply not correct. The SIA was informed by an extensive program of engagement, including interviews with neighbouring landholders, consultation with local community members, local businesses and suppliers, local councils, registered Aboriginal parties and government agencies, together with online community surveys, demographic and socio-economic analysis. 19-year neighbours representing all properties with existing or potential voluntary mitigation rights for air quality or noise were invited to participate in detailed interviews with EMM social scientists. In addition, 50 responses were received to an online community survey and completed surveys from 125 local suppliers. Questions were raised regarding meetings undertaken by HVO's representatives with neighbouring landholders. These meetings formed part of HVO's broader consultation program and were undertaken to present property-specific environmental assessment findings. Providing this information directly to affected landholders represents good consultation practice and complemented rather than replaced the consultation undertaken by the social impact assessment team. Second, questions were raised suggesting that the updated SIA relied on consultation undertaken during preparation of the original EIS and therefore did not assess the amended project. The purpose of the updated SIA was to determine whether the amendments to the project altered the nature or significance of the previously identified social impacts. Accordingly, the updated SIA considered the amended project description, revised mine plans, updated technical assessments, revised environmental impact predictions, outcomes of our ongoing stakeholder engagement, as well as updated demographic information, including newly released ABS census data. Where the amended project reduced environmental impacts, those reductions were reflected in the updated assessment of social impacts. Where baseline community characteristics and social conditions had not materially changed, it was entirely appropriate and consistent with accepted practice to retain that information rather than unnecessarily repeat baseline studies. The updated SIA is therefore a comprehensive assessment of the amended project that is now before the Commission. Thirdly, the suggestion that the SIA conflated environmental management performance with social impacts. This does not accurately reflect the methodology adopted. A fundamental principle of social impact assessment is that environmental changes can give rise to social impacts. The role of the specialist technical assessments is to determine the likely environmental effects of the project. The role of the SIA is to evaluate what those predicted changes mean for the people and communities. Compliance with environmental criteria was not treated as a meaning that no social impact existed. Rather, concerns raised by community members were recognised, documented and assessed, irrespective of whether technical criteria were predicted to be met. Finally, Commissioners, I would like to make one broader observation. The conclusions of the SIA are entirely consistent with the evidence that is now before the Commission. The exhibition of both the EIS and the amendment report demonstrated substantial support for the project, particularly from within the local and regional communities. That support has also been reflected throughout this public hearing. As Jeff Drayton, the Mayor of Muswellbrook Shire Council, observed on day one of the hearings, I've not seen a project bring people together before like this application has. The people of the Hunter, particularly the Upper Hunter, realise the consequences of this application if it's not approved. They will be economically unrecoverable. Further emphasising the strong community support within the last 24 hours, both Singleton Council and Maitland City Council have passed motions supporting the project. I will now hand back to Jace.
Thanks, Peter. Question 10 asks us to outline our views on what actions we should undertake to implement any transition plan to a post-mining future for our workforce. As a long-term Singleton resident and General Manager for Hunter Valley Operations, I take personal responsibility for the welfare of our workforce, which our company shares. The company's consented obligations to support our workforce are considered the absolute lowest bar we must achieve. Glencore has recently demonstrated this when it implemented the successful transition plan for its workforce at the recent closure of the Liddell coal mine. I was involved with the early development of this plan as operations manager at the time. In relation to HVO's views around the transition plan, to be clear, we consider the HVO continuation project itself to be part of a broader transition plan for the Hunter region. As other coal mines continue closing in the region, HVO will provide an economic anchor for the region in support of a coordinated and orderly transition to other emerging industries in the Hunter. It is important to note that any transition cannot be done in isolation and will require engagement and consultation with a range of stakeholders. With respect to a transition plan to a post-mining future for the HVO workforce, there are elements already included in the recommended conditions of consent which require HVO to proactively develop transition strategies to mitigate impacts of closure and to consider post-mining future. In particular, we draw the Commissioner's attention to conditions B85 and B91 of the HVO North and B96 and B101 for HVO South of the recommended consent conditions, which amongst other things require HVO2. Under our rehabilitation strategy, we are required to investigate ways to minimise adverse socio-economic effects associated with rehabilitation and mine closure, and to periodically review and update the strategy at least every 3 years. This would automatically include consideration of workforce impacts. Under our social impact management plan, we are required to consider workforce impacts and transition aspects, including be prepared in consultation with Muswellbrook Shire and Singleton councils, the CCC, local affected communities and other interested stakeholders. Identify both positive and negative social impacts resulting from the development and following mine closure both locally and regionally. Specify adaptive management and mitigation measures to avoid, minimise and or mitigate negative social impacts, and include a program to monitor, review and report on the effectiveness of these measures, including updating the plan 3 years prior to mine closure. We note in the recent New South Wales Government report on beneficial and productive post-mining land use, chaired by the Honourable Emily Savale MLC, the committee consistently characterised the transition of coal-producing regions as a shared economic and social challenge that requires coordinated action by government, industry, workers, communities and other stakeholders, rather than being the responsibility of coal companies alone. HVO also notes that current work being undertaken by the New South Wales Government in respect to a number of post-mining land use pilots at Mount Arthur and Macquarie Coal, which are part of a broader master planning and future jobs and investment initiative for the Hunter. HVO is well positioned to incorporate any learnings from these projects into its own future planning. The New South Wales Government is also progressing the New South Wales Future Jobs and Investment Bill, which will establish the Future Jobs and Investment Authority to manage economic transition, land redevelopment and workforce planning in coal-producing regions like the Hunter. If the legislation is successfully passed, it will impose obligations on coal companies to directly participate in regional and workforce transition planning. This includes proposed mandatory obligation to provide 3-year notice prior to closure and preparation of a comprehensive plan for transitioning the workforce. The current draft of the bill outlines that workforce transition plans must lay out concrete actions for managing staff redundancies, retraining options, and career redeployment pathways in the lead up to and following a closure. Regardless, HVO will continue to engage with our workforce, state and local government and other key stakeholders in relation to HVO's eventual mine closure. In the context of this development application, we believe the elements of a transition plan already exist. Any further conditions would need to consider the existing government initiatives or proposed legislation underway in this space and be flexible, recognising that there may be material developments in the Hunter region over the life of mine of nearly 20 years. I'll now hand back to Pete.
Thank you, Dave. I will now address the final question 11, which considers the cost benefit and our assessment. The economic impact assessment completed for the project has been undertaken in accordance with the guidelines for economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals. This requirement is listed in the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements and remains the relevant policy document for the assessment of the economic costs and benefits of the project. The claim that worker and supplier benefits have been overstated has previously been raised across other similar mining projects in recent years. To that end, Ernst & Young, EY, the technical consultant that provided the economic impact assessment for the project, described at length in their initial report the basis used to determine the employee and supplier benefits considered in the EIA, including compliance with the guideline. Following exhibition of the original EIS in 2023, a similar submission was received stating that worker and supplier benefits were overstated. Because the project relied on assumptions that workers would otherwise work outside the mining industry in lower paying jobs and similarly that suppliers would be unable to achieve the same sales at the same prices. Through EY, HVO responded to these claims in detail within the submissions report submitted in 2023 and reiterated the logic for the assessment and the consistency of the assessment against the New South Wales Government published guideline. Quoting EY in their response, "It is inconceivable that the project will not result in significant economic benefits due to the additional employment and sales of goods and services required by the project." That submission and another provided following the more recent exhibition of the amendment report has claimed that wrong New South Wales Treasury policy guideline has been used in the treatment of the greenhouse gas emissions of the project. In particular, it was claimed that the project had not adopted the use of TPG 2434, which is a New South Wales Treasury policy document titled Carbon Emissions in the Investment Framework. It must be noted that this document applies only to New South Wales government bodies and therefore is of no relevance to HVO or the HVO project economic impact assessment. Finally, we have been challenged on the coal price assumptions used by EY. I note that in the Department of Planning, Housing and Industry's assessment report, it acknowledged that EY pricing forecasts are lower than the consensus economics forecasts and are therefore provide a conservative assumption. Moreover, both Yancoal and Glencore have a strong confidence in ongoing coal demand and therefore pricing. We also therefore believe that EY forecasts are conservative and so demonstrates the strength of the project. In summary, EY and HVO has complied with all necessary guidelines in the preparation of its economic impact assessment. In recent submissions, including during the public hearing, no new information has been provided showing that our EIA is not consistent with those guidelines. I'll now hand back to Dave to close their response.
Thank you, Pete. Commissioners, Council Assisting, thank you for the opportunity to make an initial response. We will also be providing a more detailed written response to your questions. In closing, we'd like to once again thank our workers and everyone who continues to support our project. We also note and thank the local councils of Muswellbrook, Singleton and Maitland who have all voted their support for the project. HVO continuation project is in the public interest. It is consistent with government policy. It meets all statutory requirements. Its impacts can be managed with conditions. It provides a critical economic and social bridge that will support future transition of the region. This community matters. This mine matters. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Walsh, can I deal firstly with the $5.7 billion net benefit observations that were addressed by both Mr. Campbell from the Australia Institute and then Mr. Abbey in response to that question is then directed it back to the applicant. So the pertinent submission that was made this morning was the comparison of the economic analysis compared to other New South Wales coal mines and what Mr. Campbell described as a significant disparity between those net benefit analyses and what's been profited here. Can you address that specifically as to why there is such a large variance in the calculated net benefit?
I would like to take that question on notice, however, noting that it didn't appear that the previous values were escalated with time, although I'd have to check. I would also suggest that because the HVO continuation project is largely a continuation of the current mining area, we have capital to spend, but it's significantly lower than some other large projects, but we will respond properly and we'll take that on notice.
Right. Next question, sorry, back to you, Mr. Walsh. So in relation to clause 2.16, so we're dealing with the non-discretionary development standards in the state environmental planning policy. Now, accepting that those standards are for purposes of the duration of the mine, in terms of the variability in a cumulative annual PM 2.5 over time, you would accept that that is a fixed standard and that in the absence of a clause 4.6 variation, it couldn't be determined flexibly?
I'd have to take that question on notice.
All right. And then the second follow-on from that would be, you would agree with me that the modelling would have to demonstrate that it projects for the full duration of the mine that development standard can be achieved.
Similarly, I'll take that question on notice.
Okay. Now, you deferred in your answer just then in relation to Dr. Silva's criticisms of the air quality modelling that the New South Wales EPA had confirmed that it was otherwise in accordance with the approved method as your answer to the question. Now, the New South Wales EPA on the 6th of March 2023 and then again on the 25th of September 2025, which was the response from the applicant, specifically raised questions about the calculation of the background and ultimately concluded that the adjustment of the background underpredicts the background air quality and it's not being site representative. So in circumstances where your answer relies upon the EPA, who themselves have left open questions, are you able to provide a more specific technical answer to the criticisms raised by Dr. De Silva at paragraphs 118 to 120 of his paper that's been received in advance?
I will have to take that on notice.
Ms. Tickle, could I address a couple of matters with you, please? Now, HVO has identified that the majority of their coal that will be exported is going to go to countries that are signatories to the Paris Agreement, but for Taiwan. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the fundamental aspect of that is that in terms of looking at Scope 3 emissions, where they're going to countries that are signatories to the agreement, they get captured by the agreement. Could you address me on a scenario where the coal is ultimately exported to a country which is not a signatory?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Smith. We anticipate that the product coal from HVO would continue to be exported to countries with NDCs, and looking then at the requirements that the EPA currently has in place with respect to management of Scope 3 emissions, I observe that the Large Emitters Guide does not provide any explicit requirements for reduction of Scope 3 emissions, and that the climate change mitigation and licensing requirements, in particular the Greenhouse Gas Mitigation Guide that has just been published, recommends that coal mines consider opportunities to reduce Scope 3 emissions by selling to countries with NDCs and strong climate policies. And that is what we anticipate will occur with the coal from HVO.
All right. Now, Mr. Foster, could you assist me with this matter? So in terms of mine closure, as you're aware, condition 63 of the previous consent required within 5 years of that consent, so that was in 2004. So within 5 years, being 2009, the condition required an investigation with the council as to minimisation of adverse socioeconomic effects and significant reductions in local employment. What were the results of that investigation?
Council, I'd have to take that on notice.
All right. And can you provide some background as to what led to the ultimate removal of that condition?
Look, the removal was the result of our modification 8, which was the 18-month extension to approve HVO North consent, which allowed initial time for the assessment of the project amendment. So while that condition was in Mod 8, Mod 8 condition 62C, which refers to the requirement for HVO to prepare a rehabilitation strategy, which must include a post-mining land use strategy to investigate and facilitate post-mining and beneficial land uses for the site, including a supporting and substantial future for the community, and investigate ways to minimise adverse socio-economic effects associated with rehabilitation and mine closure. So we believe condition 62 has amalgamated aspects of the removed consent to achieve the overall intent.
All right, because the evidence we would be assisted by that, and obviously you can provide this in a written response, if there was investigations done, we would like to know the benefits that came from those investigations and how successful such implementation measures would be. All right, now at this juncture, you've indicated that you're going to be providing a written response. In the circumstances, we're going to request that you file online your evidence, both of and any other legal submissions by the 24th of July 2026. And then there will be an open opportunity for people to see those answers and provide a response by the 2nd of August. And having received that, any further questions will be placed again in writing on notice from the Commission and uploaded on the website so that everyone has an opportunity to obviously consider those and also the material you've put forward. All right. No, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time this afternoon. I'll now hand back to the Chair of the Commission for a closing statement for this oral part of the public hearing.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This brings us to the end of the public hearing phase into the assessment of the HVO North and South Open Cut Coal Continuation Projects. I'd like to thank everybody who's participated in these 3 days. My colleagues Michael Chilcott and Janet Milligan and I have certainly appreciated the effort that's been put in by so many people. I wanted to emphasise that we understand that this is a very important decision for lots of people, for lots of reasons, and you can be confident that we will apply ourselves diligently to the consideration of all the matters that we need to take into account. And to that end, just a reminder that it's not too late for you to have your say on this application. You can make a written submission to the Commission on the HVO North and South Open Cut Coal Continuation Projects. This can be done through our website up until midnight on Sunday, the 2nd of August. In the interest of openness and transparency, we'll be adding a full transcript of this public hearing to our website in the next few days. The full transcripts of day 1 and 2 are already available on our website. Once a decision is made about this project, we will publish a statement of reasons explaining how we took the community's views into consideration as part of the decision-making process. Finally, just a quick thank you to my colleagues, Michael Chilcott, Janet Milligan, Council Assisting Dr. James Smith, and also to the staff of the Commission. From us here at the Commission, we wish you a safe and pleasant evening. Good evening, and that ends the day. Thank you.